all the technologies, when they get introduced, become necessity after a period of time. The way people live, the experience they demand to have, and the personalization. We started digital onboarding to allow instant onboarding for clients on our digital app, and then the AI experience to serve a wider segment of the market and provide access to that. Now, this is from one angle, but the opportunities the AI brings to, because more and more people want to use it and the demand for it, due to the lifestyle, the experience that they want, it requires a lot of investments at the back end. And as an investment bank, we have been, and as you see worldwide now, everybody's investing in the, beside the AI, the infrastructure and the power generation requirements. And this is, we have been investing a lot in this area, whether it is in the States, in Europe, or the region. It's the data centers, it's the power generation, and which supports in a way, the public-private. We raise funds from clients and work with the governments to introduce those investments, which supports the growth and a beautiful, more efficient customer experience, which we see it now, but in the near future as well, it will be a must that you cannot do without.
Ian, do you want to just weigh in here?
I'll add quickly. I mean, David took a lot of what I would have said, straight words out of my mouth. We're a slightly different group in the sense that we're very diversified financial services. We're about to launch a digital bank. I'm talking to him about it. But we also have a 180-year-old life insurance business. So it's almost a tale of two pieces in terms of the complexity of what it takes to deliver the solution. The AI model in a way is easy, but getting the base platform to behave itself so the AI model will work is much harder, particularly with the legacy stuff. But in principle, the two primary things, the cost driver at X factors difference in cost is the one, and the other one that we're also using is the one around, I would make a distinction between financial education and financial advice. We use two different models for both of those pieces. We focus the education piece more in the banking space and the advice piece more in the insurance space. But at this stage, the machine learning tool we built for advice is primarily around goal prioritization across a multitude of goals for consumers, and we pitch it more at intermediaries than we do at the end consumer at the moment. But we think that the model will mature to be able to go to end consumers quite quickly.
Valerie?
Yeah, we are a leading financial market infrastructure which is providing settlement and custody services on securities transaction. And on a monthly basis, we settle the equivalent of the world GDP, meaning therefore that with the systemic risk that we are potentially creating, we need, of course, to be quite, cautious in using new technology. So we are never the first mover. But having said that, we are starting to use AI first to really improve efficiency, to reduce the cost, and I must say that it's very promising to see how we can augment the delivery of our people as well, and therefore, as you were saying, David, really reduce the cost. But we are also starting now to use AI as a way to see how we can reshape the markets. I think AI is definitely certainly opening opportunities to change the business model, to really, go for services which today with the current legacy systems are difficult to do, but are really opening new opportunities, even also on assets which are not necessarily already today in the legacy system. So we do see AI very much not only as a gain in efficiency, but also as a potential disruptor to really, again, shape the markets of the future.
And what are some of the challenges that you're facing and some of the roadblocks as you start to implement these things?
I mean, clearly, in terms of risks, you have everything related to security. Cybersecurity, of course, is always a very hot topic. I think there is also a need to really bring our people to accept the change and to really welcome the change and to learn new ways of working. And I believe that really spending enough time on talent, on the upskilling of our people, but also of working with universities, working with the education system to bring the new skills on the working and the working environment is extremely important as well.
Julio, what's it like to roll out an AI product at a central bank?
I should use it. I have seen reports that used to take 7 hours.
Yeah.
I've been made in 20 minutes.
Wow.
So important people with PhD, they have much more time now to think other things. In research management, we're using in some of the portfolio models. I believe we are going to improve projections. And some of the models, the advantage is that you can correlate more easily more factors. So probably your models might be somewhat better. Models are models. So at the end, there is a limit how much one can know about one particular economy. We are humans at the end, so there is a limit how much we can know.
Right.
But besides that, of course, we have seen a big improvement in having better information, better projections, better models, and that is important.
What about challenges?
I believe in economics, which is not an exact science. You have to accept that you cannot know everything. So probably there's a limit how much you can know. The models can pinpoint something a little bit better. They serve to see the consistency of your projections and your expectations, but at the end there is a limit of how much you can know
Right.
about how the people are going to behave.
And getting people to understand that?
Some people that are only models, they don't understand. They believe that models are the reality.
Yeah, right.
But I believe most of the people understand that.
Just understand it, yeah. Other challenges that have on the other end there? Who would like to? Yeah.
I think one of the challenges is training the AI to actually deliver a meaningful output, because it's an engine, and as you integrate it, it could give you completely nonsense, or it could deliver. So the challenge is how to put it in the right form and shape to deliver a unique experience. In our region, there's not much of a scale, so it's how to deliver a quality service, which has been served before by individuals, and now it's going to AI, and you want them to adapt. So training it to deliver a meaningful output is important. Then the talent pool to work on it. There's a very limited talent pool available today, and our experience to adapt the AI and to integrate with OpenAI in our application, for example, took a long time. We're still training to have an access to get the regulators' acceptance for those new services to be provided, to accept some of the mistakes, and to allow them happening so that the industry reach a new level.
Are you building in-house, using a vendor, a mixture of both? So how do you even go about doing this?
We do both.
You do
so
both,
external vendors. But again, the vendors, you have there are quality vendors today, which they are mostly, I would say, in the States, and the local vendors, they need time also to reach the new level, and given the time difference between the Gulf and also the States, takes time sometimes to reach they work at the reverse time, so it's challenging.
AI can't do that. Right.
I would echo some of the points, and maybe also think about it from a perspective where any new technology is successful if it both improves quality and increases efficiency. You gotta get both. It's not either efficiency or quality. You gotta get both. And on the quality side, specifically on the facing the consumer, there's always the questions around hallucinations. Well, what about the model hallucinating or saying things that aren't true? And that's a concern. What's been interesting, I think, for us is we have realized that humans also hallucinate,
Sure.
right? And that humans are impatient, and that humans might lie, and that humans might operate with imperfect information. And so the bar is not zero mistakes. Similarly, as self-driving cars, the bar is making less mistakes than humans, and that's not zero. That's at least for 7-8% of the time. And so from that perspective, it's more manageable to think about models that are going to be launched and that are going to eventually actually improve upon humans in terms of quality, because the model might have access to more information, to more data. You're not going to be sending somebody from one agent to another agent to another agent, but the answer, the chatbot has the actual information that the customer wants right now, and nobody's have to wait. And then the other risk to your question really ends up being about like mission critical applications, like credit underwriting, for example, starting to use neural networks on credit underwriting, or when you're thinking about collections or fraud, then obviously if you are rolling out models too quickly without proof testing them, you might have big risks. So here it pays a lot to be extremely patient, actively compare the quality of your new models with your challenger, with your base case, and be very specific on how you deploy. And this is where, to your second question, your own internal models play a big difference. So yes, you can get an LLM from one of the big techs, but they're never going to be as efficient for financial services or domain expertise as what you can build if you have, in our case, let's say on customer service, the interactions of 100 million customers over 11 years. We have every single call, every single email, every single chat. That's a lot of intelligence that you can fit into a model that ultimately is going to have better applications. So you need a combination of proprietary data, proprietary models, combined with some external data.
Ian, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll probably just lift it up a level, which is to say, I think a lot of what David talked about is getting your governances right. So what are your guardrails? What are you happy with around where you'll only allow private data? Where you're happy to allow in public data, and just getting your principles clear around what you're comfortable with. And then I think at the use case level, the kind of the back-end use cases are easier. The ones that are driving efficiency, email handling, call handling, whatever, I think are easier. The ones that start to touch the customers, it gets a lot more tricky, and the rigorousness of that testing for me is really critical. And then, so if you unpack the challenges across a portfolio of AI use cases, it's have you got your governances right? Are you happy with your risk and control environment issues? The talent and skills, key issue. Quality of your data, quality of your infrastructure, and then I think there's a whole another layer of questions around. If you think about a funnel of opportunity that you can use AI to solve, how do you prioritize that funnel? We use essentially a value, both a value size and a path to value and time to value combination to do that. And then in an organization like ours, there's also some fairly tricky decisions around what's your model. So we're 30,000 people across 13 countries. We've chosen to go a sort of a hub and spoke model.
Okay.
So essentially there's a central team that works for the CTO that control the ultimate governance as guardrails, and they do a certain amount of the work around how we think about prioritization or whatever. But you lose quite a lot of innovation opportunity. That's all you do. So we have teams that are more sort of closer to the customer interface that deal with some of the easier issues, but they're free to come up with their own use cases, come up with their own innovation. There's a little bit of a question around how much do you democratize this stuff and allow a bit of free-flowing innovation, and how much do you keep in a core? And the final point I'd make is, in our business we have everything from a very new, about to be launched in the next 2 months, digital bank, which has very modern infrastructure, modern data.
Right.
There's a different model to how we do it there versus the 180-year-old life company that's got a whole bunch of issues. So it's not quite a one-size-fits-all situation.
Right. How do you think about evaluating these products? Like you're talking about your core CTO team. How do you think about evaluating these models before you do deploy them? How long does it typically take? Like,
it varies dramatically.
Yeah.
So essentially, we try to do a sort of a top-down evaluation of a cost-benefit analysis and quantum of value to be had, either from an efficiency gain. Is it a 10x? Is it a 1x? Is it a 2x? What is it? And then, what do we roughly think it would take based on what we've seen before from a cost and skills perspective to get that done? And you want to do everything that's value-adding, ultimately, if you can. But the truth of the matter is, I think at the moment, there's more value-adding stuff than you can get to. So you can almost afford to prioritize. In a way, it's a bit easier until that funnel gets a bit tighter. So that's certainly how we think about it. And then what we try to do is, sort of very much in I suppose, like a tech startup type model, is deliver a minimum viable product quickly, and test the value proposition of whether those benefits are actually emerging, and if they're not, kill the thing quickly and start something else. So very much a test and learn experimental approach from a bottom-up perspective, overlaid with a top-down value estimation kind of model.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would say I agree with you on the MVP. But what is also very important, at least in our business, is to make sure that we co-create as well with the clients, because given the impact that we have on the financial market, it's important that whatever we bring makes a lot of sense as well for the clients, and also that we bring with us the regulators. We are highly regulated, and it's important as well that soon enough we bring them on site to make sure that they understand also what they are doing, they understand the risks, how we are coping with the risk, how we are coping as well with the algorithm or the model which is behind. And so indeed collaborating with the ecosystem to then bring an MVP and then indeed assess the value of it is definitely the way forward.
You've all brought up two things I want to talk about. One of them is talent, tech talent, but the other, well, just going off of that for a second, is and maybe Julio can weigh here. How is AI sort of impacting the regulatory compliance and the reporting processes that you all deal with day in, day out?
I can talk certainly on the regulatory side, and it is true that we are starting to use AI, for example, on everything related to sanctions management and fraud detection. Okay. And I believe that it can really bring a lot of detail, a lot of information. So to some extent, probably we're increasing the quality of the reporting of the investigation that we were able to do in the past. So on one side, I think it is positive for the regulators, but on the other side also they want to make sure that we are using responsibly AI, and so I believe that there is also a learning process on their side to really see how they will assess how responsibly we are indeed managing that.
Did you want to add to that?
No, I have seen some banks trying to enter into compliance, something like that, which is pretty important. They don't want to commit mistakes just because some severe.
Right. The second thing you brought up was tech talent. How hard is it to attract it to your industry? I mean, I hear this from a lot of places, right? From healthcare. How difficult is it, and sort of what's the pitch?
It's the
Well, actually, I could probably give you some. Our journey has been. It started off being almost impossible to actually. We do quite a good job of it today, relatively. So it's one of those things where we've had to learn ourselves. What is that value proposition? I think it's a question. In not so much AI necessarily per se, but in almost sort of modern ways of working and digital innovation and broadly digital tech skills, then it becomes a self-fulfilling flywheel where people actually want to come work with you. So you can get it right if you create the right ecosystem for that. And quite a lot of challenging use to the kind of people who are attracted by just difficult problems to solve, which is typically true of these kind of tech professionals. But even with that, I think ultimately you're up against some of what's perceived as glamour employers from Google, Amazon, etc., etc. So I think while we do relatively well, it's still a challenge. And in our country, there's an absolute shortage. So we've resorted to setting up a offshore center where we don't outsource it. We actually hire the people, but we hire them in India, and we have a tech hub in Hyderabad. But and then the other thing we do is we collaboratively across the tech industry in the country, we've set up an initiative to actually bring people through an upskilling process and through the Skills Academy to grow the volume of people
Shem?
available.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, same thing actually.
Machine learning models that can do regression, that can build neural networks. That's actually there's a much larger talent. And what's interesting now is that all of that knowledge is available for free online anywhere around the world. If you are 16 years old and you spend 6 months going online and learning how to code in some of these applications, you're going to be able to put AI on your LinkedIn and you're going to have all these job offers immediately. The other interesting thing is that in a way AI solves the problem that it creates, because AI is going to massify the access. It might actually be a talent abundance given the benefits that the technology might create.
When you think about your employees more broadly, I mean, how is AI changing what they do? I mean, this morning was listening to an interview where someone was saying, it's just going to be similar to what you're saying. Like, it's going to be about whether you can get a computer to do what it is you want it to do, right? That's going to be the skill.
Absolutely.
So how is this affecting your employees? How are you thinking about upskilling, reskilling?
I think that's something which is very vivid in our company, and we have now rolled out Copilot to the whole staff to really, give them the opportunity to assess what it can do, to break a little bit this fear about this new technology, the lack of skills, and really start showing them how they can make their job more interesting, because with AI you can really outsource, if I can say that, a number of routine tasks, and really spend more time really thinking about the outcome of your service. We anticipate to have to change people from jobs, from one job to the other. And you're right, that there will be some people who will never adapt. So there will be people who will not want to learn. But I think we are in financial markets, we are with a relatively high intellectual workforce, and so hopefully intellectual capital, so hopefully they can also adapt and start learning new things.
I think the other thing that happens is if you run a software company, you realize that you always have this list of 15 things that you want to do, and you never get to all of them. You always have to be prioritizing. The marginal cost of the next feature is very high. What this enables is that the marginal cost of the next feature goes down significantly. So suddenly you can create just much more software. The amount of things that you can build, that anybody can create, increases exponentially. And therefore what happens is, people don't have to spend a lot of time doing the really boring tech migration, paying tech debt, and they can spend a lot of more time building more software that are going to solve more problems for consumers. So it's from that perspective makes it a much more interesting type of opportunity.
I would like to comment that while we encourage people to use AIs, and everybody, whether you tell them or not, everybody, they are using those tools to enhance efficiencies or to advise them on writing a report or highlighting key risk or whatever. I find that sometimes AI, and a lot of times, it limits creativity because it makes people more reliant on the technology, and the response looks very professional and very nice. So automatically they start relying on it and not focusing on the creation. I think AI technology is still limited in terms of creativity and thinking outside the box, because it's based on what people train them to do. And maybe in the near future we'll see that to go to the next level, but yet till that happens, this is an area where it's interesting to see it developing.
We're going to take some questions from the audience in a second, so get your questions ready. I just want to ask one question while we start giving the mic around, and this is one to Julio on the subject of labor. A driver of inflation has been labor shortage.
And how they can have an impact as well on the real economy by joining finance and acquiring the right skills in order to follow this or to contribute to this new type of working. I think it's extremely important, but you really need to start very soon. And we see that in Europe. I'm coming from Europe, and we do see that the financial literacy to invest in capital markets has not been developed soon enough in the education system. So being able to do that and combining that with the new skills that are required to use the new technologies, I think hopefully it can be a good value proposition for our youngsters, combining this innovation with a role which is important for the real economy. So yes, I feel that we have an obligation to really engage with the education system to make sure that they prepare the next generation properly.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. We adopt a similar approach in the sense that in our market, financial illiteracy is a big thing across Africa generally, and it's probably worse than most parts of the world. So we've taken it on ourselves, and it's intended to set people up with basic life skills, but it's deficient in the financial side. So we've been trying to lobby into the education system to try and get the stuff included in that course content. But that's a broad sort of set of possible answers.
Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Anis. I'm also a global shaper from Tunisia, and I have a digital bank based and focused on the unbanked in Francophone Africa. My question more is on the development of models or using models. How do you approach kind of model proofing so that you're not vendor locked, you don't necessarily depend on choosing one winner in terms of the LLM space, you can plug and play different models for different use cases? And how does that affect the kind of data that you use and also where you store it, especially looking at sort of data sovereignty laws that might exist in different places and might affect the ability to expand more quickly to be more global and not regional? Thanks.
Who wants to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think maybe one part of the answer is, at least my perspective, and this might not be too popular, is the actual foundational LLM models eventually get commoditized. And that's why a lot of the big techs are even open sourcing this. They're spending tens of billions of dollars on a model that eventually commoditizes. So I wouldn't spend a lot of the time in there. But I would spend a lot of time thinking about how to use them with your own applications. And because they get commoditized, you don't need to worry about being landlocked, specifically at least on the foundational side of the model. And then so spend most of the time trying to figure out how you use the data to create experiences that are unique for your customer on the front end, and how to gain efficiency on the back end in certain processes like collections, fraud, and compliance, regulatory, really everything that requires certain decisioning. And depending on the impact of that specific model, you might need to be able to go faster or slower. If you're simply testing the location of a button in your app, you could do 15 experiments of those in one day and decide which one is best. If you are testing a new collections approach, you might need to take 6 months with a new model, and you might need to be really testing. So think about the cost of being wrong and kind of the downside versus the upside of that data-specific model application.
There's another question, I believe, in the back. Oh, okay, so there's 3 more. In the interest of time, can you just really quickly, your 2 questions, one after the other, and then you can
Hi. Hi. So, Munir Nakhla, MNT Halan. A question to David. Credit scoring models, application of AI, how helpful, especially for those with no banking history, so behavioral models or no banking data, nothing on the scoring bureaus.
Yeah, so I think a lot of financial services firms, including us, have been using AI/machine learning for a long time before, and really machine learning in the context of regression models. And for those has been very useful really in starting to use alternative data with a lot of behavioral information to build credit profiles. Now, by definition, if somebody is completely unbanked and doesn't work in the informal economy, you have
limited rooms for development. Thank you.
Does anyone want to take that question?
Yeah, I would say incumbents have access to a lot of data, and data is an advantage. And so for the startup to start building a product without the data is hard. But I think what you start seeing in a lot of geographies is again, this infrastructure of open data. And this concept that the data is not owned by the companies, is owned by the user. And therefore you as a user should be able to grab your data and take it wherever you want. And if that is true, then as a startup, you just need the user to passport their data so you can provide a better application.
Online, and enjoy the rest of your week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol is founder and director and curator of the Sky. Is in architectural and urban history. She has researched, taught, and written about the history of American city building. Since establishing the museum, the Skyscraper Museum in New York in 1997, Carol has mounted over 30 exhibitions on historical, contemporary topics, local and global tall buildings. The exhibition were called Giants, the Twin Towers and the 20th Century, The Rise of Wall Street, Sky High and the Logic of Luxury, The Rise of Wall Street, Super Tall and Residential Rising Lower Manhattan since 9/11. Only the titles of her exhibitions, of course, bring us to her and were the reasons to ask her to open our series. She's associate professor at urban studies at Columbia University, where she teaches the graduate program, and her program is called The Shape of Two Cities, New York and Paris. This is also interesting. Carol knows also the European city, not only the American city. She is the author of the prize-winning book Form Follows Finance. So basically with her book, she gave us the title for our series here. And the subtitle of her book is Skyscrapers and Skylines in New York and Chicago. And last but not least, Carol lives also in a high-rise with her husband in the middle of Manhattan. Welcome, Carol, and thank you for being with us on more or less high noon now in Manhattan. We are keen to hear the lecture on Form Follows Finance.
Hi, I'm Carol Willis. I'm the founder and director of the Skyscraper Museum, and I'm here in the gallery in New York. I'm very sorry I can't be in Basel with you, but having a small museum is like having a small family business. It's not something you can get away from very easily. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to have time to discuss and exchange some of the ideas that I'm very flattered to have inspired with at least the title of my book, Form Follows Finance, a book that I wrote back, published in 1995, so a very good long time ago. But I haven't changed very much in my kind of fundamental reading of the skyscraper as commercial architecture and the birth of the skyscraper in the 1890s forward. The basic thesis of the book I want to review for you during the lecture and to illustrate the fundamental ideas. But I also want to address in both the framing of this talk as well as in its conclusion what I think are some of the issues that Christian Blazier is raising for your full series. So if I can, I'll just begin by showing you some recent images of New York and try to put the history of the skyscraper into a title of highest and best use with a question mark that charts the changes over time in commercial architecture and sometimes in the use of the high rise for office versus residential, which is of course the meaning in real estate terms of highest and best use. So if we take a look at the Midtown skyline of Manhattan, as seen actually from my apartment, I'm very fortunate to have this view to look at every day. We see my favorite building, the Empire State Building, certainly my favorite skyscraper, and a number of other towers that you can see that that rose in the 1990s and in the later 2000s, or our current 2000s, ones that you can see in my cursor here pointing, which are all residential buildings, all of these. In the farther distance on 42nd Street, Empire State Building is on 34th Street. Here we see, with my cursor showing you, the One Vanderbilt, a new tower, a new office tower that has been topped out now for a couple of years. And so you see a mix of residential uses and office commercial uses in the skyline. You also see now, famously, this kind of family or suite of super slender, ultra luxury condo towers that have taken the name Billionaires Row, that line 57th Street and fall on the south side of Central Park, across which lawn we are seeing these skinny towers. And as I point to the tallest of them, which here is the Central Park Tower, and the very first one to be built, 157. This, the skinniest of all, called 111 West 57th Street. Not the tallest, but certainly the most slender, and an extraordinary engineering accomplishment. 432 Park Avenue, and then another Ramsa building here on the far left side, 520 Park Avenue, and back on this side, on the far right side, another Robert A.M. Stern Tower, which is called 220 Central Park South. The biggest buyout of any, in terms of the financial success for the developer of any of these condominium towers thus far. You see them here pyramiding up in the skyline from a kind of extraordinary collapsed version from Central Park. And you see them as a kind of mountain-like culmination in the same way that in 1929, Hugh Ferris, in the cover of his book, The Metropolis of Tomorrow, retold or recapitulated the history of architecture from the pyramids to the skyscraper in a kind of fantasy rendering. That kind of piling up of monuments of the history of architecture that are also a growth towards the tallest point in the sky gets a new variation in the early 20th century with the commercial towers of New York, the skyscrapers of New York. And here in this marketing image for the Singer Tower, which you can see at the very center here, as well as the commercial high rises, and one here with my cursors looking at on either side that are flanking the Singer Tower, which in 1908, when it was finished, was the tallest building in the world. And you can see that it exceeds even the tip of the all masonry Washington Monument in Washington, or the broken tip of the pyramid of Cheops in Cairo. So the commercial architecture of New York becomes the tallest structure in the world, and represents too a change from, in the history of architecture, these other buildings that you're seeing in the foreground that were built for religious purposes or a symbol of well, the church or of the state. City Hall towers are some that you see here. And those buildings in the history of architecture represent statements of power and of wealth that cost money to erect. But the skyscrapers of New York, and indeed all skyscrapers, I would argue, are commercial architecture. They follow the laws of economics. Their form does follow the financial arrangements of raising money in order to create a business plan to produce money through rents. And so they are distinguished from the history of architecture for not just costing money, but for making money. And if that, at that kind of underlying basic level was the argument, and I hope the insight of Form Follows Finance. You see the cover here is my 1995 book, and you see the subtitle, Skyscrapers and Skylines in New York and Chicago. So the question I was asking in this book is, if the office, the cell of the individual office, kind of as Corbusier said, the plan of that cell is the generator, and the multiplication of that space into a floor plan and then into multiple floors in the machine to make the land pay, the plans of rents pancaked one on top of another. If that use is, and the plan of the individual office is the same in New York and Chicago, why did the city's architecture look so different? Why are their skylines so distinctive and different? And that's what I explored in the book. So on the one hand, I said, skyscrapers, they're all about economics. On the other hand, the argument of the book, and I hope the takeaway from this lecture, because this is the complication that I would like to kind of imbue into the argument of the whole series, that it's not just about economics. It's also about regulation. And in this kind of search for the real estate principle of highest and best use, I want to use a few images that I took only a couple of weeks ago of Park Avenue here in New York, and the buildings that line it from about 49th Street and 50th Street going north. And if I use my cursor to point out for you a 1960 or so tower, a 1980s or 90s postmodern re-facade of a tower that looked very much like the one in front of it. Down here, Lever House, the famous SOM first glass curtain wall in New York. And then besides the other ones you see in the left and the right, this slender tower with its white gridded module, 432 Park Avenue, the Raphael Vignoli designed for the slender luxury condos that rose about 6 years ago now on the skyline as the tallest rooftop in New York at that time. And the tallest one, period, but it was a residential building. So if we look back at, this is actually is the other side of the street in the 1950s, I think 1956, where you're looking at Park Avenue. If I toggle back, you can see how similar that building is on the left-hand side today, and the ones that you are seeing here in the vintage photograph. What this image is telling you is that even though those are not the same building by the same architect, doesn't matter, because it's really the zoning law. It's the code, the building code and the zoning law that designed these buildings. So that the shapes that you're seeing here are a function of the regulation that overlays the development process in New York. So looking a little bit farther up the street, we see SOM's Olivetti Pepsi-Cola building, beautiful glass facade from the 1960s. We see a residential tower here in the foreground in a brown brick, and actually the Ramsa building, the Robert A.M. Stern residential design, is not the same building here, it's another one behind it that you can see, where once again the residential tower has now surpassed the commercial buildings, the office space of the previous generation as the highest and best use. And what you're seeing as we look farther north along Park Avenue is that the residential buildings that were built in the 19-teens and in the 20s remain in place as the the historic view of the avenue that you can see here as it was developing, now going back through time in the 1940s or so in this photograph, whereas you can see the cars have been privileged by taking over the road and a roadbed that is directly above the railroad tracks that come into Grand Central. So that's why Park Avenue developed as it did, as a kind of northward trajectory of the transportation nexus around Grand Central. So you can see here on either side of Park Avenue, the posh apartments of the very wealthy as they began to populate and expand farther north along Park Avenue. You can see them here now we're going back in time in an earlier view with churches of their neighborhoods that would have been frequented by the people who lived in the apartments and penthouses. And you can see here that the park part of Park Avenue was larger before the cars began to take over the city. Today, looking above 61st Street or so that you're seeing here, the identity of Park Avenue as a residential kind of enclave is unchanged. And this idea of the highest best use and the value of land, I want to underscore with this historic map of land values in New York by the Regional Plan of New York and its environs. It's published back in the 1930s, but a survey of land values that contrasted or showed the progress from 1914 to 1923 show you in black the highest land values, in red the next, and going down to green and yellow. And you can see I will run in the 1923 version, my cursor over Fifth Avenue, and Park Avenue would be just two streets over here. You can see in this area here that's green and yellow, the part of the city that you see in my photographs. So the higher demand for rents and the highest demand, the highest rents being obtained through office space until into the 2012s or so in New York, usually determined what the land value was and what the height of the building was. But the demand and speculation to build tall, to build commercial architecture as skyscrapers was damped and tamped by regulation, as I have suggested already in those slides, but that I show you in some analysis drawings by Hugh Ferris that we saw before, who in the 1960s or as in the 50s, as this new zoning law was being contemplated and crafted, is showing you the contrast between what you see in the middle, the setback skyscraper that I'm going to amplify a description of in just a few moments, and the new more constrained towers that you're seeing in two options on the right and on the left, on my left being the tower, the rectilinear simple tower that rises out of a bigger base, but is set back from the street in a plaza, which was part of the impulse to gain more open space and to constrain the bulk of buildings that drove the zoning law revisions in New York in 1961 and shaped the skyline in a different way after 1961 than it did in 1916 when the first zoning law was passed. So just moving quickly through these, which we will see again, you can see the basic principle of the floor area ratio and the lot size and how much floor area can be stacked one floor above another, depending on if you use the entire space or a smaller amount of the space, because it's only the floor space, the interior floor space that's being measured and constricted or constrained. So, so we are going to turn now from these views of Park Avenue, where you can see play out the highest and best use changing from one kind of office buildings to a new formulation under a new zoning code in the 1960s, and then a different kind of economic equation that made residential buildings more valuable than office buildings. And I'm going to show you all of those now by returning to the history that, as I tell it, inform follows finance. So as I have already explained, the premise of the book was really to look at the two cities where the skyscraper developed, in New York and in Chicago, and to see why they looked different in each place. And the most important reason is the platting of the land. In Chicago is the big open space and the square grid with its great big blocks of the Midwestern prairie, in the city that grew up only from the 1830s, as opposed to in New York, a colonial city established in the 17th century that grew organically over time and concentrated in the business area that you're seeing here with my cursor around Wall Street. So this wonderful map that was created in 1903 by Richard Hurd, a land economist, one of the first land economists in that kind of that discipline evolved, shows you the land values per square foot in New York at different positions or different places, different geographies of the city. And while you probably can't see these from where you're sitting, I will just tell you that the highest land value per square foot in New York was at the corner of Wall Street and Nassau Street and Broad Street. So right across the street from the New York Stock Exchange, right at the U.S. Sub-Treasury, where all the banks were located, J.P. Morgan, et cetera. And the next highest are along Wall Street too, and then along the corridor of Broadway, where it's $300. So not $400 a square foot, but $350 a square foot, varying up to about $200 a square foot until you get to very close to City Hall, right here in City Hall Park, where it's also $200 a square foot. But then you notice, or I will call your attention to, at the borders of the waterfront, the value of the land is not $400 a square foot, but $15 or $10 a square foot. And on this side, on the East River side, $7 a square foot, $10 a square foot. So these first three principles of real estate development, the famous first three principles, location, location, and location, are illustrated by this photograph of about 1915 or 16, with Wall Street running right through here where my cursor is going through, right from Trinity Church going east. You see the Equitable Building, the largest bulk, as well as, well, not the tallest in terms of the height, that would be the Singer Building at the time, but you see how these buildings are all crowded together, and that congestion around place, around the banks, around the money center, gives gravity to this place and tries to crowd a lot of workspaces onto these very valuable addresses. So you saw that in the Richard Hurd map. If we turn to Chicago and look at it by contrast, the Chicago buildings here and seen here in the 1890s are not as tall as in New York, and that's because a height cap was put on Chicago buildings in 1893. They were not allowed to build any taller than it was 120 feet. They moved up and down a little bit, 140 feet. But in that range of a 12 or 14 story building, the building code had a height limit, so that Chicago developed on its great big square blocks with bulky buildings that, as you can see, needed to be penetrated at their centers by light ports. So because they were so big in their footprint and because buildings were illuminated principally by daylight, because there were no efficient incandescent lights, certainly no fluorescent, no cool fluorescent lights at the time. So buildings were ventilated by opening windows, but they were most importantly lit by sunlight. And so the Chicago buildings, form follows finance describes, evolve very differently because they need to be penetrated at their center by open light courts. Whereas New York buildings on their very small, tight lots can rise as towers where everything is condensed around an empty core, which is the vertical transportation system, with the perimeter, a tight perimeter of offices around that core. So here you see those big blocks of Chicago that are cut at their center by kind of alleys that are places for delivery off the main streets. This is just to show you very simply what those great big blocks are and how buildings occupy portions of that space. But most big buildings rose up to the height that was limited by the zoning code at that time, or the building code in Chicago, which didn't change until 1924. And you can see they end up looking almost identical to each other because their lot sizes were the same and their heights were capped. So they were big palazzo-like office blocks that usually had classical references and no towers. So the skyline of Chicago began to look this way too, in contrast to the skyline of New York, which was a city of towers from the 1890s when buildings began to exceed about 20 stories through here in this postcard image that shows you on the far left side, the Woolworth Building, tallest building in the world in 1913, almost 800 feet tall. Sorry about the feet instead of the meters, but you can see that towers figure importantly in the skyline, but there are bigger, bulkier buildings as well because big, bulky buildings make money. The skyline that you see contrasted here from the same position across the Hudson River in Jersey in 1902 at the top, and in 1921 shows you here is the Woolworth Building that isn't there. At the time that the Park Row Building, finished in 1899, was the tallest building in the world at the beginning of the 20th century. And here you see the Park Row Building about half the height of the Woolworth Building in the skyline that keeps just ever rising. Now, the Skyscraper Museum did an exhibition a few years ago called 10 and Taller. That was a survey, a complete survey of every building in New York that was 10 stories or taller from 1870, the first one in 1874 to 1900, when steel cage construction became so ubiquitous as a building material that there was very little constraint and there was explosion in buildings. You can see them here on this map in the footprints, and you can see this on our website so that you can play with the map, you can play with the dates and the footprints and add them slowly over time, year by year. But you can see very clearly that in Lower Manhattan, Richard Hurd's area in the land values, the office buildings, which are red, are clustered together. They continue up Broadway to City Hall Park and then up Broadway into the west to Union Square. And when buildings become blue here around 34th Street and north of 34th Street, 42nd and up to Central Park, the two blue colors are a change in use to residential. So simultaneously, tall buildings in New York were office buildings or residential buildings, apartments or hotels, representing these completely different uses that I began the lecture with in contrasting. So 10 and Taller, I invite you to look at on our website on your own, also develops a timeline that adds each one of these buildings by its height on this kind of bar graph, and color coded with the office buildings in red, as I said, the residential in blue, and adding into this mix, as you can see, kind of discern in orange, loft buildings, that is buildings that were just empty spaces that were not as well appointed for white collar work as office buildings, but that house any range of light manufacturing, especially garment districts, publishing houses. So it might be offices along with some kind of light manufacturing. And you see the proliferation after 1893 of loft buildings. There is many loft buildings as there are office buildings being built in New York. The office buildings do constitute the tallest of those towers, and height we kind of correlates with prestige. And just to make that point, to look at our graph, to take all of the buildings over 200 feet tall, and just to take their tops, you see the tallest buildings in New York at this time, and they're all office buildings. But if we look at not tall, but all the multitude of buildings, you can see how many of them have other uses. If they were all to be capped at the same height, the way Chicago capped its buildings at the same time. So we return to this kind of pyramid of the rise of commercial architecture in the history of architecture and the history of height, with the Singer building at the center. We look at the real competition for just vertical height with the Woolworth building, world's tallest building in 1913. And then we look at the floor plans of both of these buildings. This is the Woolworth building, and where you can see in this period plan drawing the offices, each one is a single cell. Whole floors could be rented, but in the Woolworth building, as a matter of fact, most tenants occupied a single office. So they came in off a double loaded corridor, either to look out the window to the street or into the light court, so that the window is illuminating the space. But the spaces are small, and this meant that the Woolworth building, which had some 55 floors, had more than 1,000 tenants in it. So there were lots of small enterprises, not one big company that would take up many floors or even a single floor. It's a very important distinction that is not often made when we think of office buildings as commercial architecture, as office buildings, as corporate hives of industry. If we look at the Equitable building, the largest building in the world, not the tallest, but the largest building in the world, 1.2 million square feet of office space. And we see its floor plan. We see something very important that I'm going to trace through the Empire State Building in the 1920s, and that is the idea of economic height. You see also how the light court penetrates here from the major streets of Broadway and the back street, which is Nassau Street. You see the elevator core rising through the center and the banks of elevators, and you see that all of the space around the core is a uniform. It's about 28 feet, sorry for the feet again, from a window to the interior corridor. That is the fundamental controlling principle of the plan of skyscrapers through the 1940s and the invention of fluorescent light. So here we see the Equitable building as the biggest building in the world when it was finished in 1915. And to return to this crowded, congested, and competitive financial district. You see it here lording over the other buildings, and most especially from the perspective of the buildings around it, casting those buildings into shadow for a good part of the day, and especially the buildings on its north side, over to the left. That gigantic building casting a shadow, stealing the light from the adjacent buildings. And that concern brought about a regulation in New York that was the first comprehensive zoning law in any American city. It was New York's first constraint on construction. There were building codes at first, but this was a constraint on the shape of the building, the form of the building. The value that the government was trying to protect with zoning is in that V shape that you see. It was the protection of sunlight coming down onto the street. So the buildings had to set back so that V of sunlight can open up and fall onto the street, illuminate the street, give it fresh air, give it sunlight, and those healthful values. There were actually 5 formulas. You see 3 here, but that setback design carries over into the formal development of the skyscraper in New York and brands the architecture of this era from 1916 forward. So especially the Art Deco buildings of the 1920s, as described in these kind of utopian megastructures that Hugh Ferris, again, my man Hugh Ferris, drew, and others described in wireframe drawings, which, as you can see, are not nearly so inspirational for architects as the Ferris massing studies. But indeed, Ferris did seem to inspire the architects to a kind of simplicity that had a modern character and that was celebrated as the modern skyscraper, not disguised as in some historical styles. So we see a very utilitarian model of this in the New Yorker Hotel, or downtown, with a feature of the zoning code that allowed for a tower of unlimited height that could rise over a quarter of the site. And that's what you're seeing at this building, which was called the City Services Building, now called 70 Pine Street. We see it, that pyramid and the ubiquity of these setback masses in this kind of mound of commercialism around Wall Street. We're seeing it just under the Brooklyn Bridge across the East River. And that is the image of New York from the 1920s forward. And I want to show you with the my favorite skyscraper, the Empire State Building, looking at this solution applied to this one extraordinary building and see how form follows finance in this signature 1930 tower. So here we see it from the air, and here we see it in a massing study that was drawn by one of the architects of the Empire State Building, by Richmond Shreve, of Shreve, Lamb and Harmon, for a book that he co-authored called A Study of the Economic Height of Office Buildings. Here's the cover of the book, The Skyscraper, A Study of Its Economic Height. And here you see, I won't go into this at length, but you can find, the explanation in Form Follows Finance of various cuts. So if the building were cut off at any of those dotted lines, he calculated what would be the return on investment for a building of 50 stories, 63 stories, 72 stories. And how do you get to the economic height? The economic height being the number of stories that will return the highest percentage of return on the money that you invest in the building. Of course, taller buildings cost more to build. You have to invest more. And this is essentially, as I illustrate again in Form Follows Finance, the blueprint of the Empire State Building. It's a sheet of numbers that contrasts the expense and the rent return of a 55-story building versus an 80-story building. 80 stories comes out a little bit ahead. They decide to build an 80-story building. It doesn't have its distinctive spire, the crown called the mooring mast, in the very first design that was published. This one that you see for a 86-story tower that's just flat topped. And you see the floor plans as they pyramid up, but as the elevator core contracts but remains continuous, and so as the elevator banks fall away, so does the building. But this is within the lines of the sunlight plane, the sky plane, that zoning prescribes in New York. We'll skip the floor plan, but you can see the core of the elevators, and as we did with the Equitable Building, see the continuous depth of the building that never exceeds 28 feet from the interior corridor to the outside window. You see the illuminated workspace that was typical and the small incandescent lights. So that setback shape in New York, you can see in the Hugh Ferris, this return to the Hugh Ferris drawing, was the form follow finance formula for the skyscraper, for Park Avenue, or for downtown for the financial district. But it was curtailed in a radical revision of the zoning law in 1961 that was discussed for about 5 years before then. And these drawings date from that time, from some of the earlier iterations when they're trying to come up with this new formula. And the new formula, as I already explained, limits the floor area, a maximum floor area or ratio or to the lot, or FAR. And that's what you're seeing here again. I'll pass by quickly as I begin to run out of time. But this view of the Seagram building, of course, set back from Park Avenue on a platform, a kind of acropolis. So Mies van der Rohe designed a space that you traversed in order to come to this simple prism of glass and steel, the materials of the modern age, the honest expression of structure that post-war commercial architecture developed, certainly, along with the principles, embracing the principles of the international style. This building precedes the passage of the 1961 zoning law, and it influences it as well. So that the appreciation and indeed the incentivization of open space like the plaza that surrounds the Seagram building is built into an incentive program that's a part of the 1961 zoning law. And this yields the very similar repetitive boxes that represent the economic height of these buildings on 6th Avenue, so Avenue of the Americas, set back from the avenue to open up for more sunlight, but also to add the space that's open on the street to the top of the tower where it's more valuable. So an open space is traded for enclosed space at the top of the tower that you wouldn't have been able to build otherwise under the new zoning law in New York. That same principle is manipulated and applied to the super slender, ultra luxury condo towers of Billionaires Row. And we're seeing here across 56th Street, I guess, yes, 58th Street, actually. The most slender sides of 220 Central Park South on the west, and of Central Park Towers on the right. These very slender towers, you can see in the lineup of New York super slenders that are on the Skyscraper Museum's website, and you can see them at scale against the shadows of the super talls around the world, like the Burj Dubai, which is also a residential building, of course, or working from the right to the left, the Shanghai Tower, or the hotel that is the Mecca Clock Tower, etc. You can see how gigantic in terms of their floor space the super talls are. They're both taller, but they're much, much bigger in the amount of bulk or of floor space that's created. So super slenders are tall, but they're not big buildings. They are profitable in a way that we described in an exhibition that we did at the museum in 2014 and 15 called Sky High and the Logic of Luxury. And I invite you to go to our website where you can see that whole archived virtual exhibition. This was from the lecture series there. So to move into the conclusion over demand and speculation, which is what drives the tall building, I want to reference a play that I saw just last year, the Lehman trilogy. I don't know if they've played it in Switzerland or you saw it maybe in London, that illuminated the progress of capitalism for me in a way that I think I understood from my economist husband well enough and from reading newspapers, but understood so much more clearly in this historical trajectory that is exposed through the three brothers of the Lehman family and the Lehman trilogy, in a wonderful architectural set, as you see them here. You track them from their arrival from Germany to New Orleans, where they became brokers, where they not brokers, but they sold commodities to farmers like hose and farm tools and canvas bags. Various things happen. They lend money to the farmers. They get into futures. They get into banking. They come to New York. They expand to London and other markets. And in a continuous evolution, their investment in real commodities turns into the exchange of futures and securities and banks and financial institutions. That is the way that we think of our financial world today. And so if I come back to the themes that I think that Christian is trying to pursue in your series, I am very happy to discuss those in the Q&A session, but I want to return to this kind of fundamental idea that at least when we're looking at skyscrapers, we are looking at commercial architecture which is searching for its highest and best use, whether it's a square meter of office space or a square meter of luxury condominiums, a penthouse in the sky. The building that will return the most money on the investment is the one that is the highest and best use. And as we saw on Park Avenue and elsewhere, those changing uses shift according to real estate cycles, according to demand, according to zoning laws, and they may well shift again. And meanwhile, in New York, simultaneously, we have a rise of new office buildings that are very tall and very large, and of the super slender type, which has now been demonstrated as a kind of clear development formula, as well as an engineering solution to the super tall that yields extraordinarily high prices. So with that, I'm delighted to engage your questions, and thank you very much for your attention and your invitation to speak.
So let's try this. Thank you very much, Carol. Of course, I'm very impressed by these facts, and of course, in Europe we are a little bit more moderate and a little bit more away from the economic-driven architecture, but also we face the fact that most of our apartments are owned by pension funds, that we have very long mortgages, our houses belong to the banks and not to us, even though we say we own a house, but my house is maybe 80% belonging to the bank, and also we don't have to pay the mortgage off like in other countries, so this is a little bit special here in Switzerland. But I want to start with a first questions, and this would be, of course, we see that you personally think, and you also proved that Manhattan skyscrapers and Chicago's high buildings are driven by the finance industry, developers, investors, and how and where in that exactly do you think money plays also a major role? Or in other words, how much does it go into aesthetics? Was that also a point, for example, how much steel an architect used per square meter or so? How much was it really driven into this economic cycle, and were there also architects that did other things that let themselves do high buildings a little bit out of the economic cycle?
Well, I think that the complications of the simplicity of form follows finance have other factors that I didn't have time to discuss in the talk, but which are very real and which are marginal, one of which is aesthetics, whether one calls it ornament or materiality, the quality of materials. One thinks of Mies van der Rohe in the Seagram building. There's an extra element of expense, but there is a payback in terms of status. Likewise, location has status. Design value of, today we call it branding, that has status. So I think there are these additional factors that are incremental value propositions or variables in the equation of the formula the formula for profit. And one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about the ultra luxury condominium towers, the residential architecture, and their profitability is that in an exhibition that I mentioned, the Sky High and the Logic of Luxury that looked at these super slender towers, the subtitle, The Logic of Luxury, was an explanation about how if one spends extra money, one can reap higher profits. So the element of luxury gets baked into the equation in some places in an opposite way that one thinks usually of value engineering or function or extreme utilitarian functionalism, where the lowest price, the cheapest solution is what you kind of devolve to. So I think there are many ways that additional variables come into the side from each side of the formula for form follows finance.
So maybe for the Basel people, could you tell us what such an apartment can cost? We probably have no idea, and they will knock us down, especially if the people are not even living there. But what would such apartment cost these days?
I can tell you that, but I will reserve, that punchline for after the basic predicate about values of private real estate in New York City. So a small one-bedroom apartment in New York is $1 million, right? So the penthouse apartments in any one of the billionaires' row will range from the lower floors, maybe in the smallest apartments, $3 or $4 million, to, let's say, $30 million, $50 million. And there is one, the one that I mentioned, 220 Central Park West, the Robert A.M. Stern design by a very large developer in New York, Stephen Roth of Vornado. They have sold the top 3 floors of that building for a total of $220 million. So phenomenal prices. $100 million is the aspirational price that the developer really wants to get. But if your colleagues would like to go to look at the exhibition, The Logic of Luxury, which we did more than 5 years ago, there we quantify the per square foot cost, which is the other key way to understand the formula. Per square foot is how New York values these properties. So it's unclear how much these buildings cost to build, but let's say maybe $1,500 a square foot for the construction costs. But the sale price is at least $5,000 a square foot and up to $10,000 a square foot. So there's a great deal of room for profit in a successful project.
Das ist etwa 50 to 100,000 Franken per square meter. I just tried to transfer it easily into dollar per square meter. Are there any questions? Can also ask it in German and I translate.
Is there still no limitation on the height of a skyscraper nowadays?
Yes, the question is if there is still a height limitation these days, or can you briefly explain how this works, that you can get so tall and with these air rights, because this we don't have either.
Right. Well, this is a whole nother hour lecture, so maybe another time I can really explain it properly. But in brief, the principle that I tried to explain of the zoning law that exists in New York from 1961 through today limits the floor area, not the height. There is no cap on height in New York, other than a sky plane. If you can't go above the angle of the sky plane, but that allows you to go very, very tall. But the floor area, the physical amount of floor space piled one on top of the other, can go to unlimited height. But the floor area is radically constrained in New York. You can purchase unused, undeveloped air rights only from adjacent properties, so only contiguous sites. But those air rights can be purchased and then piled on the top of the building. So a tiny little, like a balloon, the more you squeeze the balloon in, the long skinny balloon, and the taller it gets in relation is the same amount of floor space as a short, fat building. So that's how the formula of FAR plus purchased air rights allow you to go to unlimited height.
Just very brief, I explain it. Es ist wie bei uns eine Bebauungs- und Nutzungsziffern. Und what they also do then, they don't put apartments in all floors. They have some voids, also only apartment, and then they can go higher, for example. Or they can have some mechanical floor that don't count. And the air rights, das sind Rechte, wo man kaufen kann, die Sichtrechte in anderen Parzellen, kann man von den umliegenden Parzellen bauen. And what was very interesting to me that I think it was at 57 or 56th Street, that one of the towers, the ultra thin towers, was built completely into another building. So it had not even a direct access to the street. It was planted into an existing building. I don't recall which one, if it's the Vignoli or what, but so there are all kinds of tricks, and of course, if you have a very slender building, the shadow cast is not so high, and you have seen that the angle of the light is much steeper in New York. It's maybe, what is it? Was ist das irgendwie 30 or 80 degrees or 60 degrees, and we have this 45, but they have a very steep angle, so they can go much higher. Other questions? Auch in Deutsch kann man etwas fragen. Now, when I walked through the Wall Street district, I saw that some of the Wall Street buildings were already rented out or refurnished as apartment buildings. The question is, what happens if the office more or less disappears in the future? If office goes more digital, the financial industry goes digital. I heard that these financial people are now living in Florida, and they do this from the computer. They don't need to be in a very expensive tower at Wall Street anymore. What happens if the office disappears to the skyscraper in a financial city like New York, London, or Shanghai or whatever? What do you think?
Well, this is a question that many people have been asking because of COVID. As a historian, I like to take the long view, and what is completely clear about not just the history of New York, but the history of cities, is that cities have so many multiplying variables of efficiency, of human interaction and decisions which are separate from the immediacy of the workplace or the change of the markets. I think actually, so I have no fear that that we are in for a radical shift of the urban economy, or the way that people work. I don't think it'll last much longer than probably 3 or 4 years till we're back at probably a 4-day work week. But you know, who am I to project those things? What, as a historian, I would call attention to is New York after 9/11, and especially Lower Manhattan after 9/11, because for a decade. So for the first 10 years of the 21st century, and we're only in the second 10 years of that century now, or a little more than that, downtown was a catastrophic site, right? It had a void of 16 acres, you know, so, you know, 8-10 hectares, a void, unpassable, horrific in its in the site of it. It took 10 years to gain a ground plane back at ground zero, and yet, despite that incredible setback to the economy, to the built environment, to the urban urban amenities of living in Lower Manhattan, the population doubled in Lower Manhattan. So there was, in part, a positive transformation of the neighborhoods of downtown, so that more people lived downtown. There were apartments that were adaptively reused from older office buildings into new residential space. So that's what I expect will happen in New York, in a place like Midtown. Downtown is already transformed into more of a neighborhood. It is not completely dependent on the financial district, because the banks moved to offshore, you know, around the world in the 1990s, not in the 2000s and 20s. So those changes have already happened in terms of the shifting economy, the commodification of real estate, so that the ownership of portfolios where buildings are simply profit sheets rather than an owned and operated enterprise, where, you know, a developer is then paid rents for the office space or for the apartment. So all of these things happen in the larger economies. And I think that the trajectory that you have identified in the framing of this series is something which is very real. And the difference between New York and Europe as land ownership and markets and government policies make different situations. But the logic of capital does have this kind of abstraction that you're talking about, and the richer people profit from that system is absolutely true. But at the same time, and I think what my lecture tried to illustrate is that demand and speculation are these entrepreneurial engines of enterprise and urban economies that will change cities somewhat through time, but will leave them essentially our best hope for civilization, really. I'm a great urban advocate, as you can tell.
Great. Thank you.
How
yeah.
have life cycles changed during the change of economic interests?
The life cycle change of a building in terms of expectation of a return on investment?
Standzeit einfach, also
No.
bis sie abgerissen werden und neu gebaut.
Oder auch intern remodeled, oder? Yeah, I mean, basically you ask, sorry, yeah. Sorry. You ask basically what is the lifespan of a high-rise generally. Were high buildings already demolished because the land value went up, and also the interior and so on? What is the lifespan of such a high-rise?
So there are many different answers. The Empire State Building will soon, well, in 10 years, it's 90 years old now. right? They'll be 100 years old. The Woolworth building is 120 years old, and it still functions as both an office building and now converted to residential in the tower section. So depending on the quality of the building or its easy adaptability as a new use of space, there's no, as in Germany, you reclad buildings all of the time. I know Frankfurt has modern buildings built in the 1960s that have had 2 or 3 different facades updated. And New York is doing that now too, but the more important lesson I hope of my lecture is that growth is constrained by regulation in New York. You can't keep tearing down and building up a bigger building, taller, yes, but no more floor space than existed before. And the continuous, over 100 years, the continuous progress of planning New York has been to take away a city of no controls to a city of some kind of control and then a greater control on top of that. And now what one sees is much more a kind of community-based bottom-up planning voice that has entered the conversation. And so that is a very much of a balancing or a mitigating factor against these forces of capital that we have been discussing.
Okay. Thank you. Is there another question? So in that case, I want to close and go over to a small apero, which unfortunately you can't be part of, but I hope by the end of the year that you can make it to Basel. Thank you very much, Carol, for this great lecture, the personal reception at the museum, and giving us the right to use the title. Thank you for opening and giving us lots of thoughts for our series. Thanks, Max, for the repeated collaboration and for the technique, the complex technique. Claudia, also thanks for being a part since the beginning of the Schauraum. And we see each other on the 14th of September at 6 with Andreas Courvoisier on a Stadtspaziergang, Andreas Courvoisier von Courvoisier Stadtentwicklung, selbstverwaltete Wohnmodelle. Wir treffen uns um 18 Uhr vor dem Musikerwohnhaus in der Stiftung Habitat an der Lothringer Straße. Und gehen verschiedene Projekte anschauen, wo eben andere ökonomische Basen haben als normale Häuser, die einem Einzelperson oder so oder einer Pensionskasse gehören. Würde mich freuen, wenn ihr da kommen würdet. Und wird sicher auch sehr spannend. Wir werden ins Westfeld, Felix-Platter-Spital gehen können, auch reingehen können als eine der vielleicht ersten. Es wird dann gerade so halbfertig sein. Besten Dank. Thank you, Carol, to New York, and have a good day. And I hope we have a good evening, and let's talk some together outside with a glass of wine. Bye. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Within the next year, we're going to be in a global bust. Global bust, just simplify it and say something worse than 2008-9. That sounds crazy. Most people don't see that. But I think certainly auto loans will be a part of that. I think there's a lot of things, you can't have the leverage we have in the system and go through a surprisingly bad downturn and not have it, cause real problems.
Hello and welcome back to Soar Financially, a channel where we discuss the macro to understand the micro. My name is Kai Hoffman. I'm the EdJR mining guy over on X, and of course, your host of this channel. And I'm really looking forward to welcoming David Hunter. He's a contrarian investor, and I'm really looking forward to catching up with him. We spoke with him at the end of October, right before the US elections, and as you can imagine, and as you all know, not a secret, a lot has changed. So we need to get the fresh perspective from David. What has happened to the boom-bust scenarios that he's been calling for? How's the S&P going to behave? What's gold going to do? Are we going to see a bit more of a rally here in the S&P 500? Have we seen the blow off top that David has been predicting in our last conversations, or is this just a blip on the radar screen, or maybe just a bump in the road to maybe even higher levels in the S&P and in the gold price, of course, as well? So lots to discuss with our guest, but before I switch over to my guest, please hit that like and subscribe button. Helps us out tremendously, and we've been growing tremendously, so we really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button. And leave a comment and leave a like down below as well. Now, David, it is great to welcome you back on the program. It's good to see you again. How you been?
Yeah, hi, Kai. I'm doing well, and we sure do have a lot here that's changed in the last, I guess, 4 or 5 months since we talked. So
yeah.
should be a fun conversation.
Yeah, definitely. Lots to catch up on, and maybe we'll start with a big topic here, a bit of a can opener as well, David. Does the White House want a recession?
Yeah, I know that's the big narrative out there, and there's a lot of people saying Trump wants a bear market, he wants a recession, he wants to be able to kind of clean things out and blame it on Biden and start fresh. I think people are reading him wrong. He recently said he didn't really care about that the market was going down. He seemingly has, sent signals out that, yeah, we could have some pain before we see the benefits of what we're doing. I think that's very true. I don't think he's necessarily trying to create a recession or wants a recession, but I think he's right that, we're not going to get all these changes done without some disruption. So whether he wants it or not, we'll probably, I'm calling for a recession this year for sure. But I think the bigger story or the bigger misunderstanding out there is that somehow his comments about not caring about the stock market was because he wants the market down, or because he's trying to send a message to Jay Powell because he wants them to cut rates. I don't think it's either one of those. I think it's very straightforward. His big focus right now is tariffs to try to get concessions from our trading partners. Concessions, whether they be, for example, in China or Europe, having them lower tariffs or eliminate tariffs. In Canada and Mexico, it's other things, along with some concessions on tariffs. But what I think the comment about the stock market was because I think our trading partners are sitting there saying, if we wait him out, if the market goes down, he's going to have to change his tune. He's very in tune with the market. And I think that was what that comment was basically to send a message to them. That's not going to change me. I'm here because I have the leverage. We have the market you guys all want. We are going to extract concessions one way or another. We can either do it by getting to the table and doing this reasonably, or we can do it by, trade war. And I think he's very sincere in that. He's come into this committed, saying, the U.S. for too long, many decades, frankly, has given away its markets for free. Well, Europe basically blocks our goods. China tariffs us left and right and keeps us out on many things. Canada and China certainly aren't in that category, but they tariff us, and we've given away our store for free. It's time to level the playing field. I think that's his agenda. He came in running. He ran on that, and I think people are selling him short if they think he's just going to kind of cut and run as soon as the market goes down or something else happens. So I think Canada's making a mistake playing hardball. I think their rhetoric's strong, but frankly, they get hurt a lot more than us by this trade war. So I think what you're going to see as a market, as a stock market, investors, if they kind of settle back, let this play out. Ultimately, I think it's very much a positive that you're going to see, basically a freer trade around the world. I think Trump is doing everybody a favor in this, and Unfortunately, it does get messy and chaotic while you wait for it, but I think it's coming.
Yeah, no, definitely lots going on. One thing I've noticed, I think a lot is getting lost in the messaging itself and the way it's presented and the way it's communicated as well. I'm very pragmatic when I look at things. Like just this morning, the Financial Times was talking about the U.S. will not be buying any of our European champagne and Parmesan cheese. But I'm really pragmatic when I look at it. It's like, yes, we're slapping really high tariffs or duties on American or U.S. red wine, for example, to be sold over here. I love Parmesan cheese. I love French wines. I love Spanish and Italian wines. But I do get that it needs to be a two-way street here if we're friends and partners, right? But the messaging is the problem that I see, and that's what riles up a lot of people, and that's what drives people against the White House and the decisions that are coming out of Pennsylvania Avenue here.
Yeah, his style is you can call it confrontational, or certainly, you know, he certainly is hyperbolic in what he says. Um, he's got a big task. I mean, like I said, this is many decades in the works. We have, and it's not just obviously in trade. It's in our the way our governments run, the waste, fraud, and abuse, etc. And he's got a big task. You can't do this. I hear lots of talking heads out there saying, well, you just have to go at this in a more reasonable manner. If you do that, you're not going to get what you want. This is how he negotiates. It's how he negotiated in real estate. He's written the book, The Art of the Deal. Anybody that's watched him over the last 8 or 10 years should know that campaigning like this is his style. But part of it, I think people underestimate him because I think he's just kind of, it's a personality thing, and it's just, he doesn't know how to behave normally, and he gets criticized obviously by all his enemies in the media, etc. But in truth, it's a purposeful thing to create the chaos, to create the hype, the hyperbole, to get everybody kind of off balance. And their initial reaction is pretty negative, obviously. But then as they have to kind of look and say, hey, this is hurting us too. We gotta step back. So I think there's a method to the madness, shall we say. I don't think this is all just Trump's unreasonable and Trump's a chaotic person. I don't think that's really what this is.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting results. Just the Ukraine, for example, the Ukraine situation, just to throw that in here as well. But Zelensky and Trump and Vance had that falling out at the White House. But now they're back at the table. 30-day ceasefire is being negotiated and seemingly happening. And it should be announced any minute here, it seems like. So he's getting what he wants.
And frankly, if you look at his first presidency, or even what's happened since he's been in this time, that's not a one-off thing. That's typically what happens. Is the chaos happens first, everybody goes crazy and underestimates what's happening, and then it gets resolved, and they kind of say, "Oh, how did that happen?" and then they go right back to reacting to his hyperbole in the next thing that he does. Like I said, he knows what he's doing, even though the image out there is that he doesn't.
Yeah, it creates a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of political theaters, like tariffs. How are they happening? Are they not happening? And he's causing that confusion to a degree as well. So I don't want to, take him out of the line of fire here, because he's causing that confusion, like with Canada and Mexico, where we said, hey, 25%, we'll give it a 4-week break. We'll do it next month, and then he keeps walking stuff back. So he's causing that confusion, and maybe it brings me to the market discussion now as well, David. Is that what we're seeing in the S&P 500 right now? Is it really just uncertainty that's being priced in, or is there more to it, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's definitely uncertainty. It's most of it's driven by the tariffs. I will say, a month ago, I started talking about the market was at 6,100 at its highs, and I was saying, I'd like to believe this. This is my scenario. I'm bullish, but I see some things under the surface that tell me we're probably not done with the consolidation that started last December. I thought we'd go down 5% in the S&P, and maybe 8 or 9% in the NASDAQ. It's obviously done more than that. And I think that's because of the tariff talk and the trade war scares. And, you got people coming out of the woodwork comparing this to the 1930s. This is how a depression starts, et cetera. But there was, before even the tariff talk started, there were plenty of things technically and like I said, under the surface that really argued that we were due for a correction or a little bigger correction anyway. Now that we've had it and it went further than I expected, there's the sentiment is off the wall. I mean, the sentiment is so bearish right now. And what I step back and say is, with a 10% correction in the S&P and a little more than that in the NASDAQ, you've created kind of a wall of worry, a sentiment picture that you normally get from a much bigger bear market. So I think that's all a sign that this is cleansing. It's the the pause that refreshes, and my view hasn't changed. I still believe we're headed for S&P 7,500, Nasdaq 25,000, Dow Jones 55,000, and the Russell up to 3,300. Now the Russell, from its lows, that's about a 65% lows of this week. That's about a 65% run. The S&P and Dow probably a little over 30, and the Nasdaq probably 40. And I think things like the semiconductors, which everybody wants to pan now and doesn't like, I think that you're going to see those pretty much double from here. I have a 400 target, and it's not changing. So these are aggressive numbers. I get a lot of people reacting negatively to my call right now, but I think you are set up for a very big run here in the spring and into the summer.
Yeah, you definitely have to elaborate on that, David, because as you mentioned it yourself. You're seeing the cracks; they were there. You can't avoid them. Forward earnings are weaker, and the outlook is generally weaker. Like, where do you see that strength supposedly coming from, David?
Yeah, my cracks were more short-term technical, though. Okay. I mean, there were gaps that could get filled in. The market was overbought technically, and I look at a lot of cross-market stuff, sector stuff that was just saying it's not in place yet. There's, it's got some weakness ahead before it can go, and it was things that the market needed. So those were the things that I was looking at that were kind of cracks, but they were short-term cracks. The bigger picture about the economy, where the economy is slowing for sure, and people were worried that inflation was accelerating. So you're hearing the stagflation word again, et cetera. I don't agree with the inflation accelerating. I think today's number is the beginning of numbers coming down, not up. You've got people kind of forget, but oil fell from 80 to mid 60s in the last probably less than 2 months, maybe last month and a half. And gasoline's come down. So that's a big help to inflation and help to the pocketbook. Shelter has definitely been weakening because of the rise in rates of the last few months. So you've got two of the big parts of the economy are helping inflation and slowing. And they're also, obviously helping to soften the economy. What people don't realize is that the market's going to probably go up. My base case anyway is that the reason we have the run to the numbers I'm talking about is because of the softening economy, not that the softening economy is a negative. As the economy moves towards recession and maybe into recession, the Fed's going to move back the other way. We went from, 4 cuts in the fourth quarter to all of a sudden people were questioning whether we'd get even 1 cut in 2025, right? Now we're up to 3 cuts because the economies look softer, and, GDP now from the Atlanta Fed was scared people into thinking we were already in recession. I do believe the Fed's very close to easing again. Whether they know it or not yet, I think they're going to have to ease through the bulk of this year. The economy is softening. And yeah, they're a little nervous about tariffs that being inflationary, et cetera. I think that too is a misread. Number one, I don't think we're going to see nearly the trade war or the tariffs that everybody's worried about. But number two, tariffs are a one-time raise in prices, right? It's they also the offset to that is that they also can create some softness in demand, so that you really don't look at tariffs on a longer term basis as something that's going to be inflationary. It could be more disinflationary or even deflationary if you really got a trade war. So I think economists make a mistake, and the Fed certainly, of viewing tariffs in a straightforward inflationary manner. I think it's far more nuanced than that.
We have to talk about stagflation in that context. You brought up the Atlanta Fed, the Atlanta Fed and the GDP Now forecast, which was a negative 2.4%, which they walked back a few days after because they probably realized that they caused quite a bit of stir in the market. And they said, well, let's take gold imports out of it, because we've all know, we'll get to gold here in our conversation in a minute. But they took gold out of it and said, oh, okay, we're back to positive territory, 0.4%, everything's fine. Goldman Sachs came out in the same sentence, pretty much saying, oh, 1.3% is our target for the GDP, which is much lower than where we're at, 2.3%. So I want to throw the stagflation debate back in here. It doesn't fit with the inflation, though. Like, we're seeing weakening economy, but you just said that you don't see inflation picking up again based on tariffs or other factors. Stagflation, is it really off the table, though?
I'm not a stagflation person. Even when it was thrown around in the last year or 2 years, I lived through the early 80s when stagflation that was when the term was invented. Stagflation was because we had relatively solid growth and inflation in the high single digits, and double digits at some point there. But, don't forget, we came down from high double digit inflation, mid-teens, even 20% inflation, and we went through a recession in the early 80s. That's what stagflation was. This idea that you can have, 1 or 2% growth, if that, and inflation at, 3%, and that's stagflation. No, it isn't. It's, we came through a long period where we had almost no inflation, and some growth, slow growth. So people are kind of spoiled by that and think that anything that's a higher inflation is stagflation. First of all, I think we're very close to recession, so that goes beyond stagflation, I think, but beyond the stag part of that. But secondly, more importantly, I do think inflation has peaked, is coming down. Any rise in the first quarter, we see it every year, seems to be a kind of a seasonal bias that gets worked out as you go through the year. Trueflation is a private measure out there that I'm not sure where their differences are, but their inflation number is well below the Fed's target of 2%. It's 1.3 or 4%. Shelter is one thing that has biased the indexes up. CPI in particular. It's not calculated properly to adjust for, to bring it to present day. And shelter is definitely weakening. Rents are sticky. Obviously, they don't come down quickly. But housing, although it's held up, you go to areas like Texas and Florida, and prices are coming down pretty quickly. So I think our indexes are not necessarily accurately representing where inflation is today. And at the very least, I don't think it's going up. I think it's coming down. It could be at 2% target already if it would calculate properly. So I think stagflation is kind of a neat word people glommed onto that didn't live through the early 80s. I just don't think it's the story of today.
Yeah, I definitely didn't live through the early 80s, so I can't really comment on that. I was only born in the mid 80s, so
You're lucky.
Yeah, I guess so. I was one of those. But you mentioned inflation rate, and of course, Trueflation is already showing 1.32% inflation, so we're already below the 2% target rate. Which brings me to the Fed, and you mentioned it yourself. The Fed might be forced to cut. Right now, I'm just looking at the CME Fed Watch tool, 97% of a Fed cut, but that hasn't really priced in the CPI number that came out this morning, the beat or downward beat of the CPI number, below market expectations. I want to work with you through like the fact, like, why would the Fed have to cut, and the various aspects to that. CPI number dropping, but bond yields is a topic that we skipped over earlier, but we got to talk about that.
Yeah, so I'm not saying they have to cut, and I really don't play the game of when you're within the month of the meeting. I don't play the game of are they going to cut or aren't they going to cut, because it's really a group of committee members sitting together, and I'm trying to guess their minds. It's hard.
But they're data dependent, David.
Yeah, they're data dependent, exactly. Frankly, I've been a defender of the Fed and a defender of Powell for the last couple of years, and I'm in an awkward place doing that because I'm saying the Fed's going to create the crack up, going to create a real problem, and that Powell's going to if Powell and the committee are going to make a big policy mistake along with other central banks. But if you just step back and look at the last year and what everybody was saying he should do or what was going to happen, he was the most right of anybody in terms of how they managed policy, right? I mean, he basically walked that line, and they brought rates down. They didn't create inflation. They didn't create recession. So they, in my mind, in the last year, they get an A. That doesn't mean they can't get an F in the next year, because I think we're heading for a place where they're going to make a big mistake. But up till now, it's really hard to fault the way they've done it. And they've really tried to walk that line between looking at the jobs picture, looking at inflation and balancing the risks, and at the same time, not throwing us into a recession. So I can't fault them for what's happened to date. The problem is it gets messy if we do start going into recession here and they still play cautious and say, well, yeah, but we don't want to go back to what happened in the last 10 years where we, blew QE up and we, printed like crazy and we dropped rates down to zero. We're not going back there. And I think that's the problem, is that they're going to be so worried about not doing what the Fed got criticized for in the last, decade or more, that they're going to sit on their hands too much at a time when it's desperately needed that they ease. So that's a little bit of where we're at now, is they could sit on their hands at this meeting at a time when they shouldn't. Particularly, they got criticized for doing a 50 basis point cut in September. So, they're going to be cautious about easing. And I think the way the economy works, it can look fine, and then all of a sudden you go off a cliff. I can remember September of 2008. I was a real loner. There were a few of us, I guess, out there, but that was saying we're headed for a hard landing. Literally, all of Wall Street's economists were saying soft landing, no recession in sight. That was, second week of September. 3 weeks later, we were in the biggest financial crisis in our history. I mean, that was how close we were, and they didn't see it. So when things start heading south, they can head south in a hurry. I don't think we're there. I think we'll start with a mild recession that causes them to say, yeah, we got to start easing again. We got to cut some rates again, and that will help the stock market. The problem is down the road when that starts accelerating into something worse, and they're just not up to speed with it.
No, that's what we're sort of maybe what we're seeing in the S&P 500 right now, and you're talking about the Fed put easing rates, QE. Supporting the market with liquidity or additional liquidity as well. And I think the market might have lost a bit of faith in the Fed or Trump put as well, just buoying the market with the excess liquidity and additional money printing, quite honestly.
As well they should. That's my point, is I think that's what brings on the bear market and the bust is it's not that they're not going to cut, a quarter point or even a half point along the way here. It's when the acceleration to the downside on the economy starts happening, and I think that's sometimes second half of this year. They're not going to be able to catch up to that because they're going to say, "Oh, we can't shovel another trillion into the market, into the system." People think we're just going back to the old ways. So the mistakes of the past are going to cause them to make the opposite mistakes this time around. In the next, 3, 4, 5 months, they're going to be easing in their typical gradual way, helping the market, and that's why I think we get this run. You're going to have, as I've said on X, the things that'll drive this final leg to the top, which is a big leg, and I think a fast leg, will be lower rates, lower dollar, Fed ease, and the sense that things are, it's a soft landing. It's not a hard landing. That's what I think is about to happen. I think between, Fed meeting in March and Fed meeting in June, I think you'll see a very robust stock market.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because we've had that discussion before, David, I believe, and I just lost my train of thought. Hold on. I wanted to talk about the Fed. Oh, okay, hold on.
Rates.
Yeah, no, I want to talk rates, but also the lag effect and keeping some flexibility to them. So, David, I think you got a point there, and we need to talk about maybe the Fed keeping some flexibility to themselves, but also lag effects. Even if they cut 25 basis points, what does that really mean? When does that trickle through the system as well? Like, I think it's symbolic. They could do that with words, not necessarily with rate cuts. So I'm curious, like two parts of the question here, David. A, should they keep some flexibility, meaning keeping rates fairly high, so if something does break, they can actually react to it instead of cutting early or potentially early, let's say in air brackets here, and then not have that flexibility as well in the system there.
Yeah, so part of the problem I have with that is it's not the Fed, and I'm forever saying this on X, it's not the Fed that cuts rates or that determines rates. The bond market basically determines rates. The Fed can control the overnight Fed funds rate, the rate that the banks charge each other to lend money back and forth. That's what they control. They can't control the 10-year, they can't control the 30-year, they can't control the 5-year. Obviously, they can influence it with their policy, but let's say the Fed totally says we're not cutting. We're holding firm here. Do you think the bond market's going to just sit and say, well, if the Fed's not cutting rates, they're not going anywhere? No. If the economy is softening, you're going to see a bond rally, a big bond rally, and then the Fed will follow the bond market ultimately. So they might lag, they might be slow to react. I don't care because the bond market's not slow to react. Right now, and I've been saying it this week, there's a setup in the bond market. The 10-year looks like it could go back to 440, 450. We were at 420 yesterday. We're already back up
432 right now as we speak.
Yeah. So I think we're on our way to that 440. There's a gap at 440 and there's a right shoulder top at 450. So somewhere between 440 and 450, I think we roll back over. And doesn't have to do that. Doesn't have to fill that gap. Doesn't have to go. The shoulder doesn't have to go back there. But that's, I think, likely. And if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen in the next 2 or 3 days. From there, I'm calling for a 2.5% 10-year probably by summer. So you're at 4.5, let's say, or 440, and you go to 2.5. That's a lot of ease, right? It doesn't matter what the Fed does. That bond market, and whether Fed's along with it or not, that's why I'm bullish.
Yeah,
because that's what I see.
I got to ask you about the correlation between the S&P 500 and the bond market, though, because right now we've seen a crash in the S&P, or a correction in the S&P 500 and a correction in the bond yields, meaning the bond yields have been dropping, meaning bonds have been rising. But what you're saying is we're dropping to 2.5%. That means the bond prices are crashing, which is good. But that also means that money is rotating out of other sectors, meaning why would the S&P 500 run with bonds crashing?
Well, I will say this: there are times when bonds are, rates are coming down sharply.
That's what I mean. Yeah, sorry, it's very difficult to keep that apart.
Right. Rates are coming down sharply and the bond market's running. There are times when that's very bearish for the stock market because they're doing that because the economy's crashing or the economy's heading, straight south. There are other times when the bond market's rallying and the stock market's rallying and rates coming down and the stock market's getting a benefit of rates coming down. It really depends on the environment. Like I said, right now, I believe what you've got and basically it's a, end of first quarter, March to July period. I think what you're going to have is rates coming down because inflation's coming down. I think you're going to be at the Fed target even on CPI. Rates coming down because the economy is softening, but it's not looking like it's heading, there's going to be plenty of evidence that things aren't going straight south. That, it may be that when they go back and calculate the recession, that it started before now. But in terms of Wall Street's analysis of it, there's still going to be enough evidence that the economy is holding firm into the third quarter before you start getting nervous. So, and part of the reason for that is if I'm right about rates coming down, they're going to also stimulate auto sales and stimulate housing sales again. So you're going to get a bump. Housing has peaked. Housing peaked a year and a half ago. Car sales are not going through the roof. But a drop in rates of that magnitude, and let's say they drop, half, 3/4 of a point even, is going to stimulate home buying, right, in the spring. Meaning now, it's going to stimulate some auto purchases. So those are kind of almost automatic stabilizers or offsets to the economy weakening. So that's why you're going to have enough things in the economy to keep the economists from getting dire, from saying, oh, we're in bad shape. So if you have the economy okay, soft landing, and you have rates coming down, dollar coming down, the Fed getting on board, you're going to, and I think by, sometime in the second quarter, some of this tariff stuff straightened out so that there are deals and things look more orderly, and it looks like maybe the U.S. is in better shape trade-wise than they were, and people are going to start back to the side of, hey, Trump is doing a pretty good job. These are pro-growth strategies. We are okay. All those things and a positive tape that's going from, S&P 5,500 to S&P 6,500, and all of a sudden everybody's on board the tape and they're saying, wow, it's great. I can guarantee you at 7,500, if I'm right about my number, at 7,500, you're going to have everybody all in and very bullish for the next 2 or 3 years. And I'll be saying we're at the top.
Yeah, no, it's then that's why you're a contrarian indicator and contrarian investor, and that's why I love chatting with you, because it's good to have a bit of a counterbalance to all the arguments. But I wouldn't say pushback, but I got to challenge you on the mortgage situation and the U.S. housing market a little bit, because back in September last year, when the interest rates got cut, mortgage rates went higher, and it didn't have the effect on the housing market that many expected. Why do you think it's different this time? And that's a very difficult or what do you call it? You can't. It's a dangerous saying. It's dangerous to say this time is different.
That's different. Yep. Well, yeah, I'm not saying really this time is different, because this is more typical. What was not typical was that, and that was a lot of that was obviously, first of all, the Fed did a 50 basis point cut, and soon after they did it, the economy strengthened, right? So they started getting criticized for having jumped the gun on easing. And secondly, you were going into the election, and there was a lot of uncertainty about tariffs. And if Trump wins, you're going to get exactly what we're seeing now, right? That was the fear. So I think rates went up, and I said then, and I'll say it again, I said it earlier in this show, there is a narrative out there that tariffs are inflationary, right? That's kind of conventional wisdom within the economic community. And there are others that agree with me. Tariffs are not per se inflationary. They cause an immediate, a one-time jump as prices get adjusted for the tariffs. The businesses raise their prices because they can't absorb all that, and the consumer can absorb some. So it's not a full one for one, but they do raise prices to offset some. But after that, that tariff is not inflationary, and in fact is disinflationary, if not deflationary, because higher prices lead to less demand and the economy slows. So this idea the Fed officials the Fed governors are doing it. Most of Wall Street economists, not all, there are some that agree with me, but they all kind of jumped to this idea that tariffs are inflationary. And in the immediate future, they may be, but really it's not a sustained inflationary effect. But that was really what drove rates up last fall. My read of the charts, my read of cross markets, my read of everything says that was a one-off situation. You're not going to see that again.
Yeah, I've been hearing commentary that auto loans might be the next what we call the next global trigger for the financial crisis here. I'm curious what your thoughts are. We're having a guest come on, I think next week, to talk exclusively about just auto loans and what the auto market looks like. I'm curious what your thoughts are, because you brought up the auto market here.
Yeah, I will certainly agree, because I'm calling for a global bust, as you know. Out beyond, we start with a recession, starts looking like a soft landing, and it gets harder and harder. But ultimately, I think within the next year, we're going to be in a global bust. Global bust, just simplify it and say something worse than 2008-9. That sounds crazy. Most people don't see that. But I think certainly auto loans will be a part of that. I think there's a lot of things, you can't have the leverage we have in the system and go through a surprisingly bad downturn and not have it, cause real problems. So I think, even I'd say the last 2, 3, 4 years of home purchases, a lot of those that, for particularly first-time home buyers that ran to that market and said, yeah, it's absorbing a lot more of my income than it should, but I can't afford, I'm not going to wait any longer. Those people aren't going to be able to carry through if they lose a job or what have you. So we're still going to have a housing downturn that I think could cause a 34 to 40% decline in home prices across the board, on average. Autos, I think, can be a problem. Certainly, commercial real estate, we're not out of the woods there yet. So there's a lot of things that once we start deleveraging, you're going to find out what deleverage means.
Yeah, no, auto loans is an interesting market because there are so many outstanding loans. They've just been given out just to anybody with zero down payments, very low interest rates.
Yeah, what's that sound like? That sounds like 2008 with
I've heard that before. Yeah,
mortgages, right?
Exactly.
And where people are buying cars with, I don't know what they're at now, 7 or 8 year auto loans. I mean, or these
I've
leases
heard 12
that are
years
incredible.
even. Like
12, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
It's ridiculous. Like when people mention the amount of months, like, I financed this for like 120 months. It's like, what?
At least you could make the case that homes could appreciate. With autos, they're depreciating from day one. So it really is ludicrous, but it's,
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to that conversation in detail as well, like if there's even a chance to make it through it. David, we have 2 more topics I quickly want to touch with you, but the US dollar we need to talk about, the Dixie at 103.5 against other currencies, of course, but how is that playing into the cards of Donald Trump here and the White House?
Yeah, I have been predicting a big drop in the dollar, and for a long time it was going against me. It's finally rolled over for sure. And I think next stop is probably 100. It can go to 103 and bounce to 104. But in terms of until there's any big turn, it's going probably back to 100. And then from there, I think it can go down to 90 and ultimately 82 is my target. And that's basically for the next, in 2025. So that's a huge drop. I don't know where the administration is in terms of the dollar. I don't think they're certainly not looking for that. But I also think they understand that, a weaker dollar helps trade to some extent, helps his agenda to some extent. So I don't think they're going to be all that worried if the dollar's going down, maybe not because they're pushing it down, but for other reasons.
We just need to talk drivers. Why would the dollar decline so much versus the other currencies? And I have a question prepared about the EU for you as well, and how much of a competitor it is now, especially for capital and liquidity.
Yeah, some of it, currencies are very much a technically driven thing. A lot of what happens there is in the charts. Not that there aren't fundamentals behind it, but a lot of the dollar's weakness is the paired currency's strength. So you can see a lot more strength coming in the euro, in the British pound, in the commodity currencies like the Aussie and the loonie. You've got Japan is the big one in terms of, I think they've turned the corner. The yen came down for so long. There's a long ways for that to go back up. I've got it going up from 0.0066 or wherever it is to 0.0085. That's a pretty big move. So a lot of the dollar's weakness is really the other currency's strength, and it's strength from places where they were deeply oversold. So it's not like they're long, their stories are big, long stories, but for the next, balance of this year, I think the story has been reversed. Some of it is policy. I suspect what we're going to find is that our economy somewhere probably beginning second half of this year accelerates to the downside faster than the others. Our policy changes are bigger, so it causes a lot of currency change is relative policy comparisons or interest rate comparisons, etc. I think there's going to come a point here in the second quarter where our rates are dropping faster than anybody else's, and that causes the dollar to go down.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I brought up the EU here because it seems like we're going on a spending spree here very, very soon. Not just defense, infrastructure, which we desperately need, especially here in Germany, talking about the train infrastructure and the rail infrastructure here. But how much competition is the EU, for example, to the US right now in terms of like liquidity drag? Because I would assume some of the drop in the S&P 500 had to do with money shifting over to the DAX, for example, the German index, and just curious, like how much of a competition that is for the capital that's out there.
Yeah, there's certainly, you're hearing certainly lots of institutional investors saying we're reallocating some of the money from the U.S. there. Not everybody, there's lots of them that still are in the camp that the U.S. is the lead. And that's my view. I think this last leg up into the top, I've always said there would be sympathy moves around the world. It's not just the U.S., but the U.S. is going to be parabolic. The others aren't going to be quite so parabolic or aren't going to be so strong. But I think they will. I'm not sure. If my call is from here to 7,500 on the S&P in the next 3 or 4 months, I don't think any of the European markets are going to match that. They'll go up in sympathy, or they'll go up because some people say there's a better value there, and you are seeing some fiscal expansion and monetary expansion there. Those are reasons for some people to say I got to reallocate, but I think by and large the U.S. is going to still be the lead.
Yeah. No, I tend to agree. They're ahead of everybody else in the AI race, it seems, and other sectors as well. And we don't have to talk about the military prowess here, of course. David, we need to talk about gold as our last topic. Of course, we touched on it, talking about the Atlanta Fed GDP now numbers, and if we take out the gold imports from Switzerland back to the U.S., the Fed GDP now, or not the Fed, the Atlanta Fed GDP number is positive again. But my point is, gold has been having a massive impact generally. It's actually entered the mainstream media again. Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, Donald Trump have been talking about gold, auditing Fort Knox. How much momentum is left in the gold price here, and where do you see gold headed?
Yeah, I have a 3,400 target, and I don't know whether I raised it last year, but
no, I think you had it in October as well, 34.
Yeah, I think I raised it in the middle of the year. It was 3,000 was my target, and I raised 3,400. I have said more than once that's a conservative target. I think it can go higher than that, but that's kind of, take it a step at a time. Part of the reason I'm figuring it's conservative is because I have a $75 target on silver. So it's hard, even though I know silver is going to outperform in the bull market, it's hard to see silver go from 33 to 75 and gold go 400 points. So I'm guessing if the dollar drops to the extent I'm talking and silver goes where I'm saying, gold's going above 3,400. But for now, 3,400 is my target. That's a pretty good move from here. And I think it's true of the whole metals complex. I think copper is 460 or wherever it is, and I have a $6 target there. I think you're going to have a very strong metals market in the next 6 months. I mean, very strong. One of those special times when we see a 6-month period where metals outperform everything.
Got to talk. I have to ask you, David, about the time frame for copper, because you said you're predicting the recession towards the end of the year. How does that fit with the $6 price target for copper?
My guess is copper fits more with my mid-year saying you could see the stock market run from here to
okay.
could 3 or 4 months. I think copper will probably top out pretty much with the stock market, whereas the precious metals probably move beyond that for 2 or 3 months because they have other things that can drive them.
No. Okay. I just needed to clarify because it needs to fit the recession.
Right.
Forecast,
yeah, for sure.
Right?
I on the other side, I think copper has, if I'm right about a global bust, and that means an 80% downside in the stock market, and gold, let's say silver goes 75, it could come back here or below. So in other words, all assets going to get hit except maybe treasuries. In that environment, copper could fall from $6 to $1. I mean, so I'm definitely, yes, the recession will take copper back down, and a bust will take it down even further.
Yeah.
Can I just talk one last asset that I think is important is oil. And oil has, I was the bear on the street for a few years while everybody else was, either neutral or positive. And I had a $60 target. I still have that $60 target for this year. I think we could see it in the second quarter. And I think it could fall below 60, but ultimately my target is 30 in the bust. So in the next year sometime, I think you could see 30. From there, this is probably the bigger story. From there, in the recovery after the bust, this bust is probably a 12 to 18 month time horizon, and I think probably shorter rather than longer. After the bust, we'll have a recovery cycle. I think commodities will go through the roof. Oil could go to $500 from 30. That's an insane move. And gold could go from, let's say gold goes back from, mid 3000s back to the breakout at 2100, let's say. From 2100, I think it could go to 20,000 by early next decade. So commodities will be the story of the next cycle.
No, I just looked at the oil price chart back in 2020 when we've actually had negative oil and where it ran to. Yeah. So it's still an impressive move. So massive moves like that are possible. So history has proven that. David, very, very last question: recession or depression?
It's I use the term bust as a kind of in between the two. It is a period similar in length to a recession, so a year or a little more, but it has the feel of a depression because I think it'll be potentially the biggest financial crisis in our history. So 2008-9 was really the biggest. I think this could be bigger financially. From a GDP standpoint, it may not be as big as 2008-9, but from an overall economy standpoint and financial standpoint, I think it's bigger than 2008-9. But not a depression. Depression is something that's drawn out. I think that's a mid 2030s story. You know my story there. I think we could see a total collapse then because you go from a deflationary bust next year or in the next year, to hyperinflation by the early 30s. It could be 25% in this country. And that means interest rates are up at close to 20%. And this is around the world, hyperinflation and interest rates flying. You can't balance the equation given the $320 trillion of debt in the world system now, that I think could grow to 450 to 500 trillion by the end of this decade. How do you, and just look at our U.S. government debt? How do you service that debt when interest rates go through the roof? You can't. So there has to be, there's going to be defaults all over the place at some point.
The chickens have to come home to roost.
They do.
It's a fact. That is just fact.
And you could push this down the road as long as you had a printing press. Once you get hyperinflation on top of what we've just done in the last 20 years with debt, and not just here but around the world, once you lose the printing press if inflation goes double digit. Once that happens, you have no ability to keep this thing extended. It can extend for a couple of years because they'll play all kinds of games and tricks. But I estimate by 2033 to 35, the whole world system collapses. It's basically the end of the Ponzi scheme. That Ponzi scheme's been in place, started gradually after the Great Depression, has been in place for 80 years and will be 90 by the time we get to there. And you just can't keep it going if you don't have the printing press.
No, fantastic. David, tremendously appreciate your time as always. It's always great to catch up. Where can we send our viewers that the very few that don't know of you yet, but where can we send them?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter every day. Sometimes it's for good and sometimes for bad, but I'm there. My Twitter handle or my X handle is at Dave H. Contrarian. So DAVE, not David. at Dave H. Contrarian. I also put out a quarterly letter by subscription, so there's a cost to it. Anybody interested in details of that can direct message me on X.
Fantastic. David, wonderful conversation. Really, really appreciate your time. We'll have to get you back soon to see how everything's playing out, the tariff narrative, the first 100 days in the office. There's so much going on. And,
this summer could be a good time to look back and say, was he right or was he crazy?
No, I was like, I can't wait, to be honest, looking back 15 years from now to see where we're at and how things have been impacted.
We're living through history for sure.
Yeah, because I think we're still trying to figure out the impacts of the first Trump term and what that caused and what the impacts were, and still trying to figure that one out. So, no, David, thank you so much, and everybody else, thank you so much for tuning in to Soar Financially. We tremendously appreciate your support, but if you haven't done so, hit that subscribe button, because I know 80% of you watching haven't hit that subscribe button. It helps us out tremendously, reach a wider audience, bring guests like David onto the program, so we really thank you for that. What do you think of the conversation? Leave a comment down below. How do you see things playing out? I do read every single comment, not always healthy, but I'll do it, and please, put it down below. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back with lots more. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. It is time to expose YouTube personal finance gurus, aka scammers, hustlers. We're going to expose these guys, people like Jeremy from Financial Education, Graham Stephen, Andre Jick, Meet Kevin, Tom Nash, Minority Mindset, and others. There are a slew of these guys and these channels that pushed scams like FTX, and now that whole Ponzi scheme has tumbled, they are trying to actually cover up what happened, or when they put out a video addressing it, it is completely disingenuous, and they're not really taking responsibility for their audience losing, some of them thousands of dollars, some of them their entire life savings, because they listen to these guys. Now, before we get into this, I'd like to ask you to please subscribe to the channel if you are new here and you haven't subscribed yet, and like the video if you don't mind, and leave a comment. It does help boost the algorithm. So I have done videos talking about FTX before. You can find that on this channel, and on my second channel, the Radix Report, I talk about Tether as well. And I wanted to do a video exposing these guys because I have been thinking about this for a while. So the first thing you might be thinking, right, is who on earth would entrust their financial future to somebody who looks like this? Like, that's Andre Gique. This is Andre Gique. Do they really look like the kinds of people that are going to be responsible with your money? Here's Graham Stephan. He was promoted by CNBC and other mainstream outlets as being a, young multimillionaire. And a lot of these guys kind of pretend, or they make it appear that they got their money through investing, or Graham through real estate. And I would say Graham, out of everybody we're going to cover today, is probably the most who is actually knowledgeable when it comes to finances and the market, but he is not absolved from this. And I do not like how he put out this 2-minute video. He didn't even title it an apology video, and he was part of the channel called Millennial Money. That was Jeremy of Financial Education, Andre Gique, Graham Stephan, and Meet Kevin, the four of them. They created a channel called Millennial Money that has now been deleted. Pretty much every single video on that channel had this FTX logo in the corner, in the top corner. So I've been waiting to talk about this. So here is Graham Stephan addressing what happened. And if you are not familiar with what happened, please watch my other video on Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX, exposing the entire Ponzi scheme, how it came crashing down, how it was used to basically launder money for political operatives, how it was used for Ukraine, who the background family is of Sam Bankman-Fried. Really Graceful has also done a very good video going into that. So I highly recommend that you guys go to her channel and watch the video she put out. It's only about 7 minutes long. But here's Graham Stephan. This is a man, mind you, who has been shilling FTX for a very long time, not just as a sponsor on his channel, but also on the Millennial Money channel. So listen to this.
The situation seems to be changing every few minutes, but as some of you may have seen, FTX US has been a sponsor here on the channel for the majority of the year. Their international counterpart, however, FTX.com, has recently faced liquidity issues, disabled withdrawals, and because of that, I'm worried about the potential impact to FTX US.
So this is something that they all started doing immediately, which they tried to pretend that FTX US is different, is somehow protected from everything that was going on with the company being bankrupted and us learning about a backdoor that was built in so they could launder money and take money and transfer it from one company to another. And by the way, just look at the corporate structure of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried. It is so shadowy. There's so many different networks and companies. It's obvious something really bad was going on, and they have it based in the Caribbean, right? Offshore tax haven, loophole type things. Like, let's just be real, guys, okay? There wasn't a difference, but this was the first cope that these guys tried to do to minimize the responsibility they had to their audience. And let me also say, why do they all seem like they're not even real human beings? Look at how they look into the camera. They're all reading from a script. And by the way, I'm going to prove to you that they're all reading from a script. They're all basically represented by the same talent agency. And just, they all sound like professional salesmen, don't they? Doesn't this sound like a car dealer salesman to you? Listen to how he talks.
I think it's pretty safe to say as a result of that, I'm no longer working with them. Fortunately, as of right now, FTX US maintains that they're a separate entity from FTX.com. They're fully backed one-to-one, and they're operating normally. In fact,
no, they're not. Actually, they suspended withdrawals, and they have no assets. There is no money. So if you had money in there, you lost it. You're not getting it back. So the members of his audience, mind you, he has 4 million subscribers that listened to him and believed him. And here's what's so insidious about what they were doing. FTX had people like Bill Clinton, Katy Perry, Tom Brady, and others pushing FTX. They had an arena, a stadium named after them, right? They had big name people pushing FTX, but they also started paying millions of dollars to YouTubers, because the thing with YouTubers is the audience tends to believe that they are more trustworthy and authentic because they're YouTubers. They're not seen as corporate entities like perhaps a Hollywood celebrity. People tend to believe them more and put more stock into what they say. And I think everybody kind of has their favorite YouTuber that they almost develop like a parasocial relationship with. with. There are some people who don't like my content, for example, but maybe they really, really like legal mindset, okay? And that's their guy. So, and Andrew, of course, would never do anything like this, but imagine that you become familiar with a content creator, you begin to trust them, and if they appear kind of the way that they do, where they kind of look into the camera, they act like they're being really candid. A lot of these guys talked about how transparent they were. You believe that they're telling the truth. So you're more likely to invest your money in a product that they're recommending because of that. So they took advantage of that relationship and the power dynamic between a content creator and their audience. That you have a responsibility, I believe, as a content creator to your audience. You have an obligation to them to be as truthful as possible, to tell the truth. And if you're going to get sponsors for your channel, to research them properly. Anyone could have known that FTX was a scam. Hey guys, 8% return on investment. Does that sound too good to be true? Yeah, it does. That's because it is. And anytime there's a higher return on investment, it means that the investment is risky, that they're engaging in higher risk, higher return, higher risk. So they knew, unless they're incredibly dumb, they knew. But they did it anyways because they're that greedy. And I'll tell you, these guys are making millions of dollars. This man is a multimillionaire. Did he really need the extra money? How greedy can you be? But they could not help themselves. And does he really sound sorry for the people of his audience who maybe lost their entire life savings?
You're still able to buy, sell, and withdraw as usual. Although with everything going on, I'm not sure how much longer that's going to last.
No, it immediately ended. And by the way, he has not provided an update on this situation because these people know that they are under the microscope right now. And in fact, they could face lawsuits for their involvement in pushing this stuff. I have been talking about these scams, these crypto scams, for years. So I, for one, feel vindicated.
So if you hold anything on FTX US, you could still take it out and transfer it to an external wallet or wherever else you please without any issue. Now, I really hope that I'm preemptively jumping the gun, that FTX US is fully backed as they say, that there's not going to be any issue and everything will continue operating normally. I would love to be proven wrong, be overly cautious, and say all of this for nothing. But I'd rather be overly cautious and remind people to move their money off of the exchange, especially during a time where everything is still functioning. Of course, this just comes as a huge shock because I've always been completely transparent about
I've always been completely transparent. No, you haven't. Let's be honest.
everything I do here on the channel and everything involving personal finance, so I feel like I owe it to you to explain the situation and what's going on. As much as I trusted the information that I was given, I was wrong and I'm sorry. I trusted them, but in the end, their parent company was not forthcoming with all of the risks, this being one of them. This type of behavior is not something that I ever would have expected.
But why didn't you expect it? It's called due diligence. You have a duty and an obligation and a responsibility when you have that big of a platform, sir. When you have 4 million subscribers, sir, you have a duty to do some due diligence, to do a little bit of investigating. And again, as I said, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. He's not a dumb man. He is a multimillionaire in his 20s. He didn't get that way by being dumb. He knows better.
But if FTX US is at risk, I don't want anyone to get screwed. Like I said, thankfully, all funds at FTX US are not impacted, and
That's
I
not
pray
true.
it's
That is an absolute lie. And where, sir, is your updated video talking about how that was not true and you apologize for putting out misinformation?
stays that way. I know just as much as you do at this point. So after watching everything transpire outside of the US with FTX.com, I wanted to give you my full thoughts so that you're up to date. And again, I do my best to research and vet everything that comes my way. And this one I did not see coming. I've
Oh, really?
also personally used them as an exchange because of how trusted they were in the industry. I saw that they were backed by really big investors like BlackRock, Tiger Global, and Sequoia Capital. So I didn't think this was ever a possibility of ever happening, but here we are.
Come on. Crypto is, by its nature, not stable. There is no real regulation, so it's obviously risky. You knew that. You're not dumb. Let's move on.
Crypto proving one.
Here we go to Andre Gique, another one of these guys who has made millions of, by the way, every single guy that we're showing you, these guys have made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in FTX sponsorships. So you have to keep that in mind. And they blow money like you wouldn't believe. It is such an insult to their audience who've lost everything. Like, this guy will blow $100,000 on Pokemon cards for a YouTube video. That's how much money he has, and he's not particularly smart.
Once again, that we can make millionaires out of billionaires. So here's a recap of how we got here.
Again, and I want you to pay attention to how these videos are slick, how they're totally scripted and crafted and edited, because all these guys are represented by the same agency. They might all be filming in the same location, their little fancy cars that they take pictures with, the Lamborghinis and stuff, that might be owned by the agency, and they might all be using the same vehicle. I mean, really, we don't know. That's what's so creepy about this whole thing. When you think YouTube content creator, you think independent person like me sitting at home in their basement at a desk with their laptop and a camera and a Yeti microphone just talking into it. These guys are probably recording in a studio, okay, with people that edit their videos for them. They do these jump cuts, they do this slick editing, and they talk to you directly into the camera using a teleprompter and a pre-typed script. So when they look directly into the camera, you think that this person is more authentic, and they all kind of pretend to be knowledgeable, that they have a clue what the hell they're talking about. Obviously they didn't, but just keep that in mind.
Previously on Yu-Gi-Oh! So this week started off with CZ and Binance tweeting that they were going to sell their entire stake of FTX tokens because FTX was potentially insolvent.
What's amazing to me about this is this is a man who was sponsored by FTX, not just on his personal channel, but on the Millennial Money channel, which has been completely wiped, okay? He is doing a video covering what happened from the position of, like, an outsider, right? He just goes into a video like, oh, let me explain what happened. Where's your addressing of what you did, sir? To me, the levels of disrespect for his audience here and the grifting is off the charts. So we're going to go to about the 8-minute mark in here, because this is where he finally addresses some of this. Let's see.
Up to look into the mismanagement of FTX customer funds. But if FTX is allowed, it'll create a better, but the way data is stored. Now, if you've never heard of this really nerdy term in crypto, it's really easy. Merkle trees allow exchanges to see a customer's account hash number, which shows them how much money we have. That data is then stored on a leaf node where it will then be audited by a third-party company to make
where he finally says, oh, gee, guys, I should have known better.
Sure that an exchange has all the money it says it does and that it's not lending it out to someone else. Because the only way for crypto to succeed at this point is to provide full transparency and to be a full reserve system, not a fractional reserve system like what's happened with the banks. Crypto companies should not be allowed to lend out customer deposits. They should not be allowed to.
And you should have known. You should have looked into him. You should have known what was going on. It's funny that he brings up Michael Burry, too, who said that,
help me explain investing like I was fine.
Okay, here we go.
I've always
this is
anything at all. With that,
this is where he finally gets into his little explanation here.
That said, on a personal note, I just want to tell you my personal involvement with FTX.
Oh, finally he gets to it. Finally, at the end of this video, instead of titling this video, hey guys, I'm sorry I fucked up. I'm sorry I grifted and scammed and lied to you, and I'm sorry if you lost everything. He buries it at the last couple minutes of a video where he just goes into like the FTX thing as if he had nothing to do with it. Unreal.
Growing up, I've always felt a little dumb when it comes to investing.
Because you don't actually know anything about investing. You are reading from a script someone else wrote for you, most likely, and using a teleprompter. You don't know what you're talking about.
I still do sometimes, but I used to too. And I've always wanted someone to help me explain investing like I was 5, because I mentally am sometimes.
Yeah, you think? And look at how he's doing the car salesman thing again. This is salesperson speak, okay? This is not a genuine person having a conversation with people he cares about. Oh, and it gets even worse at the end here. It is absolutely unreal. I'll let you see for yourself, though.
And with each and every video that I make here on YouTube, I feel like I get smarter every week. And I try to make a very clear point that most of crypto is more so gambling than it is investing.
That's not what you said last year, bud. That's not what you said 5 months ago. I love how they're doing this now, though. Oh, now it's gambling. You know, when they had their millennial money to the stonks to the moon, you know, shit that they were promoting, like they did not say that, oh, gee, guys, this is incredibly speculative because it produces nothing of actual value, which is what Michael Burry said. You'd be a lot better investing in farmland. Farmland can produce income year after year after year because it has utility.
Especially NFTs. And I go out of my way to make a very clear distinction, the difference between grown-up...
I'm sorry, weren't you the one that was promoting the Spider-Man NFT? Holy cow.
Adult investing and building wealth, and gambling, not investing, but gambling less than 5% of my net worth into something trendy or topical perhaps that week to make my YouTube videos just a little bit more high stakes and a little bit more fun to watch.
So he admits, oh yeah, I make so much money off of you dumb poor bastards that I can blow money for a YouTube video. I can blow $100,000 on Pokemon cards just to make the video fun. I can blow money on some stupid NFT just to make a YouTube video. Well, gee guys, I wish I had that level of disposable income, okay? I'm sure a lot of his audience who lost tons of money wishes they had money they could just blow on Pokemon cards and an NFT for a video, for one video. Holy hell, the lack of self-awareness. But he actually just lied because in another video or in another comment, he actually said he lost 10% of his net worth.
I try
not 5%.
to counterbalance those videos with the real way to build wealth that's provable, which is the Warren Buffett approach, and to focus on broad market index funds and to max out your employer contribution match inside of a 401k, the traditional one, then getting a Roth IRA, maxing it out, then going back to the 401k and maxing that out, getting an HSA, maxing it out if you can, having some real estate, having some bonds, having some dividends, and diversifying.
Oh yeah, I remember his dividend phase. He goes through these different phases. Just go look at his channel where he pumps certain things, then he moves on, you know, options, dividend. It's unreal. So let's, and this man, I'm convinced, has no soul, okay? Let's go to the end of the video because I shit you not, he's going to shill for BlockFi.
To have taken on the sponsorship with FTX on the Millennial Money podcast. I should have known better, and for that, I'm sorry. I owe you at least that disclosure and an apology. So going forward, I'm going to remove all of my BlockFi links and I will not include them, and I strongly urge anyone that has their money either on BlockFi or FTX to please move it offline somewhere that's safe while you still can, because you never know with everything that's going on, and it's better to be safe than sorry. So with that said, I will try to do better by you in the future. I'm going to continue to be transparent. Thank you for giving me the benefit of the...
I'm going to continue to be transparent. What?
If it did, I would cancel myself off the internet faster. Closure. It'll never be enough. And
this is amazing.
Index funds into max out your 401k and maxing that out, getting an HSA, maxing it out if you can, having some real estate, having some bonds, having some dividends, and diversifying. That is how I started my YouTube channel, and that has not changed. Even if the frequency of those videos has, my money is still true to those principles. But I realize now that no matter how many times I try to go out of my way to give that disclosure, it'll never be enough, and I have to live with that. Now, I'm very proud of the fact that I have never accepted money to promote a crypto coin or a token or an NFT. Ever in my life. I know, sounds like it might be hard to believe considering how many I've covered throughout the last year, but I was never paid to do it.
Sure.
And if anyone claims that I was, the burden of proving that would be impossible because it never happened. If it did, I would cancel myself off the internet faster than anyone else tried to, because
Guys, you hear the soft piano shit in the background? These people have no shame. I am convinced.
Okay, so this is not.
I am convinced that these people are just complete scum. Here's Tom Nash.
Not going to be an easy video to make. It's not going to make me feel good, but you deserve to hear this, which means we're doing the video. Now, a few months ago, I was sponsored by FTX.
Oh, yeah, we all remember, okay?
Now, which means I promoted FTX to everybody who watched my videos. I got paid to say how great they were. Now, when this whole crisis started, I tried to get off easy. Basically saying, well, I only work with FTX US and FTX US is fine. There's no problem with FTX US.
You heard Graham Stephan do that. Oh, FTX US is fine. They were all reading from a script, guys, that they're continuously being given.
We know now that this was a bunch of horse shit. Never mind factually incorrect, because FTX US went bankrupt at the same time FTX.com. Yes, it had withdrawals open for another day, but that doesn't really matter. Beyond the factually incorrect statement, I was trying to get off easy here, basically copping out.
Oh, yeah. So, hey, guys, you're going to continue to trust. It is amazing to me that people still are watching these guys, still tuning in, still listening to them when they flat out admit, oh, yeah, I lied to you because I just didn't want to take responsibility. And the only reason he's doing it now is because he's getting so much shit from his audience, all right? I've read the comments, okay? I've seen people saying they lost their entire life savings because they believe these people. It's disgusting.
Not taking responsibility, and I think it was wrong. I don't think you deserve that from me. My mistake was that I agreed to work with these guys because I absolutely was blinded or mesmerized or fanboyed by the fact that all of these insane investors are in it, like the BlackRocks, the Sequoias.
The BlackRocks, the Sequoias. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. All right, you were blinded by the millions of dollars you were getting paid. Let's be real.
Because I was looking at this company, it had no way for me to verify anything about it. It's a private company.
So you decided to pitch it to your audience? You had no way to verify anything about it? That wasn't perhaps a red flag? Maybe the major return on investment didn't seem a little bit risky to you? That wasn't another red flag? No, you saw the barrels of money being dangled in front of your face like a carrot, and you decided to expose your audience to massive risk and lie to them for money, sir.
But I was basically saying, well, look, all these great investors are in it. Like billions of dollars. I mean, how bad can it be? This was a huge mistake. I should have done better. I should have done better due diligence. And if I couldn't do the due diligence, I should have just walked away. That's the simple truth that I have to admit to myself and to you, which I haven't so far, but this has to happen. Now, I also want to come clean as far as how this whole process worked. These guys paid me $50,000. I got about 40 grand because I had to pay 10,000 to the agent, or 42 grand per month. That's the month we work.
Some people in America are barely making 50 grand a year. He was making that per month. And these other ones, these bigger guys, his channel is relatively small compared to the others. I think he's around 300,000 subscribers. As someone like Graham Stephan that has 4 million subscribers, he was probably making $100,000 a month. Per month. How much money do you need, you sickos?
For a month and a couple of weeks.
Unbelievable levels of greed and arrogance.
And the idea was that they pay me all this money. And in my head, I'm saying, well, they pay me all this money to promote a company that's literally sponsored by BlackRock and Sequoia. Tom Brady's promoting them. They're on NBA arena and stuff, right? I mean, that's a creator's dream. Like this massive brand comes to you and wants to give you $50,000 a month to promote them, do the same thing that Tom Brady does. Now, look, I'm not saying that this was right. I'm 100% telling you this was wrong and I should not have done that. But I'm just kind of trying to share with you my perspective of how I saw it back in the day, why I made this horrible mistake. Because for me, it's like, look, I got a family, I got kids. I'm trying to put my kids through college, make sure that my family is okay. And somebody comes up and they basically say, well, if you work with us for a whole year, we're going to put all of your kids through college. And we work with Tom Brady, with Steph Curry, and we have BlackRock and Sequoia.
They bribed you. You were bribed.
Put yourself in my shoes. Would you have considered this? Or
No, you were bribed. It's called making a deal with the devil, sir. You do not need 50 grand per month to put your kids into college. Okay? It's not what, no, you, sir, made a deal with the devil. And yeah, there are some people that would say, hey, this sounds a little too good to be true. I'm getting paid 50 grand a month to do a 30-second promotion for a company. You think that perhaps sounds a bit too good to be true? Don't try to justify it. Oh, poor me. Oh, I'm just a little poor person just like you that has children to feed. Oh, no. You are sick in the head, sir.
Or would you have absolutely said, no way? I mean, obviously, I should have said no, but...
And the only reason you guys are making these videos is because you are concerned that you are, number one, going to be investigated by the SEC, and number two, that you could face potential legal ramifications, lawsuits for your participation in a Ponzi scheme.
I'm saying, see the temptation that they've created for me, and that's why I fucked up.
That's what Satan does. Have some fucking dignity and fortitude, sir.
Now, for about 10 years, I was an absolute corporate slave. I worked as a senior manager for Deloitte. I was absolutely miserable. I hated every minute of it. I felt like I was dying inside. I couldn't see my kids. I was never home.
Oh, like regular people problems. Oh, you're so much better than everybody else. Dude, you had a cushy job at Deloitte, a federal contractor, that you were probably making 6 figures already from that. Oh, I couldn't see my kids. Oh, please. How many people are working 3 jobs right now? And how often are they able to see their kids? And because they followed your channel, what little money they had, they invested in a fucking Ponzi scheme.
I was depressed, tired, just sad. And because I was always in this corporate environments, I couldn't be me. And you've seen me in my videos. Like, the real me doesn't really blend well in corporate world. So I had to act more normal than I usually am. And
that's what everybody has to do. Everybody has to, try to fit in at the office. You think anybody that's ever worked an office job feels real great about being there?
When I was at my almost total breaking point.
But he's a special boy.
YouTube came in and it freaking saved me. Like, I was out. I had no choice. I was unable to do this shit anymore, to do this fucking The Office. And YouTube came into my life and basically said, hey, you get to do what you love, talk to an audience, be who you really are, and get paid a shit ton of money. And I was absolutely blown away how almost I felt like divine intervention, like YouTube saved me.
Oh, it saved him. Yeah, how many people are, spend years trying to develop a YouTube audience and they can't? How many people have 1,000 subscribers and 35 views on a video, and it doesn't matter how hard they work or how good their content is, they can never seem to beat the algorithm, and YouTube promotes certain people with certain agendas. Isn't that nice?
There's been a lot of craziness.
Here we go. We've got another one. This one here is minority mindset. Now, again, it's like, oh, I'm making this video because I'm concerned that perhaps I'm being investigated.
Around crypto and FTX particularly. So I wanted to make this quick video. It's completely raw. It's unscripted. So let me just talk about what's going on, that we're both on the same page. First, on the topic of...
I love how he says it's completely raw, unscripted. So we're both on the same page. Like, there's only 2 people here. You, the audience member, and him, as if he's only talking to you. Like, they do these manipulation tricks, guys. He has tons of subscribers, so we're both on the same page. Oh, it's just me and you, one-on-one. You guys are so awful.
FTX, I want to talk about what's important to you. There's 2 different companies. You have FTX.com, which is the international division, and then you have FTX US. So I began working with FTX US earlier in 2022. And by the time I began working with FTX US, FTX.com, which is the international division, had already spun off. And you have these two companies, FTX.com
Here's
and
the
FTX
cope,
US.
here's the
So I
spin.
never worked with FTX.com. Well, FTX.com, the international division, is now facing a lot of liquidity issues. They're on the verge of bankruptcy. They're not funding crypto withdrawals. People can't get their money out. So they're right now facing a lot of issues. FTX US, which is the company that had sponsored me, I haven't worked with them in a little while now, but the company that has sponsored me in the past, they are currently okay.
See, that was the script that they were all given. And you know it was a script because that was the cope that they all went with. Tom Nash just had to talk about how he said the same thing and lied the same way.
This video is not brought to you by FTX, whose founder just lost 94% of his net worth.
Oh, but how many of your videos were brought to you by FTX? Kevin. This is Meet Kevin, another scumbag.
In the crazy crypto wipeout happening today. It's maddening. Instead, this video is brought to you by the brand new course that...
Oh, here's my brand new course. He's shilling a course after he is responsible for people losing tons of money. After he promoted a Ponzi scheme. We are not even 30 seconds into his video addressing said Ponzi scheme where he is shilling a course. Wow, guys. Wow.
I am releasing on Black Friday. That's on pre-sale. Linked down below. Use that coupon code.
Used car salesman. It's unbelievable to me that people listen to these guys.
Consider joining
and
the
watch
new program,
them and give
Elite
them
Hustlers
money.
University. Also,
Elite Hustlers University. They have no shame, okay? They're laughing at you.
check out the other programs on building your wealth. The crypto market is in utter collapse mode, with Bitcoin at the time of this recording down over 10%, revisiting briefly the lows we have not seen in Bitcoin since June 20th and 19th, where Bitcoin traded around.
You have no shame, sir.
The gentleman you're looking at right there, his name is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was the president of the United States of America.
Here's another one. Jeremy from Financial Education. This is a guy that pumped penny stocks, okay? If you know anything about the Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, that's how he made his money and how he got investigated. And by the way, this guy, I believe, if I understand correctly, is currently under investigation by the SEC and just filed for bankruptcy. This is the asshole who pushed the Spider-Man NFT, Voyager Digital, Tattooed Chef, it just goes on and on. Palantir, they all pushed Palantir. Oh, this is going to be the next big stock. This is going to be the next Tesla. Palantir is going to make billions of dollars. No, Palantir has always been a CIA company that has always operated at a loss. It has never made money. Peter Thiel is an intelligence operative. He is an intelligence contractor. His technology, Palantir, has always been used by the federal government. It has always been not profitable. So the idea that Palantir was going to be the next huge stock, it just was like, have you done any due diligence at all whatsoever? And I don't believe that they have. But let me show you guys this Creators Agency. Creators Agency is a talent management agency for digital creators. So look, you got Graham Stephan here, Erica Kohlberg. Yeah, the Kohlbergs, I believe, are behind this agency, making tons of money pretending to know about business and finance. This guy, Nate O'Brien. Look at him. Look how young he is. What do you think that these people actually know about money? They don't. They read a script that is provided to them while looking very innocently into the camera and being attractive. And people are so dumb, they believe it. Spencer Cornelia, here's another one. Meet Kevin, Jake Tran, another sellout. Andre Gique, we just covered that guy. Brian Young, and more. 50 plus creators, 35 million subscribers, 3.24 billion YouTube views. It's just absolutely insane how much money these people were making. This 31-year-old went all in on YouTube and now makes $6 million a year. How much money a YouTuber with 1.7 million subscribers has made this year from crypto and personal finance videos, selling Ponzi schemes and pumping and dumping stocks. It just, to me, is absolutely insane. It is stunning. Stunning. The sheer audacity of it all. I mean, wow, guys. Wow. Wow. Okay, so they have their About Us, talent management. We help influencers scale their business and brand, business strategy, ventures. So this company basically they'll find sponsors for people. Okay, so just look at everybody here. Real estate creator. Here's Minority Mindset, the guy that we just saw. All of these people, all right, they're all given scripts. Look at this. And so that should be dinging alarm bells for you guys. That should be very disturbing. Meet the founders. Erica Kohlberg, an attorney and personal finance expert featured in CNBC, U.S. News and World Report, Business Insider, The Washington Post, a graduate of Georgetown Law. Look at this kid. Holy crap. Apple Kreider? He operates a network of personal finance blogs and affiliate sites. I wouldn't even know what to do. Eric Kohlberg has a background in traditional finance, helping institutional clients source liquidity across Asia equity markets. Unreal. What a scam. What an absolute scam. CoffeeZilla says, now that FTX US and BlockFi blew up, almost every major financial influencer is guilty and owes their audience an apology. Will never happen, but they should give back the money they made from the sponsors to the fans who are going to lose everything on these platforms. Finance YouTubers right now, as all the companies they promoted are bankrupt. So sorry. Whoopsies. And just to show you guys, this is the Millennial Money channel. This channel doesn't have any content, so they haven't deleted it. It's still there, but they've just wiped everything. Everything that was here is now gone because they're trying to hide it. Yeah, here we have CNBC taking an article that was literally written by that creator's agency and just publishing it as if it's an actual article instead of like a promotion for a company. It's just ridiculous. This story is part of CNBC Make Its Millennial Money series, which details how people around the world earn, spend, and save their money. Oh yeah, well that channel called Millennial Money has been taken down. He spent $45,000 to build a freaking aquarium. That's how much money he has to blow. Lives in LA. It's just, to me, unbelievable. He lives with Jack, his editor. Wow, guys. Wow. Steven and his girlfriend split the monthly cost to have someone clean their home. Wow. Unfreaking believable. So here's Andre Giek's Magic of Finance. 2.18 million subscribers. Unreal, guys. Unreal. Probably earns $300,000 a year because I believe this is conservative, and that probably is only from YouTube. It doesn't include his sponsorships. Okay, this is from Social Blade. Here's Meet Kevin, 1.8 million subscribers. Probably earns, it says, around $500,000 a year from YouTube. He probably makes more than that because he shills his personal finance courses. Financial education, the guy who's under investigation, he's probably making, $7,000 a month on YouTube, maybe even more. And he also sells his own courses and has sponsors. Graham Stevens, same thing, makes $6 million a year on YouTube. So these are very conservative because they don't include their little courses, their sponsors, and whatnot. And Tom Nash, it's just unbelievable, guys. This guy was making $50K a month from FTX. Daily personal finance videos helping you secure your financial future. And how is that? By promoting scams that cause you to lose everything? Oh, great idea, guys. Okay, that's it. That's the end of this video. This went on a lot longer than I had anticipated. These people disgust me. This is what happens when you make a deal with the devil, okay? These people are incredibly greedy. It seems that nothing was ever enough for them. They always wanted more, more, more. Oh, I got to be able to spend $45,000 on an aquarium. This is where we are, okay, guys? Every single one of these people need to be called out and exposed. And if you ever subscribe to them, you need to unsubscribe and let them know that you do not support them anymore and the things that they are doing. So anyways, I'd like to hear your thoughts on these kinds of scammers, people that you know, were shilling penny stocks, pumping and dumping, promoting things like Voyager Digital, which is another thing that totally flopped. In addition to FTX, it's one loss, one L after another, yet people continue to follow them. Why? It doesn't make sense to me.
Great. So welcome everyone to our first Exploring Post-Growth Finance event. My name is Anastasia. I'm from Degrowth Switzerland, and we're super excited to kick off this conversation with you all today. There's been a lot of interest in the topic, and we have some great speakers. So I think it's going to be a super fun afternoon. I'll just share some introductory information to get started. I think everyone can hopefully see my screen. So first off, speakers, we have Melanie Rybak with us, CEO and co-founder of Nonprofit Ventures, a startup accelerator for not-for-profit enterprises based in the Netherlands, but working globally, and CEO and co-founder of Radically Open Security, a not-for-profit cybersecurity company. We also have Rebecca Meyer, journalist at ESG Investor, who has been working on sustainable finance topics and ESG investing for many years, and recently did a piece on degrowth ideas getting into the banking and investing sector. Super happy to have her with us as well. And Louison Cahen Fourreau of the Roskilde University in Denmark, assistant professor in economics. Louison is an environmental economist looking at macroeconomics and socio-ecological transitions, how we get there basically at the macroeconomic level. So we're super happy to welcome all of our speakers. And to begin the conversation, I think it's important that we know what we're talking about. So when we at Degrowth Switzerland use the word degrowth, we're referring to a just and participatory process of political, economic, and cultural transformation, which rapidly reduces a society's absolute negative impact on the environment, basically bringing economic activities into planetary boundaries, while enabling a good life for all. This would require reduction of material and energy throughput in high-income countries, which would most likely result in a decline of GDP. Now, in relation to this conversation, we've been using the word post-growth, which is more or less what happens once we get there. It's a steady-state economy which provides a good life for all within planetary boundaries. So with that, I'd like to kick off the conversation. I'm really curious, how did we get here? Louison, you look at these things and think about them on a macroeconomic scale. Could you give us a bit of the context historically in terms of the key developments that led to the financial system as we know it today? How did we get here?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Anastasia and Degrowth Switzerland for the invitation first. So it's a very long way that led us there. So I won't tell the whole history of it, but maybe it's interesting to start in the modern era in the early 70s, because what happened in 1971 is that there was the beginning of the collapse of the so-called Bretton Woods monetary system. So the Bretton Woods monetary system that was decided upon in 1944 at the end of the war, in particular, featured a very strong financial regulation, capital controls, and it was the central banks who were essentially negotiating the exchange rates with each other. So there was no exchange rate market as we know it today. In 1971, the US decided that the dollar will no longer be convertible into gold, which was one of the main pillars of this system. And in 1973, there is the abandonment of the fixed exchange rate system. And then in 1976, it was the official end of that Bretton Woods system with the Kingston Agreement. And from then onwards, therefore, there was a regulation first of exchange rates. Then there has been the liberalization of interest rates, the liberalization of credits, and that was the start of financial deregulation as we know it today, and that fashioned contemporary capitalism very deeply. And from then, therefore, financial risks, as we know them today, started to appear. For instance, if you look at the data of exchange rates, it's very striking. Up until 1973, exchange rates with the dollars, any currency with the dollar is essentially flat. And from then onwards, it starts fluctuating a lot, which creates exchange rate risk. Then with interest rate deregulation, there was the appearance of interest rate risk and so on. And on this, a whole financial industry started to emerge to hedge against those risks, which led in particular to the appearance of so-called derivatives that we all heard of when the subprime crisis in 2008 exploded. And therefore, the financialization system, which is the emergence of both a very strong financial industry and also the emergence of finance as a prominent management principle of non-financial firms. So non-financial firms started to act very much as financial investors, and in particular, they started to prioritize shareholders, so-called shareholders value maximization over other goals. So essentially distributing dividends or prioritizing short-term financial profitability over longer-term industrial development goals, for instance. All of this shaped very much especially high-income economies, but not only high-income economies, because the financialization system, the financialization process worked hand in hand with the globalization process. Because with the offshoring of a lot of industries to lower-income countries, this process of offshoring freed up a lot of money, a lot of profit that did not really need to be reinvested in those countries because prices were very low, and that were not reinvested in the domestic countries of those firms. So all this money essentially started to be invested into financial accumulation, into financial assets. So you have the both process, financialization and the globalization of production, that from the 70s onwards up until today were like the key driving force underneath like the restructuration of production at the global scale, and that resulted in particular in the emergence of global production chain, global value chain as we know them today, and that were seriously disturbed during the COVID crisis. So this is to give you very quickly in a nutshell like the long process in the past 50 years that led to contemporary capitalism as we know it today.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you mentioned a lot of things, but one of them was this process of, say, moving resources around or extracting value from certain markets and moving it into others. Maybe we can use that as a bridge to the question of the outcomes of this current financial system. It sounds kind of like there's winners and losers. I think we kind of know that if we're using binary language. Maybe Louison, can you start by outlining who you see benefiting from the current system? Who is it serving less well? And what are the unintended consequences of the current setup?
Yeah, well, I mean, the outcomes are very diverse. If you look at it from a high-income country's perspective, major outcome was the appearance of the reappearance of mass unemployment in those countries, because a lot of industries got offshored, and the profits made out of offshoring were not, as I said, were not reinvested in the domestic countries, which could have triggered some gains from the process, but it did not, you know. And of course, so that led to the rise of inequalities, that also led to downward pressure on wages. You know, the reason why inflation has been very low or almost non-existent in high-income countries for about 40 years, from the early 80s to now, essentially to the COVID inflation, has very little to do with central bank actions and a lot to do with downward pressures on wage and with what some economists have called the great doubling, which is in the space of like 20 years, the doubling of the labor force at the global scale, because in 20 years, you had all the workers from the former Eastern Bloc and also from Asian countries arriving on the global labor market. And that, of course, created a lot of competitions amongst workers worldwide. So in high-income countries, that led to the rise of unemployment and inequality. In lower-income countries, of course, that led to some progress, because there was, of course, some people who benefited from it, either through employment, the emergence of the so-called global middle class, and so on. And that led to industrialization of some countries, especially Asian countries. But that also led to a lot of inequalities in those countries, because not everyone benefit from those processes, or not in an equitable way. And of course, from an environmental point of view, this is very problematic, because it's it's all about extracting value. You know, financialization is all about extracting value to satisfy pretty high financial profitability expectation, often financial profitability expectation that are kind of disconnected from economic, industrial, and ecological realities. When an economy grow by 2, 3, 4, even 5% a year, and you expect 15% return on investment, that cannot go on forever, except if you regularly lay off people to increase financial profitability, and so on. So that essentially resulted also in a massive transfer of income and wealth from the global working class to capital and asset owners. But of course, there are a lot of ambiguities. For instance, I live in Denmark, where pension funds have a very important place, and I'm sure many people around have stakes in pension funds. And pension funds have been one of the main financial institutions driving this process of financialization. And as soon as we have stakes in pension funds, for instance, we are also part of the problem, even if we don't want to. So it's not, we need to think about it in both abstract and concrete ways. In abstract ways to identify key mechanisms, but also in concrete ways to really realize that there is a class of high bourgeoisie, great capitalists benefiting from it. But nowadays, societies are so financialized, also for key things such as pension, that we all are, to some extent, involved in the process, both as workers, but also as so-called investors.
Yeah, thank you so much. So another of the consequences of this inequality, or the divide between wealth holders, let's say, and the rest of humanity, is related to decision making, what we invest in for the future, right? So pension funds are a big, or other institutional investors are big actors in that space, but so are independent wealth holders, let's say, and venture capitalists. And Melanie, this is kind of your realm of expertise. Can you speak to the current system from your perspective, VCs, entrepreneurship? How does the current situation change how decisions are being made?
Absolutely. So, look, I'll preface this by saying that I'm a serial entrepreneur myself, right? I mean, my day job, when I'm not talking about post growth, is I'm running a 50-person cybersecurity company. So that's actually what pays my bills most of the time. At the same time, I made something a bit different about the company. First of all, I decided to make it steward owned, which is a colloquial way of saying I gave the company to a foundation. And I also used a odd business model. It's a Dutch fiscal construction called a fiscal fundraising institution, which was a odd offspring of the Dutch church, in which churches sometimes want to make commercial spin-offs of things, and then the money goes back to a church with a tax benefit. But the reason why I use this is because it forced me as an entrepreneur to donate 90% of my profits to charity. 90. The last 10% of my profits are my cash flow buffer that I need to make payroll at the end of every month. And of course, when I first started the company, saying I wanted to make it a quote unquote not-for-profit company, people didn't think it was even possible to start a company in such a fashion. But at the same time, now we're going on our 10th year. We've got roughly 50 people, and we've also donated roughly €750,000 to an internet-related charity called the NLNet Foundation, which redistributes that money to open source digital rights initiatives and everything for a better open internet. Now, going back to this perspective, when I started getting incubated, because I, of course, went to an incubator and I went through a startup boot camp, it all starts with the PowerPoint slide with the exponential curve on it, right? And then they point to it and they say, do this, right? After that, they tell me that my definition of success is the exit. So, and then after that, then they tell me, and by the way, you need an investor. Well, I was interested in starting a not-for-profit social enterprise. I mean, something really for impact rather than, and I looked at this and I was like, this doesn't make sense, right? And mind you, I didn't have a business background, right? I didn't have an MBA. I hadn't studied finance. I was just a techie. I was a former assistant professor of computer science, going completely green into this system. After a few years, I sort of went from this doesn't make sense to, well, actually, no, this does make sense, but not for me, because what's actually happening here is that we are essentially treating our startups like, well, basically factory farm chickens. So what we're doing is we are force feeding them investment capital in an attempt to get them plump and juicy and attractive looking, which leads them in a limited period of time, preferably 3 to 5 years, to their liquidation, which is the moment when, of course, the financial value is pulled out of the company, leaving a dysfunctional carcass of a company left over and enriching a small privileged number of people. If you want to build particularly any kind of social enterprise, this does not make sense because, what I really want to build is a company that's oriented towards the long term. Right. And the other thing also is that when we're working with VCs, getting this huge infusion of cash, this is not the way to build financial discipline in a startup, because the moment that you receive this big pile of money, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to spend it. It starts with giving yourself a salary. It continues with hiring other people. And really what's happening here is it's all optics, right? What's actually happening is we're trying to essentially create a pump and dump scheme onto the public markets. So we're taking this inherently cash bleeding thing, because if you're hiring that many people this quickly, then there's no way that you can be in the black, right? And of course, the majority of our aspirant unicorns are in the red, and deeply so. And some of these unicorns never get out of the red, by the way. But what basically is happening is we're hyping this thing and we're pumping it up, right? And then we're dumping it onto the public markets, right? And the reason why people buy it, of course, it was inherently cash bleeding before for example, an IPO. It's going to continue to be inherently cash bleeding after an IPO, but people are speculating, right? We're all betting on the greater fool theory that it doesn't actually even matter what we're buying as long as there's a greater fool that will come after us who's willing to pay more, right? And this is the basic principle behind, well, the entire stock market. Of course, the IPO market, cryptocurrency and NFTs, tulips, take your pick, but really, if we're at that point, after you've dumped the shares, you just walk away because you're like, well, you know what? This isn't my problem anymore, and inevitably, this works in a growth economy. But the moment that the economy starts to stagnate or, God forbid, goes into recession, then of course, the last investors are left holding the bag. The value tumbles, and but at this point, as an early shareholder, well, this is no longer my problem. So, the other thing also is we are learning to become unicorns, right? The holy unicorn. This is the goal. This is success for everyone in the finance industry, particularly for VCs. But we don't ask ourselves often enough, well, what is a unicorn actually? We understand, okay, technically speaking, it's a company with a $1 billion valuation or higher. But what's actually happening here? So what we're doing is we are creating this class of companies that are basically, they're not actually the kinds of companies that they say they are, right? Let me clarify. Like, I'm running a cybersecurity company that was bootstrapped. In other words, what this means is all of the money that my company has to survive on is coming from customers. Not too perplexing. That's actually what a business is, right? Well, not entirely. Of course, nowadays, most of the businesses, they get this faucet of basically of never-ending money by selling stock, right? And in a sense, I mean, it's almost like as companies, we're performing MMT, right? Modern monetary theory. What we're doing is, it's just like our stock is our sovereign currency, and we can basically print as much of it as we want. And as long as there's a social contract that this stock is actually worth something, and of course, coming back to speculation, whether or not it's worth it depends on whether or not people are willing to pay for it. And it turns out that it's far more profitable to sell stock in the majority of cases than it is to actually sell the products and services that our companies specialize in. So what winds up happening is we produce this entire class of companies, which basically they purport to be selling a product or service, but actually the heart of their business model is stock, is equity, and they are not actually in the industry they say they are. They're financial institutions, right? I mean, if you actually look at their factual business model. But this deforms entire markets, and it causes them to evolve incorrectly, because any kind of SME, for example, that is actually relying upon selling to customers, we have to compete with these cash bleeding zombies. Right. And, and basically, if I have a cybersecurity company that lives off of customer revenue, and then let's say there's a competing company that's in the same market that just got a drop of, let's say, 11 million, from various VCs, then, yeah, I mean, if they're bleeding cash this quickly, of course they can afford to pay better than me. Of course they can afford to have services that are far cheaper than the ones that I can provide, right? And at the end of the day, it's, it really, what's happening here also with these unicorns is we like the word unicorn because it looks all like shiny and rainbow colored, but you can take that word and replace it with the words pension fund, subsidized, monopoly forming. Because that's actually what's happening here. And yet, most of us don't see it this way. And in fact, there's entire lobbies that are just shouting, we need more unicorns, in Europe, in the Netherlands, in wherever. I mean, do we? Do we really? And this is the problem. We are not asking these essential questions about, is exponential growth good? Do we really need investors when we're creating our startups? is the exit actually the appropriate goal that entrepreneurs should be aiming for? And as soon as you start digging a little bit deeply into the underlying questions of why are things structured the way that they're structured, then you start understanding that, wait a minute, but this is the system that is creating all the inequality that is plaguing the world today, that is causing companies to externalize their costs onto society and onto the environment, thus creating the climate crisis that we're facing today. So my thought and my belief really is that it all starts with corporate governance. It starts also with the way that we're teaching our brand new founders how to create their companies and showing them where the goalposts are. And these are precisely the things that we need to question. And for me also, if we want to build an economy that thrives without growth, or God forbid, an economy that thrives while shrinking, which, by the way, this whole degrowth economy thing, I mean, it's not just a hypothetical. I mean, we are in recession a good portion of the time, whether we like it or not. And if we want to be able to create an economy that does thrive in recessionary conditions, then we do need to start thinking about how is it that we can create companies that are not financially extracting, right? Because the financial extraction is the root cause of the necessity for eternal growth. And if you want to build a post-growth economy or a degrowth economy, it begs the question of how do you build a post-growth business and a degrowth business? And this is what I've spent a lot of time myself also with my incubator nonprofit ventures investigating.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Yeah, it's great to have your perspective. I know that, the VC market doesn't necessarily represent all of finance, but I think it definitely gives some insight into how businesses and the financial sector are set up today. On that note, we know that traditional finance as such kind of got us into this situation, but sustainable finance has become increasingly interesting to investors and the broader public. Vibeke, I know you've been focusing on this issue for many years, or topics related to sustainable finance, ESG investing, impact investing, and I was hoping you could give us a bit of context with regard to what do those terms mean? What has sustainable finance as such been able to achieve thus far? And what are some of the pitfalls of these approaches in addressing, truly addressing sustainability and social justice?
Okay, thanks, Anastasia. So I'm going to start with a caveat that there's not complete industry consensus on the definition of sustainable finance, but there are policy and industry moves happening to try and bring clarity to this, which I'll explain later. So sustainable, or sometimes ESG investing is called, is broadly defined as investment decisions that take into account environmental, social and governance factors of an economic activity or project. And investors use their own research, ESG ratings and data to identify ESG risks and opportunities and use it to guide their investment decisions. There's offshoots of this and different terms that investors use to categorize their investment approaches. So there, for example, there's thematic investing, where you invest in an specific environmental or social topic, such as water funds or climate focused funds. There's terms such as impact investing, where you invest in assets which have a positive or social or environmental impact, and you measure that impact. Some people have tried to classify these different approaches I've mentioned through a spectrum of capital, showing how different investment approaches and their financial goals align to the impact they make both on people and planet. And I'll link to that after the chat. So it takes you from traditional investment to philanthropy, and how the financial goals and positive impact goals, so it differ with the different investment approaches. So what have they been able to achieve? So I say ESG investing, which, as I said before, is using ESG factors to assess risk and opportunities, is quite contentious currently. a lot of people are arguing on the real world impact it actually has. So, for example, Elon Musk has often criticized ESG. He notes that tobacco company Philip Morris often has a higher ESG score than Tesla, for example. And this is because ESG looks at the environmental, social, and governance factors of a company's operations. So Philip Morris, for example, could be very energy efficient in its operations, but obviously its products and services don't necessarily have a good impact on society. Related to this, there's arguments of greenwashing in funds labelled as ESG, as they often hold fossil fuel stocks or weapon stocks for the reasons I've said before. So their operations maybe have a good ESG picture, but obviously kind of their end product or service doesn't have a good impact on society, but ESG doesn't often reflect that. But there's government initiatives happening, for example, in the EU and the UK and the US to tackle this through policies such as fund labelling. So if you have ESG or sustainable in your fund name, for example, you have to meet a minimum criteria of what's in your fund, but these are still in development currently. Also, some people argue that ESG investing, and also there's a body called the Principles for Responsible Investment. This is a 15-year-old network of financial institutions promoting ESG and sustainable finance, and they all align around principles defined by the Principles for Responsible Investment. So it's been around for about 15 years. And in that time, inequality has risen, the climate crisis has escalated, and nature loss hasn't abated. But I don't want to be too negative. There are kind of positive things I think that have happened with the ESG movement. It's kind of helped rise kind of environmental, social, and governance issues up the agenda. And the financial sector, I think, has realised it doesn't operate in a silo, and it has to consider these externalities and its effects on investments, and its the effects, sorry, of its investments on the environment and on society. There's also been kind of an increase in kind of climate-related issues, data sets, sorry, around climate-related issues that investors are starting to use to assess risks and opportunities. Policy work in the area of mandating investment funds to report on climate-related risks and opportunities. And this is now moving to biodiversity and social issues. There's also been movements and coalitions on engagement in companies on ESG issues such as human rights or biodiversity loss or gender or racial equality. And one positive impact I think that can be tracked and measured is, for example, the increase of women on boards in some countries, such as the Nordics, through ESG engagement with companies on the issue. But admittedly, with a lack of measurement, it's hard to confirm the real world impact of ESG. Because it's hard to define, basically, and there's no kind of consistency in the approach from investors. Also, in recent times, it has become quite politicized. So in the US, there is an anti-ESG movement with some US states, often Republican, mostly Republican states, actually banning where they can state funds doing ESG or state funds doing business with investment firms doing ESG. This has roots in oil lobbyists and climate denialism, and is also an inversion. There's also an inversion to diversity, equity, inclusion measures from these bodies. And another issue with ESG is that it doesn't address the whole system it's investing in, which, as Melanie has alluded to and others argue, is driving unsustainability. But there are pockets of activity starting to happen in this space. So investors are starting to look at engaging and acting on kind of systemic issues affecting their investment portfolios, such as inequality or climate change or biodiversity loss.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I mean, not awesome situation, but great to hear your perspective on this, Vibeke. So as we heard from you, sustainable finance and ESG measures are kind of trying to price in some of the current externalities that we see in financial markets today. Typically, financial markets are seen as in a different category to the so-called real economy. And yet from an ecological economics perspective, financial stocks or flows are always tied to some material change in our actual physical environment. Nuisson, I was hoping you could elaborate a bit on this and what it means for considering what genuinely sustainable finance, not just ESG or the consideration of certain risk factors, what could genuinely sustainable finance look like?
Yes, that's a key question and a tricky one. And as I think Vibeke already pointed out some difficulties when explaining that there is no consensus in the industry, but also in the academic literature, for instance, on what sustainable finance is. And one of the difficulty is to know what is a sustainable asset, because when we invest in something, we invest in an asset, right? It can be a share, it can be a bond, it can be other kind of assets, and this asset, in principle, will eventually finance an economic activity. However, what is a green asset is a tricky discussion, because the same thing can be green or not green, and there are some taxonomies now, so-called green taxonomies. There is the European taxonomies on green activities that is in the making. There is a Chinese one. The Climate Bond Initiative had a third one, and when you look at those taxonomies, they do not overlap. So they have some inconsistencies. So they are not elaborated exactly in the same way. Some activities that are considered green somewhere are not considered green somewhere else, and so on. So there is a consistency issues. Another issue is who gets to decide what is green and what is not. Because this will have very profound implication, because what these taxonomies label as green will receive a lot of money in the years to come, and that means investment that will shape our societies for decades to come. Okay, so that is a huge democratic issue. And for instance, when the European Union, for a number of reasons, decide to include, for instance, nuclear energy and also natural gas as green or so-called transition energies in the taxonomy, that means that a lot of money, for instance, will go into natural gas, which is a carbon-intensive energy, even if slightly less carbon-intensive than oil and coal, and even that could be discussed. And all this infrastructure of natural gas won't disappear. And like at the current rate of CO2 emissions, right, we will have exhausted our 1.5 carbon budget by 2030, okay, in 7 years from now. Now, all this infrastructure in natural gas that is being built and will be built in the coming years will come in activity in the following years, and it won't disappear by 2030. People who invested into it, they will want their money back, and they will want to make a profit on it. Okay, so that creates huge carbon lock-in. So those taxonomies are a huge democratic issue, and therefore the notion of green, because it's a concept that we use in every discussion in every possible ways. It's very important to keep in mind that this concept of green, it's not a scientific concept. It's a political concept, which is not necessarily a problem if it's decided upon in tractable, transparent, democratic ways, which is not the case currently. And where it gets tricky is that nothing is absolutely green. For instance, let's take the example of an electric car. If you replace your thermal car, or even better, several thermal cars with one electric car, you could consider it a green investment. Although we know that electric cars also are not environmentally neutral devices, of course, but it's still, you could consider it still greener than a thermal car. Now, if the shift towards electric cars means that billions of cars will need to be built to replace old thermal cars, and that may result on a new era of individual cars, that's not green at all. That's not green at all, because the batteries are extremely environmentally harmful to be built, and more generally, all the materials that we need to build cars, they will need to be mined to a great extent, and that will increase the pressure on the environment, especially the pressure on biodiversity. And guess what? Biodiversity plays a huge role in the regulation of climate. So this point out to some feedback loops that exist within the biosphere and that we need to take into account where we're talking about sustainable or green finance. If we finance, for instance, low carbon infrastructure in the form of energy producing devices or any kind of electric devices, we are also in the same way increasing pressure on other areas of the biosphere like biodiversity, which themselves play an instrumental role in the stabilization and regulation of climate. So we are always talking about net zero objective when it comes to climate, right? But who exactly is supposed to ensure the net part? It is biodiversity, it's the forest, it's the ocean, and so on. So if we put biodiversity under pressure, then we are putting the net part of the net zero objective in danger. So could we really consider, if we take that into account, if we have all those feedback loops and interconnection in mind, could we consider that, for instance, investing into renewable energy is green? To some extent it is, because it's certainly greener than investing in fossil fuel energies. But if we do it to a level that is too high, then it's not green anymore. So there is also the volume effect. That's what I was saying. Nothing is absolutely green because there is a limit to what we can produce, even if it's low carbon, even if it's carbon free. And that, of course, links to the degrowth critique of current economies. And one or a few million electric cars to replace much more thermal cars could be green, but billions of electric cars are not, you know? So it's not only about what we finance, it's also more generally how we organize our societies, so that, as you were saying, Anastasia, in introduction, our economic activities, our way of life, do not exceed planetary boundaries. So to try to answer your question, how a sustainable financial system would look like, maybe what I'm going to say would be a bit surprising, but I think like the very basic financial mechanism, like maybe the most basic of all of them, which is money creation as debt bearing interest, that could still remain the same. Because the problem is not so much how money is created. The problem is more who gets to control the financial institution that create money, namely commercial banks, and therefore who decides what gets financed, what kind of activity and at what rate of interest and so on. That also links to what Melanie was saying earlier about the role of venture capital, right? Because banks and venture capital have this in common, although they are different kind of finance, they have this in common that they intervene at the early stage of an economic activity. So they have a lot of power because they get to decide what can be financed or what cannot be financed, and therefore what kind of economic activity can emerge in a society. Right. So, for instance, if we were to transform banks into a common, supervised by citizens, by representatives of civil society, representatives of workers, of NGOs, of any kind of organization, who would set the direction of what gets to be financed. That could be an example of a financial system. If people are interested, if I can do a bit of a shameless self-promotion, there was this book published a few months ago called Degrowth and Strategy. It's free. You can buy it if you want, but you can also download the PDF for free legally from the publisher website. The publisher is Mayfly, I think. And each chapter is about a different area. So you have everything from agriculture to housing, food, and also the financial system. And with a few colleagues, we co-authored the chapter on financial system, and we discussed this, and we try to sketch what could be a sound financial system. But it's also quite clear, and I will conclude on this, that a lot of financial activities that exist today would simply need to be forbidden if we want to make the financial system useful to society and sustainable. For instance, all the derivative industry that has very little to do with financing the real economy, the productive economy, needs to be forbidden. There are a lot of things that are essentially useless and even detrimental to society in the financial industry as we know it today. But the most fundamental mechanisms, I think, are not problematic in itself. What is more problematic is who controls those institutions and therefore who gets to decide what is financed and what is not.
Thank you so much, Luisen. Yeah, as we start thinking about what this system could look like, I'd be curious to hear from Melanie again. there was a term that you mentioned briefly, but we didn't include in our definitions at the beginning, the term non-extractive finance. So this sounds fundamentally different than the financial structures that Louis Font and others described. Can you describe what you mean by the term non-extractive finance and how you see it working both in your business and in the businesses of those that you support through nonprofit ventures?
Sure. So I think first in talking about non-extraction, I think we need to address extraction, of course. So, and I would like to start just by considering our semantics. So consider the word profit. Everyone thinks that they understand what the word profit means. But do we? So the word profit actually has two meanings embedded into the same word. The first meaning of the word profit is what I would call reinvestable margin. In other words, I sell something to you, I put a margin on top of that, and I reinvest that into my business for the growth and stability of my business. That's the first meaning of the word profit. The second meaning of the word profit is financial extraction. So in other words, this is what pays for my private jet and my Lamborghini and my private island, and obviously this is not only inessential for running a business, but it's actually detrimental because when cash is pulled out of a business, it means that there's less cash left over for actually behaving like a business. In other words, for being able to pay our staff fairly, for being able to invest in research and development, for doing quality assurance on the products and services that we're selling, on lowering the costs for our customers, et cetera. So, financial extraction is a competitive disadvantage on the market for companies. And yet, because both of these meanings are embedded into that same word, profit, it creates a lot of confusion. People will say, of course, my company needs to be profitable to survive. Again, if you're talking about reinvestable margin, absolutely. If you're talking about financial extraction, well, actually, that harms your company. On the other side, the word not-for-profit is equally problematic because, when you say not-for-profit, for example, you have things like nonprofits, NGOs, they understand that you're not supposed to have financial extraction, right? But the problem is they think they're also not allowed to have reinvestable margin, which basically puts nonprofits and NGOs into a situation that they fall into something called the subsidy trap, which basically means that they become reliant on donations and on subsidies, which are inherently unreliable sources of funding. And particularly in the political climate that we have at the moment, these sources frequently are drying up. And they might want to move to more sustainable financing sources, such as harnessing the power of business. But the problem is that if they do, the tax authorities can even get on their case, potentially even threatening to revoke their charitable status because they're behaving too much like a business. And this, of course, is an existential crisis for a nonprofit or NGO, because the moment that the charitable status is revoked, then, of course, donations are no longer tax deductible, and you can sort of kiss this nonprofit goodbye. So, further extending this, this problem is when we start considering social enterprise, and in particular, the triple bottom line of people, planet, profit. There's that word again, So if you divide it out, what we actually have is people, planet, reinvestable margin, financial extraction. So the triple bottom line that we really need is people, planet, reinvestable margin. And that financial extraction is the greenwashing. So if you want to remove greenwashing from social enterprise, it is actually really that simple as just get rid of the financial extraction. It's the same thing also with ESG, right? With ESG, okay, we've got environment, social, and governance concerns, right? Now, the E for environment is incredibly popular, right? In part because it's it's, we've got climate anxiety. It's also easy to measure, relatively speaking, also because, things like, carbon emissions, but also the E is very popular because it's really easy to greenwash with, the S as well. I mean, well, we kind of understand that we want to make things better for society. We know that poverty is bad. You can maybe sort of measure a little bit of it, but great, you can give 10% to some charitable organization, but at the end of the day, you can still greenwash with it too. Now, the G for governance is the dust that's swept under the rug. It is the orphan child. See, very few people want to touch the G quite precisely because it's extremely hard to greenwash with. But if you consider it, though, the G, the governance piece, is the root cause. The E and the S are the symptoms. If you can fix the G, the governance, then the E and the S come along for the ride, pretty much for free. But there's very few fund managers. And in fact, in ESG, anyhow, there's very few metrics or indicators even that are paying any particular attention to the G. And yet, if you consider things from a systems thinking perspective, the G, of course, these are the these are the incentives that drive the larger organic behavior of the system, right? But the problem is we're playing whack-a-mole with the E and the S, right? In the Netherlands, in Dutch, we have a wonderful expression. In Dutch, it's called dweilen met de kraan open. In English, it translates as mopping with the faucet open. So, basically what we're doing right now is we're mopping the E and the S, right? I've been trying to go after those symptoms when actually the G is the faucet, right? And we can sit there and keep mopping, but actually in reality, what we need to do is we just need to turn off the damn faucet, because the reason why we are unable to take care of the environmental and social problems is because companies and finance are creating these problems faster than we can fix them, right? But then this requires a dramatic realignment of incentives, right? And behind the whole incentive structure, that comes back to financial extraction. If no one is getting unnaturally wealthy from a particular business, then the only purpose for being that is left over is positive impact. That's it, and any company could be a social enterprise by merit of the fact it has a value proposition and it's offering some product or service that someone finds valuable enough that they're willing to pay real money for it. But the only thing that we need to fix is getting rid of that financial extraction, right? And this is actually not as hard to fix as you would think, and it starts with concepts like steward ownership, asset locks, really putting mechanisms in place to ensure that cash is not leaking out of the whole thing. It's the same thing also with the finance industry. If you consider things like venture capitalists, and you wonder also with things like, social enterprise and impact incubators, why is it that we're still creating all these, companies that are, we're selling our B corporations to Unilever, right? We kind of understand that, this isn't necessarily getting us where we need to go. But if you need to dig a little deeper and look at the underlying incentives, and it starts with fees. So if you consider the compensation structure of the typical venture capitalist, they usually use something that's known colloquially as the 220. So in other words, 2% asset under management fee, 20% carried interest. Now, basically what this means is if you are what's called a limited partner, in other words, you are giving your money to this fund manager to invest for you so you can get returns, they get 2% of this. That's the asset under management fee. And the 20% carried interest, what this means is if my portfolio company grows exponentially and exits, I get 20% of that. Now, I would say that's a pretty strong motivator for even an impact VC to push their social enterprise to grow exponentially and to exit. Now, you can also say then that the 20% carried interest embeds the growth imperative into startups. So if you want to create startups that are not being pressured to grow exponentially and exit, or in other words, to ensure that they can structure themselves for the long term, then all we have to do is cut that carried interest out of the compensation structure of VCs. That's it. It really is that simple. But the problem is, if you go to most impact VCs and you say, hey, you're all about the impact, right? Would you be willing to reform your fee structure to remove the carried interest, from your compensation package? Most of them will look at you and they'll be like, yeah, I wasn't talking about that. But this is really where the rubber meets the road about how impact oriented someone is or not. And it turns out that there are fund managers who are doing things differently. I can give you one example. For example, there's a fund that is known as Snowball Impact Management. It's a fund of funds based out of London. And what they've done is, first of all, they house the entire thing underneath a foundation. So basically, it's 100% foundation owned. And secondly, it reformed its fee structure. So the 20% carried interest is gone. On top of that, also the 2%, we don't think about this often enough, but the 2% is also extremely extractive. 2 sounds like a small number, but most people don't understand compounding. Now, just to give you an example, if I want to retire someday, so I put my money into, say, a Roth IRA or a 401k, and there's a 2% fee for my fund manager. Given the historical performance of the stock market over the last 25 years, with a 2% management fee, I am giving literally 2/3 of the returns to the fund manager. Most people don't realize this. So, but John Bogle, the founder and CEO of Vanguard, he used to shout about this all the time. I mean, about the tyranny of the compounding fees and the conflict of interest between the fund managers and the investors. And ultimately, when he said investors, he meant people like, for example, pensioners, people like you and me. So, and this was precisely the reason why he invented the index fund. He was basically trying to create a kind of investment vehicle, which essentially, because it was passively managed, it would just track, a particular stock market index without further thinking about it. He was able to drive the fees basically more or less down to zero, And when he first introduced the index fund, they called it Bogle's Folly, because he was essentially trying to create a kind of not-for-profit investment fund. Yeah, Bogle's Folly indeed, right? I mean, because of course, nowadays, the index fund, and of course, its superset of ETFs, electronically traded funds, is now 35% of all investment everywhere, and of course, Vanguard now is also one of the big 3 asset managers in the world, one of the 3 largest. So, it turns out actually that the whole concept of not-for-profit finance is not that crazy, and it actually really has quite a storied legacy. But most of us, of course, don't think about it. Another really interesting example also of not-for-profit finance is if you consider the Purpose Foundation in Germany and also Purpose Ventures that they similarly have created, same thing. I mean, they also have been putting it underneath a foundation, and really, they've set things up in a way that they're also trying to get the extraction out of the fund. But the point is that, these fund managers are there. And yet, they need to get traction, and there's not enough awareness right now on the side of the LPs to actually support what they're doing. For LPs, non-extractive finance, I believe, is particularly attractive. For one, because, hey, low fees. Who doesn't like low fees, right? And secondly, also because by eliminating essentially the conflict of interest between the GPs and the LPs, you are basically de-risking the investment. I mean, same thing also with steward ownership for the portfolio companies. If nobody is financially extracting, you're a lot less likely to have scandals, right? And it's far more likely to be financially efficient. Better risk-adjusted returns, right? And yet most LPs also are hesitant, particularly the large institutional ones, because it's new, because it's unconventional, and also because most of the fund managers that are trying this are fairly small. And they, of course, have the chicken egg problem of trying to get enough assets under management to also even be taken seriously by these institutional investors, and also even to not be just completely wiped away by their diversification rules. So the problem is we've got this chicken egg problem, and we need to somehow be able to overcome this, because these kinds of developments are truly innovative and will be great for the finance industry. And yet we have to overcome the hurdle that are currently part of the system so we can get there.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so you mentioned awareness, Melanie, and we're talking about some pretty fundamental changes here. Even though they are practically accessible, we have more options than one might think, but it has to do with a cultural shift as well. And curious, Vibeke, how you see the discourse changing among investors and sustainable finance practitioners. What does that look like from your perspective as a journalist? Do you see the conversation changing in the media with the people you talk with? I'd love to hear some words about that.
Yeah, thanks. I have to admit, I don't see the conversation changing much at all. So when I do speak to people in the finance industry or like fellow journalists about the conversations around degrowth or post-growth, it's seen as very radical, anti-capitalist, basically. And there's a kind of, I think, an aversion even to the word degrowth itself, which I think you alluded to, Anastasia. And there's this kind of, in the mainstream financial press, at least, there's this constant focus on growth and profit. So, for example, this week, you've probably all seen in the mainstream press, there's lots of concern about a fall in China's growth. So growth is so ingrained in how the kind of financial sector press, at least, speak about finance. So it's kind of very, I think, uncomfortable for them to kind of discuss even the idea of going beyond growth or post-growth or what that might look like. But there are kind of signs it's changing a bit. So, for example, there was a Beyond Growth conference held at the European Parliament in Brussels in May, attended by figures like EU President Ursula von der Leyen, and I think also a member of the European Central Bank's board also attended. And I think this was a trigger for some mainstream media to start to broach the subject. So The Economist did an article on it, but the headline was "Meet the Lefty Europeans Who Want to Shrink the Economy." So it wasn't the most positive article, but I suppose it is discussing the subject. The Financial Times also covered the conference too. Its coverage was a lot more balanced, but again, it wasn't particularly positive about the idea or supportive of the idea. I think the Wall Street Journal also has done a few op-eds on the conversation around degrowth and beyond growth. But yeah, as I say, I think it's happening, but it's very conservative, the conversation, and very muted. There's been some editorials in the FT, the Financial Times, which have been quite interesting and maybe touch upon kind of post-growth ideas. So, for example, recently the US FT editor said in a opinion piece that capitalism won't deliver the energy transition fast enough. And he talked about kind of governments having to step in and to help fund the climate transition. But apart from that, I don't see the conversation progressing too much. So if that's too negative.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned, so here we're talking about, or some of the things that were mentioned in the Financial Times were, for instance, that government might need to step in, policy might need to change. I'd like to ask all of you what you see as some concrete policy options for supporting the kinds of transitions that we've been talking about, away from extractive finance and towards non-extractive finance that helps us create organizations and ultimately societies that can thrive in planetary boundaries. Louison, would you like to kick that off?
Yes, I mean, I think that's super important and interesting what has been explained before by Melanie and Vibeke. And to try to, a few options in a nutshell. I think we need to resume the discussion that started after 2008, but that was a bit left completely unfinished, about definancializing capitalism. Not even talking about going post-capitalism here, but there are several kinds of capitalism, some better than others, I believe, and we could just start by thinking what kind of capitalism would be slightly more sustainable than the one we live in nowadays. And I think definancializing capitalism is a prerequisite. And I am always a bit struck when I hear the whole, and also take part in the whole discussion about sustainable finance. We kind of want to tailor finance to meet sustainable goals, or rather sometimes to tailor sustainability issues so that they appeal to financial institutions, which I think is a problem. But we don't think about the role of finance. We don't think about what we should make of finance, and that linked to your earlier question, Anastasia, about what could be a sustainable financial system and how we could definancialize capitalism in the first place, which means essentially to come back to an era of extremely tight financial regulation. And there is nothing exotic here. It's been done before. The financial and monetary history is full of tools that we can use, that we know how to control and how to use. There is nothing crazy. There is no wizardry in this. We know how to do it if we want to do it. It's a matter of political willingness to put that into place, essentially. So that's a key thing, I think, to definancialize capitalism, to put an end to extractive finance as we know it, because we need finance. What is finance? Finance is to provide financing means to activities before those activities can generate a revenue on their own. So it's an anticipation on future revenue, right? So when finance plays its role of actually financing, it can be extremely useful and it can be an extremely powerful tool, and it has been in the past. So we can come back to that. We know how to do it. So that would be a first step. And then there are also many others we can discuss, but I don't want to monopolize the mic on this.
Yeah, thanks so much. So Melanie, how do you see this policy question in terms of fostering post-growth enterprises? What would help you and the organizations you work with move faster or scale in the sense of creating more and more organizations of this kind?
Right. I think it would behoove policymakers and politicians to read the books of Mariana Mazzucato. Of course, for those who don't know her, I mean, she is a University College London economics professor. She's written several wonderful books, including one that's titled The Entrepreneurial State. Her thesis in this book is that the government is the world's largest VC, and we are socializing the costs, but we're privatizing the benefits. Now, we don't oftentimes think so much about the how and the why of how this is happening, but the problem is this creates quite some governance problems that we tend to not think about. I can give you an example. So at the University of Leiden, there were some professors who, of course, were doing government-funded research on vaccines. At a certain point, they wanted to valorize their research. So what do? They go to the technology transfer office at the university. The TTO then basically refers them through to the academic incubator, and the academic incubator then says, hey, great, we know a few VCs we can introduce you to. Now, the problem here is that these VCs are coming in at a relatively late stage of the game and for a relatively small investment compared with the large fundamental investment that the government made, they are getting a large percentage of both the profit rights as well as the voting rights. This is how it's happening, you know? And then the problem is then along comes, this vaccine company, they, get in with a VC, it grows exponentially, and they wind up getting acquired by some American entity. Now, along comes the pandemic, and suddenly the vaccines are a lot more important than they used to be. And yet, this company in Leiden is forced by its own new owners to serve the US market before it's allowed to serve the Dutch market. Oops, and the problem here is, we don't understand by creating these companies to be sold and oftentimes being sold to foreign entities, with foreign capital, we are essentially giving up the sovereignty over these companies that we're spending so much time and monetary investment in creating in the first place. I can give you a second example from my own industry, cybersecurity. There's also another player that was building network monitoring boxes, and they were also part of, they were used in the Dutch big business, in the government, in the military, all kinds of places. At a certain point, they got acquired by the British. Then the entire Dutch ecosystem let out a collective, oh shit, our data is now going to the British. Hello, GCHQ. And of course, then they all started jumping ship from this particular company. And then there's another startup that spun off of this original company. They too went to an incubator, got venture capital, grew exponentially. And then 2 years later, I read the press release that congratulations to this other, company. They just got acquired by the Romanians, and you start to ask yourself the question of, will we ever learn? Well, it turns out actually the Dutch government did learn, because what they did moving forward is they started requiring the Dutch cybersecurity companies that were dealing with any kind of critical Dutch infrastructure, they required them to give a golden share to the government. We wouldn't call it maybe this way, but that's actually steward ownership, or at least a part of steward ownership. So, what we need to understand is if we want to solve the problem that Mariana Mazzucato is posing, then we need to indeed think about, okay, but how can we stop that privatization of the benefits? And how do you do that? Well, by building non-extractive companies. Similarly, also with investment funds, sometimes the government just wants to give a pot of money to somewhere and have a whole bunch of to-be-defined projects happen. Great. Give it to a non-extractive investment fund, and have that then further do the work of distributing these funds. But then what you do is you're shoring up the incentives and these governance structures, thus ensuring that you're not going to have cash leaking out of these government projects left and right, thus enriching a privileged class and leading to government scandals, which may find their way into the newspapers, which ultimately isn't good for anyone. So these policymakers need to understand that non-extractive business and non-extractive finance is good for the government. It's good for the taxpayers. It's good for everyone, and yet, we need to break through these echo chambers, in the government, in the ministries of finance, in the ministries of economic affairs, and they need to not be so scared about things that are unconventional. And you don't have to call it post-growth or degrowth. I get it. It's hard to imagine a world without growth, but at least talk about non-extraction. Because I think any way that that's putting the finger on the sore place, it's also a term that's fairly new. So it hasn't been either politicized yet, and it's also a green field. So people are just mostly curious. And even coming back to it, I think it's the kind of concept that potentially can unite political parties, because the whole concept of usury, basically using money to breed more money, is a biblical concept. I mean, you can go to the Christian parties and remind them, for example, of the parable of Jesus throwing the moneylenders out of the temple district, right? And similarly, in Judaism, usury is also forbidden. In Islam, I'm sure you've heard of Islamic banking, right? I mean, again, this usury is forbidden. So, and similarly also with dealing with some of the more conservative business parties, they also want the markets to be well functioning. So I think that half the battle is first spreading this information, and secondly, being able to translate it into the language of the different political parties and getting them to understand how this fits into their narrative as well. Because look, the left-wing parties, they already agree with us, so we don't need to spend too much time on them. But we do need to build coalitions with those who don't a priori agree with us. And I believe that that is the challenge, and certainly I believe that journalists also like Vibeke, they can play a role. Also, people like me, I started the post-growth entrepreneurship class in the business school at the University of Amsterdam, teaching post-growth entrepreneurship to 120 third-year bachelor students. So we need to communicate this. We need to work it into our education, into our business schools, into our incubators, and as we start growing mindshare, this is when things organically will change.
Yeah, thank you. Vibeke, how do you see this? What kind of policies could help support these transitions from your perspective?
I think something that we haven't maybe touched upon in this conversation is that the financial sector or the companies they invest in don't actually pay for the societal or environmental costs that they impose to achieve their growth or profits. And governments aren't really doing their job in regulating that either. So I think there was an article from a publication called Grist, which I was reading yesterday, which says it turns out that none of the world's top industries would be profitable if they paid for the natural capital they use. And it found they burn through about 7.3 trillion worth of free natural capital a year. And it's the only reason that they turn a profit. And there are kind of moves in the current system to kind of try and account for the environmental and social costs that companies incur. So, for example, this month was the launch of the first standards from the International Sustainability Standards Board to help investors understand the sustainability impacts of the companies they invest in, and hopefully you hope move money to more sustainable companies once they understand their sustainability impacts. There's other groups working on this as well. So in Europe, they're actually mandating companies to report on their sustainability through the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. There's the Global Reporting Initiative, which also has global sustainability standards. And also there's something called the Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative, which is trying to put the cost on a company's environmental and social impact. I'd say that there are still conversations and debates happening on the effectiveness of these new accounting systems and how reflective they are of a company's true sustainability, but I think it's a start.
Thanks. So soon we're going to open up for a few audience questions. If you have some, please feel welcome to add them in the chat. First, though, I'd like to ask about the topic of divestment. So lots of people in civil society, activist circles, coming from different places have heard about divestment. It's definitely helped draw some attention to the fact that many of us are, say, invested in fossil fuel companies just by nature of who we bank with. But it's a little bit difficult to know how the mechanisms of sustainable finance actually have impact. So when we divest from a company, we also lose some of our stake in it, our share in it. Melanie, I thought maybe you could contribute to just answering this question. Is divestment a good policy, or is it more complicated than that?
So, when you're divesting from a company, you're selling something on the market. And by merit of the fact that you're selling, it means that there needs to be a buyer. I mean, of course, the theory of divestment is that we're increasing the cost of capital for the company. But of course, in practice, what we're actually doing is we are taking the proxy votes that we would be able to exercise at the annual general meeting of a particular company, and we are giving it to someone else. So in other words, because from my moral high ground, am selling my stock in, for example, an oil and gas company, and I am giving it to someone who has no qualms about profiting from such a company. Of course, now this person who purchased these shares gets to vote. So basically, by saying that I'm going to change the world by divesting is sort of like saying, well, I'm going to change the world by not voting in the next election. It doesn't make any sense. What we need to think about instead is engagement. And the thing is, first of all, we have to consider some of the idiosyncrasies of the system. The majority of the money in the financial system ultimately belongs to people, to you and me, right? It could be through our pensions, with us as the pensioners, it's our money. It could be in banks, it's our deposits, it's our money. It could be insurance policies, it's our premiums, it's our money. And yet we are disenfranchised in the sense that despite the fact that it is our money, we are not allowed to vote in the corporate governance process. And instead, these fund managers or sometimes asset owners are voting on our behalf. Now, things are changing a bit with this. In the United States, for example, the Index Act was recently passed by the Republicans, in part as a reaction against Engine Number One and their successful proxy battle against ExxonMobil. Anyhow, but the point is that what this is doing is it is actually passing through the right to vote to the ultimate beneficiaries. In other words, for example, the pensioners, aka us. The reason, of course, why Republicans passed this is quite frankly because they consider right now most of the fund managers too woke, and they wanted, particularly in red states, to be able to enable people to be able to override this so they can vote their values. But look, I have nothing against voting our values. That's democracy, And what excites me then about things like proxy pass-through is that we actually it's corporate democracy, which are two words that you don't normally see conjoined, right? So I'm really excited by the up and coming generation of things like proxy tech that are happening. Different platforms like Tumelo, for example. You also have Broadridge Proxy Edge, which I think is making use of this. You've also got the Iconic app that also, and what they're doing is they're trying to get the actual preferences of these ultimate beneficiaries, oftentimes even retail investors, not just through the institutional investors, thus ensuring that we too can have our say, in voting our values with our money. And to me, this is the kind of thing that creates earthquakes. So, and also I think with those NGOs, and the ones who are going to the pension funds and saying, well, no, we need you to divest, we need to re-educate these nonprofits and NGOs and tell them how the financial system works. Divestment might have worked once, in apartheid South Africa, but it's not working nowadays. And we need to get them to understand that, no, you need to change tactics because if Extinction Rebellion is sitting in the pension fund lobby and they choose to divest from gas and oil, it's counterproductive. We need to get the pension fund to engage because that is what is going to move the needle.
Thank you. So we have our first question from the chat, from Bryony. It's also for you, Melanie. So in thinking about these big transitions, also in terms of ownership structure, Bryony asks, is it possible for large companies such as Apple, Microsoft, or Alphabet to move away from their current shareholder-driven business models? Does change need to come from investors or fund managers, or should it come from within companies? And what about companies that are owned by private equity? Are there ways that they can move more in the direction of steward ownership models as well?
Good question. Look, I mean, obviously, if there's a smaller number of shareholders and they're ideologically aligned, it's the most easy to transform a business. I mean, look at Patagonia. I mean, Yvon Chouinard, he decided to give his company away to, create the Holdfast Foundation, donate basically all the money to climate activism. Great. But of course, he and his family had control over the company to begin with, so maybe that wasn't that hard for him to do. For a privately held company with more stakeholders, or I should say shareholders, or otherwise with anything that's publicly listed, it's much more complex, but it's not impossible. So I think an instructive example in this case is Elon Musk. Love it or hate it, I mean, he managed to completely transform Twitter. And he really showed how if you have a sufficient amount of capital, a knowledge of the financial system and the network, you can completely realign a company politically to fit your personal views. Right. And he was largely successful in doing this with Twitter via a leveraged buyout. So in other words, he first, found the partners. And of course, with leveraged buyouts, you're saddling the company mostly with the debt that fuels the acquisition, which of course, it needs to pay off now through margin off of its sales. Whether or not Elon Musk is going to get unscathed out of this in the end, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but it does show how you can leverage finance to completely transform companies. Similarly, if you wanted to, with a hypothetical example, if you wanted to transition a company maybe a bit more towards the left, let's say hypothetically you had someone like Bill Gates, right? I mean, similar billionaire, similar knowledge of the financial industry and a similar network. Now, Bill cares about public health. It's obvious, right? With his foundation. But, what if, hypothetically speaking, Bill decided to perform a leveraged buyout on a big pharma company, like let's say Pfizer or Merck or Sanofi, right? Pick one. So the point is that once he performs this LBO, he then installs himself as the new CEO. And then he says, great, from this point forward, my first act as CEO is to take the entire patent portfolio of this big pharma company and release it into the public domain. Poof. Gone. And then my second act as CEO is that I'm going to pivot the business model of this company into generics. And I hope that out of gratitude and reciprocity, you're all going to buy those generics now from me. Wow. Right? I mean, think of how many lives could be saved in this kind of a way. It just requires the will of someone with this amount of capital and this amount of knowledge and the network to even want to do this. And assuming then that Bill could get financially unscathed out of this whole transaction, who could he do it with next? I mean, maybe Monsanto, or maybe a gas or oil company? And the thing is, I think those truly that are in finance, let's stop it, too much with, just ending at ESG. I mean, I think we really need to hit hard and go for the really big transformative stuff, but this requires courage, and this requires conviction. Elon has that conviction for his own political views. Now, I want to see someone from the progressive left stand up who has that same courage and who has that same conviction. Because right now, we're too busy doing well by doing good with our greenwashed ESG, and we know that we can do better. And people mean well. No one's bad. Even with a lot of sustainable fund managers, there's things that we're not speaking about. And there is an unspoken tension because we know we are selling greenwashed products, whether it's carbon credits, whether it's blue bonds, whether it's blended finance. I mean, 10% premiums. Come on, guys. I mean, who are we kidding? The point is that we need to, if we want to have any believability left over, and this lack of believability, by the way, is precisely what's fueling that ESG culture war in the finance industry right now in the United States. Elon Musk shouts ESG is bullshit. I'm sorry, he has all this traction because we know to a certain extent that he's right. And it's up to those of us who are on the progressive left to stop building greenwashed ESG, and sustainable products. We can do better. And furthermore, if we want to save, the world literally with the climate crisis, and to improve social conditions, we have no choice. So we need to start, understanding that the responsibility lays with us, and not just with the fund managers, but with the limited partners who are making the allocation decisions, even with the regulators, who are choosing how, the laws are going to be interpreted and choosing what to push back on. We all share that responsibility. But we first need to educate ourselves to understand what the possibilities are, and then we need the courage to do it.
So thinking about shared responsibility, we'll take one last question from the chat. It comes from Hannah, and any of the speakers are welcome to jump in on this one. Just give me a sign. So which political alliances between parties, policymakers, civil society, maybe between sectors of society, do you think should exist or we should promote in order to further the ideas of post-growth finance? Are there any developments that you look forward to in the next 6 months to 2 years, say? Anyone want to jump in first?
I will. Yeah, I'd say looking at kind of communication, which Melanie mentioned, and the kind of necessity of kind of having conversations and press about this. I will say, I think the Beyond Growth conference, which I mentioned earlier, held at the European Parliament in May, was really the trigger for organisations like the Financial Times and The Economists feeling that they had to kind of give this some coverage. So I think it's just, even what we're doing now, I think is going to help kind of, we just keep on talking about it and keep on having meetings, conferences, and get the ideas out there.
Louison, Melanie, either of you want to add some notes to that before we wrap up?
Yeah, I can add, I can add something. I mean, I don't want to be the party pooper, but I mean, I was at the Beyond Growth conference. I was a speaker there, and it was a great conference. I agree. It was probably it will probably prove a landmark moment. But it was also instructive because it shown what is the current frontier in this kind of institution. So it was at the European Parliament, Ursula von der Leyen and also Roberta Metsola, who is the president of the European Parliament, came to give introductory speech. Of course, they were not going to embrace degrowth. They are like right-wing mainstream politicians, but the fact that they were there is already interesting in itself. And I heard, like as how to say it in English, of information that the reason why Ursula von der Leyen did not stay after to take part in the debate is because she would have been led to say things that she thinks, but that would have been unacceptable for her own political camp. So it's interesting that because it shows still that we cannot, or these institutions are not yet ready, except for a few individuals, like, for instance, Philippe Lambert, who was the parliamentary members behind this conference. Except for a few individuals, those institutions, as institutions, are not yet going beyond the green growth paradigm, whatever that means, And I think when it comes to so political alliances, we can find many allies. I agree with this. However, we need to keep in mind that the extent of the needed transformation will hurt many interests. And I have to say, I mean, I agree with the whole we need to educate, we need to make people aware and so on. But I think it would be still a bit naive that to believe that this would spur organic change. It will maybe to some extent, but some people have no interest in this transformation going on. And if we look back at the last 200 years of social history, if there is something we can learn, is that major social progress was never achieved very peacefully. It always demanded strong social movements, long struggles, people willing to take on a big, strong, and hard power struggle, and this was never granted peacefully or willingly by capital owners or power owners, and I think what Melanie said earlier about we need some people willing to have the courage to take on this kind of transformation is interesting, because for me that shows the extent of the problem. If we rely on a left-wing Bill Gates for things to happen, we are doomed. What we need to get rid of is the concentration of power and capital so that citizens can have a voice, and I will finish on that. There are very interesting political experiences in France, Ireland, and Denmark, maybe in other countries, with so-called climate assemblies, climate citizen assemblies. Those are official assemblies made of people who are randomly chosen, lay people, and they are asked for a few months to deliberate on what should be done, for instance, for the low carbon transition. And I know a bit about the French process, and we're really talking about, so it was made about I think 150 people, lay people. Some of them 6 months before had barely heard of climate change. They knew nothing about it. But this assembly was given means. They could meet for weekends over 6 months, discuss with experts, interview experts, deliberate among themselves, and eventually the end of the process resulted in a demand of 120 proposed measures. And when you look at the measures, it's extremely radical, and that would definitely put France on the path of the 1.5-degree transition. Of course, when Macron, who instituted the assembly, saw the list of demands, he said, yeah, okay, we're not going to do that. But I mean, the political experience in itself is very interesting. And if anything, it shows that I think what we lack is more democracy, because the moment lay people, ordinary citizens, are given a stronger voice, will go much faster and much deeper. If we wait for left-wing Bill Gates to take things over, we will wait forever. And I don't even think that's desirable, because what is the legitimacy of that person to decide what is good or what is not, So I would look for hope in the direction of new democratic exercise that start to take shape. Look at the climate and biodiversity citizen assemblies in France, Ireland, and Denmark. This is very promising, I think.
Thanks. So on the topic of progressive investors, or potentially like more progressive left-wing Bill Gates, I think there's some really interesting things happening, or initiatives emerging at the fringes of the private wealth and impact investing spaces, where people are actually starting to think about redistribution, not only of money, but also of power, in really interesting ways. And I hope to get into that in a future edition of this potential series exploring post-growth finance. On that note, I would like to give some insights into next steps. So we at Degrowth Switzerland are going to be at the International Degrowth Conference in Zagreb this year. That's happening at the end of August, beginning of September. Would be happy to see any of you there. Likewise, there's going to be an initiative called Fintopia happening here locally in Switzerland this fall in November, and you can save the date. We plan to have some kind of exploring post-growth finance event at the exhibition at that time. There's also Melanie, maybe you want to jump in quickly and do a pitch for the Post-Growth Entrepreneurship Demo Day. I believe that's happening next week. And
so basically about so look, I'm not expecting that we all need that Bill Gates is our savior. I was just giving one example, but actually we all can and absolutely can do this collectively. And it starts with things like our incubators. So I'm running a post-growth entrepreneurship incubator via Nonprofit Ventures, and we're having our demo day next week, Friday, basically from 3 until 5 p.m. Central European Standard Time. And if you want to actually see a full cohort of roughly a dozen founders building non-extractive companies to implement this post-growth economy, then I would very much welcome you to join us so you can see post-growth and degrowth in practice in real entrepreneurship. And I'm dropping the link into the chat. Feel free to come and check it out. Hopefully you'll find it to be inspiring.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And it is online, so accessible to people that were also able to join today, or if you are tuning in to the recording, you might still have time. And likewise, for those of you based in Switzerland, we'll be having informal drinks tomorrow. There's details for that. You should have received them if you signed up for this event, so you can be in touch. You can also reach out to Degrowth Switzerland if you didn't get those details or would like to join tomorrow. And on that note, I think we can wrap up. So thanks so much to Melanie, Rebecca, and Louison for joining us today. I have so much to think about, and I'm really grateful that we could start this conversation and look forward to seeing how it will go in the future. Thanks so much.
Hello, hi. It's really nice to see so many people joining. Really looking forward to our discussion today. It's our London Climate Action Week event that's looking at enhanced direct access, what I wish I knew at the start. My name is Clara Gallagher. I'm a researcher on climate finance at IIED. And today we're going to be talking about one specific mechanism that is really valuable for trying to access climate finance in a way that can help deliver locally led adaptation. This process is called Enhanced Direct Access, or EDA. So as people come in, I'll introduce the format of our discussion today. We're going to be having this as like quite an informal kind of chat. The idea of it is that it's a talk show. And we're going to be having some interviews, some reporting. I'm going to pretend to be a correspondent at some point, so you have that to look forward to. And we'll be all centering around this idea of what can be done to get better access to climate finance to the local level. So we're going to be having this honest and quite frank discussion, so look forward to it, and we can crack on. We're going to start with just explaining what enhanced direct access is, what is locally led adaptation, why am I here banging on about it? So locally led adaptation is important because as an approach, it seeks to give local stakeholders opportunities and support to really lead adapting their communities to climate change. It gives communities on the front line of climate impact a voice in decisions that directly affect their lives and livelihoods. And over the last few years, quite a lot of momentum has grown around these 8 principles for locally led adaptation, which can be used to guide those that are seeking to support LLA. And there's some more information available about the LLA principles that were kind of co-developed over quite a long time available here. The typical way that climate finance is accessed at the moment through the major climate funds isn't great for LLA. The processes are long, they're really complex, very difficult to understand, and pretty top down. Countries and local stakeholders are demanding greater efforts and commitments on putting more resources into the hands of local adaptation priorities. And so one response to this is the mechanism called enhanced direct access that we're talking about today. And it's a way that the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund have kind of tried to develop to allow for devolved decision making, which is principle number 1 of the principles for locally led adaptation, to have more localized decision making on what climate finance is spent on. The process doesn't have to be contained to these 2 climate funds, though. It's a model that could be adopted by other finance providers. And the key elements of EDA are that the funds, the climate funds, so people like the Green Climate Fund, like the Adaptation Fund, they approve the mechanism that's used to disperse and monitor the use of the climate finance they give out. And so it's the process of fund disbursement that they're interested in, not whether they approve of, you know, how, when, and where every last dollar of a project is being spent. So that's the kind of the shift of what's different for enhanced direct access. And it takes that decision making on what EDA, on what the finance should be spent on, away from the board level and to a more devolved level, to the national or subnational level. And that's quite a big change from the way that usual projects are managed. It requires multi-stakeholder input on the plan for dispersing the funds. There's a high emphasis on consultation and meaningful consultation in how these EDA projects are put together. And it allows for a lot more country and context-specific approaches and flexibility in the way that you choose how to disperse the finance, which gives more control to in-country entities. So really quickly, I'll just run through some of the key terms that you might hear in the discussion as we go through, so you can kind of stay grounded in the terms. So we have the climate funds. So we're talking about the GCF and the Adaptation Fund at the moment. And these approve the enhanced direct access projects that have been proposed by the direct access entities and national implementing entities. So these are entities that have got this status of having direct access to the funds and the ability to on-grant the money to entities kind of in country. And direct access means that they don't need to have any intermediary handling the funds for the project on their behalf. They're able to access them directly. So they handle the enhanced direct access funds. They're responsible for complying with all the standards and guiding the executing entities. And these executing entities then is the next term. These are organizations that implement enhanced direct access with and within communities. And they can be all kinds of different legal organizations depending on how each country wants to organize themselves. There might be community-based organizations or national NGOs or the private sector or indigenous peoples associations. And they work with the local communities themselves to build capacities in climate adaptation skills or project management skills as well, how to handle the funds, how to engage with external climate finance. And then all of this is overseen by another term, the National Designated Authority. So these are the kind of overarching body that makes sure that all of the work that's going on aligns with what the country wants, what's kind of in their policies and laws, and making sure, and they have a strong kind of monitoring, oversight and approval role in the EDA process rather than in a regular project. So before we begin our chat, it'll be useful maybe just to frame this in terms of why are we talking about this? So, you know, if this is such a great way of delivering finance, how come it's still considered new and innovative, and why is it not happening everywhere? Like direct access is a priority for the least developed country group, the LDC group, and enhanced direct access is also essential to the LDC initiative for effective adaptation and resilience. And in part of this, they're seeking to have at least 70% of climate finance flows supporting local level action by 2030. And this way of moving finance around from the boards, devolving that decision making and then dispersing it onwards is one key mechanism that could support that long-term aim. But it's really difficult to manage. It's really difficult to do. The standards that you have to meet are incredibly high, and it takes a long time to achieve direct access alone, but not even moving on to enhanced direct access. It also represents a shift in the way that the funds themselves have to work, and for them to be okay with flexibility and with having, trust that the direct access entities are, suggesting things that are right for their context and circumstances. And it requires a great deal of learning, and learning takes time on how to implement EDA. So I hope that sets the scene. Sorry, it was a bit of a whistle-stop tour to try and make up some time lost. But let me introduce Uname Gordon, the Principal Director of Climate Change in the Government of Jamaica and host of our LLA chat show. So I'm looking forward to this really informal and frank discussion. Uname, the floor's yours.
Thank you so much, Clara. Lots of information this morning. Morning, colleagues. Morning, everyone from Jamaica. Good afternoon. It's a sunny morning here. Jamaica is known for chat shows and talk shows and all of that. So we are delighted to be in this space. As you know, adaptation is really local, and Clara setting the scene really very well. And locally led adaptation, as we know, and what we're talking about here this morning, will have global impact if it is done correctly. But it needs this elusive climate finance that we all talk about, really, really elusive. Access to finance for us is a huge challenge, as you hear Clara saying. And why is it so difficult still? I think enhanced direct access, I hear you saying there, it is long, complex, and understanding, maybe a new acronym that we need there. But this mechanism that was established to move decision-making, move the decision-making power of the funds, the adaptation and the GCF, and to bring it down to local level. But it still, as you said, remains really, really very hard. So this morning I have my very august team here with me, and we are going to interrogate a little bit. I have here with me Marinella, and I'm going to kick off with you, Marinella Foyle, and she's the Executive Director from the Fund Corporation. Hi, Marinella, welcome into this space. And I'm gonna start with you. Marinella, and I'll introduce my other team members as we go along. Really going to start with you to understand, because there is no question that enhanced direct access can serve a purpose and be effective in the access architecture. But early understanding and its modalities is really, really paramount to us. So I'm going to start with you, because you have been in this space, you have tried, and you have some lessons to share. So I'll kick off with you on a question. What are some of the benefits that you see here? Really, just be very honest with us and to all. What are really some of the benefits that you see from this elusive mechanism still here as we go along? And I'll hand over to you, Marinella. You have the floor. Share with us.
Thank you, Uname. And I think you really used the very powerful and rightful adjectives there. Yeah, it is quite an innovative and elusive mechanism, but it's also such a powerful and effective mechanism. We have been implementing a program as an entity of direct access for the Adaptation Fund. We have been implementing a program that evolved or was born as an EDA, even before EDA was named EDA. So we have really learned from the process. It really is very interesting, because adaptation is about zooming in. And this is pretty much what the enhanced direct access is. So we have a program where there's more than 40 different executing entities. Usually projects are just 1 or 2 executing entities, but when you go down, you reach out to the local communities, you reach out and move the decision making to the local organizations and identifying, okay, yeah, we need to act in this or do these activities, adaptation activities or actions to reduce vulnerability. But when they have the power to take the decision, the how and the where, perhaps it's, it gets improved because it gets really to the local needs. And there's also more commitment among them on what to do and how to make sure that they're improved. We had, in all of our cases, we had more results than before expected when the local organizations were really committed. And that really makes a difference. The involvement and the responsibility and the reaching out in a powerful way. I mean, in a farther way than first expected.
But Marinella, let me hold you there a little bit. When you started this process, what did you expect to happen? Because are you where you expected to happen? What were some of the surprises that you got on the way in this journey to get you here?
Well, that's an interesting question, because when we started, yeah, it was kind of a new mechanism, and we kind of said, well, we want to do it, but there was not so many previous experiences. We actually at that time chat quite a lot with Zambi in South Africa, where we knew that they were kind of going through the same, and that was also very interesting for us on saying, how are you doing it, and and we kind of share under our first learning lessons. But we definitely were impressed on the results we got afterwards. They were a lot better than we thought. This is a process where you learn on the process. I mean, I know in general you say, well, yeah, you learn by doing, and you have to keep on working on the capacity building and everything. But this is it. I mean, you need to know that working with so many organizations with so many challenges, you need to do perhaps a lot more efforts on capacity building, on developing mutual mechanisms. So you're learning too, and you're evolving as a direct access organization. But it also means that and you mentioned it, and Claire mentioned it too, the flexibility on managing the project and the funding and everything. It's very important, because you need to kind of understand that things, I mean, you have things in the way, and you need to be actively identifying them to improve them and to tackle them and to
Marinella, I'm gonna jump back in again, because you the flexibility, one word we learned from COVID is the pivot. What did you expect? How would you prepare differently? What do you wish you knew at the beginning that took you to the end? What did you expect?
Well, I think that it's one of the issues is to understand, to dedicate. I mean, let me rephrase it differently. We are now in the process of scaling up. And now we're really taking into the learning lessons, because now we have the opportunity, now we know some things. So one of the things is put a lot more effort on capacity building of the local organizations to make and a better communication, back and forth communication with different stakeholders. That is something very relevant to take into account. And another issue is really more than a follow-up or a monitoring mechanism, it's a growing up, mutual growing up mechanism. I mean, it's follow up and monitor and everything, but understand that it's not just a kind of a supervising kind of monitoring way. It's more like an evolving monitoring and growing up together mechanism.
Thank you, Marinella. Let me stop you there. I'm sure our audience will have a lot of info, a lot to digest. You pivot. I'm going to pivot straight into my next set of participants. Makai, you have been in this space, and as we know, we can't have enhanced direct access without direct access. It is impossible. So this is the first step. And I want to ask you, Makai, what did you wish you know as one of the strong voice in the finance architecture? What did you think? What would you say you wish you knew at the beginning?
Yeah, thanks, Unami, and I hope everyone can hear me. So I think just a step quickly a bit back is that one thing before when we got into the process of getting direct access through the AF and the GCF, is that we were a part of the design of those two modalities. I think it's very important, and not a lot of entities do follow in intimate detail the policy sort of developments of the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund, but it gives you a comprehensive understanding of how things have developed and why certain things are in place versus why other things are not in place. So I think then to go to the question that you had, one thing is the magnitude of resources that are needed for a government entity to support accreditation. So we talk a lot about all the readiness that you get. I can tell you for the fact, I think DOE, at least at a minimum, we got 620,000 USD for GCF to getting our processes and procedures up to speed. And that didn't include all the time and the cost of the government staff and ancillary services that we would need to complement all of those consultants and what have you that would have been spent on that. So it's a huge undertaking, and I think government entities need to be realistic with their cabinet. I know at least our director was very frank with our cabinet to make sure that they had a clear understanding of that. I think another key point to look at as well, Uname, is as well you having an appreciation as a small and developing state, developing country, that those that are in the multilateral climate funds don't necessarily have that understanding and appreciation of your local context. And it's actually your job as much as possible to be prepared to educate and educate in great detail. But I see you want to come in.
That is where Makaya, the frankness of the conversation comes in, and the honesty, both at the local level, but also at the international level, and the political leadership that is required with the honesty. I'm going to jump to Krista Joy, because I think Antigua and Barbuda is almost a model for us here. Krista Joy, now that you have this wonderful surf fund up and running in Antigua, and you had to crowd in a lot the civil society organization and the community-based organizations, what were the benefits from upskilling these communities? What can you share with us from where the surf fund is now and where you started?
Okay, so right now, hope everyone can hear me. Thanks for your question, Uname. So with the surf fund, we would have already provided a number of persons grants as well as loans. And this is for community-based organizations as well as households. We're looking at vulnerable communities a lot to make sure that they're able to actually be more resilient. So from getting the grants and the loans, we've seen that we tried not to make sure that they're just getting grants for their buildings, but we also want to make sure that we're building their capacity as well so that it can be more sustainable. So over time, before we even start projects with them, we try to make sure that there are a lot of workshops that are held with the applicants. So we go step by step through the process so that they understand what the grants process is. We develop a lot of templates to make sure that they have the procedural manuals or guidelines. They completely understand what it takes to provide a proposal from start to finish and then to actually implement their projects. And we also try to provide them with a lot of recommendations for service providers that could also assist them with completing their projects. And the workshops that we have for them would range from waterway management to climate change adaptation and the grant proposal writing workshops. And then from that, they're able to understand more about climate change adaptation, understanding the risks associated with it. And they can then go into their communities and not just build resilience, but they can also teach other persons. And from that, they can continue to have more projects and they can apply for more grants, more loans from other persons aside from just the Department of Environment. So we've seen that it's definitely improved their learning and their understanding.
Excellent. And I think what you're saying here that it needs in terms of capacity, that technical, financial, and also the management of the risk as we see. I am going to run across now, way across to Mandy. Mandy, are you there? Are you going to join us this morning? And we know that partnership really is key to achieving success when we look for climate finance. And I want to ask you, Mandy, how do you get this success in your approach to partnership?
Thank you so much, Uname, for the question. And I'd like to answer your question in a little bit of a roundabout way by sharing some recent experiences we've had. Because as Marianela said, Sanbi began this journey with enhanced direct access a very long time ago. In fact, in 2013, the concept of EDA was born. It wasn't called EDA, but it was our proposal to the Adaptation Fund saying we can't do direct access unless we deliver finance into the hands of local communities themselves. And we began the project in 2015, closed out in 2020, which was just as COVID hit. And we visited the projects. There are 12 of them in different areas in South Africa over the last couple of months. And there's some very interesting lessons that have emerged from those visits that I think are quite instructive for how we conceptualize partnerships, but also how we think about EDA. You know, what was interesting about the visits was that some of the projects were amazing. They really were. 2 years after COVID, everything is happening and more. And some were really disappointing. And of course, that what causes for us is to ask why and what might we do differently if we're wanting to achieve a higher success rate. So just a couple of those things I think are quite instructive. First of all, we need a long time for implementation. Our projects were between 18 months and 2.5 years because it took a long time to get the EDA processes up and running. And so what that meant in a 5-year implementation period, there was only a really short time for implementation, and it's not long enough if you're trying to do systemic changes, if you're trying to do adaptive management, those sorts of things. Secondly, process is critical. You've heard it from the colleagues. Capacity building, investing in institutional strengthening, investing in the non-climate change adaptation things are as important as investing in the climate change adaptation things. And I don't think the funds recognize that. They want to count the number of people who benefited or the number of assets that were invested in. And they don't factor in that, again, if you're wanting to close the missing middle, if you're wanting to do systemic change, it's those other things. How do you account for your budgets that are really critical? Then the third point, I've only got 4. The third point is how easily compliance is misunderstood. You know, we're required to cascade really complicated, well-intended directives from the funds, often in the form of their safeguards, to the ground. And when they hit the ground, they often result in maladaptation. And I think there's quite a lot to be said about reinterpreting the way we apply the safeguards. No one means for things to go wrong, but they have, and they do. And I think we need to have a frank discussion about when a board member says we need to mainstream gender into whatever. Let's look at what it really means on the ground for how we resource our work.
I'm going to shoot another question, because I hear you saying, as we all know in this space, that it's a long-term effort, a real long-term effort, and that if we're talking adaptation, it has to be local. And therefore, the build out of the type of partnership, it's everybody's business. And it's everything all wrapped up, not just the focus on climate change. But I want to ask you specifically and honestly, if you are to change some aspects about at the beginning, because we are looking, if you had to change anything at the beginning, and all of what you're saying now is what you learned, if you had to change anything at the beginning, what would that have been?
I think I would change 2 things. I'm going to be cheeky and say 2 things. The one is I would change expectations, because this work is very difficult. And I think that if we sugarcoat it and pretend that it's easy, I think we will create a misunderstanding around what it takes to do this and what it takes to resource this. And then the second thing, you need the right intermediary partners, because for climate finance to get to the ground, the local communities need to have partners that were there before and that will be there after. You know, when we talk about sustainability, we need to practice sustainability before the projects close, so that when they close, the intermediary partners are still there to help solve the things that inevitably go wrong. So I think it's all about partnerships, actually. I think it's about putting the right kinds of partnerships together in a way that we really, really build local agency for this work. And for that, it needs to be uncomplicated, it needs to be easy, it needs to be all these things. And sadly, in the climate finance space, I think if we were to bring the SANBI Enhanced Direct Access Project today to the climate funds, I don't think it would be funded, because I think the funds have made it.
So Mandy, I'm gonna jump in again, Mandy, and you can look me straight in the eye, look straight in the camera. And if for somebody out there in the space that is going to begin this process and is in that position to start this process, give me one thing, just one in one little sentence. What would you tell that person? And you can.
I would say it's worth it. Do it, because the transformative difference it makes on the ground is profound.
Thank you, Mandy. All right, so audience, you have heard from all my panelists, you have heard from all my speakers. No holds barred here. So we did some research, and we had a correspondent that went about, and you have heard from everybody. I'm going to bring back Sylvia or Clara, and I'm going to bring you back to just give us a report. What did you hear from, as a correspondent on the road? What did you hear? Give us that report and a recap from the recent meeting that we had. And I'll bring you in here so that you can say, and you can dispel some of the myths that we heard, or some of the honesty that we heard here.
Thanks, Una-May. So yeah, as you're saying, Sylvia Mancini here, you recently hosted a workshop on EDA. So do you just want to tell us quickly what happened and what kind of entities participated?
That's great, and I will not stop the honesty here. I think it's fantastic. So absolutely, so from the Mandy project, and long way up to really hosting a workshop, the Adaptation Fund in cooperation with the Fondo de Cooperación para el Desarrollo Sostenible, and has organized a 3 days workshop on enhanced direct access in Costa Rica from the 21st to the 23rd of June. So we recently came back. This is very recent. And the workshop was attended by the national implementing entity, by designated authority that wished to start the accreditation for the second NIE in the country, and also from representative, of course, from the existing EDA projects that presented their experience with EDA, and also some executive entities. So it was a great experience.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. And what were kind of the strongest themes then that came out of the workshop?
Well, I believe I continue with what already is said, but definitely one of the feeling that we got was really the increased country ownership with regard to the project activities that really strengthen locally led adaptation, and the strengthen institutional and really individual capacity also sub-national level. So really the strengthening of locally led adaptation at all levels has been very key. Now, of course, we at the Adaptation Fund are developing the medium-term strategy for the 2023-2027 period. And let me tell you how locally led adaptation is considered definitely a key area. And of course, EDA has been a specific category of locally led adaptation. So I believe that all of this, all the experience that we have had in Costa Rica, in terms of knowledge sharing, and in terms of all the elements that you brought up on all of those wonderful words that you mentioned, flexibility, partnership, sustainable capacity building, all of that was part of the workshop, and it will be considered also in the medium-term strategy of the adaptation fund.
And when you're going through these processes and then reflecting at the workshop, were there ever times when you're like, oh, we're surprised by this, like, you know, what I really wasn't expecting this to come out as an answer? Is there something then that you can learn from this moment and kind of reapply it in your processes going forwards, you know, with the Adaptation Fund being an endorser of the locally led adaptation principles?
Yes, I think one of the beauty of the Adaptation Fund is a number of staff of the IIF have been there for a long time to see also how we went from the experience of all of even the EDA, how it matured over the years, of course, in conjunction with the direct access. So we call it in the Adaptation Fund a family, a community. So we have always, the surprise is almost never there because we know it from all of us. But this time we continue to be really surprised by the commitment that the national implementing entities have with regard to locally led adaptation. So really to how the demand for adaptation financing is higher, and how the national implementing entities have responded to this commitment, to the commitment and to this, request of engagement. So we have at the level of the Adaptation Fund, so we have opened a window in 2020. The board has approved a 5 million per country fund, which will be additional to the 20 million per country. So it's outside of the cap. And this, of course, will really provide an opportunity for a national implementing entity to do what you are requiring in terms of capacity building, so then to design and implement their own project through locally led actions.
That's great. So we've heard then from our correspondence interview that there's a lot of emphasis being put behind this program, and that the people are committed to making this work. But we'll go back to Uname and our other interviewees to see what's resonated, what's familiar, what's needs some tweaking. I'll hand back over to you.
Thank you, Clara. And I see we having in the chat here this issue of the climate rationale. Really a issue, and I heard you, Sylvia, but I'm going to ask my interviewees now. Really, you have heard from the correspondent report. Usually these are no holds barred report. You stick the mic in the face. But what I want to ask you, what resonated most? You participated in this. What resonated most with each of you? And I'm going to ask you, if you had a magic wish, this one that we raised to change something about the rules you have to follow, about the climate rationale set by the fund to access, what would that be? I'll start with you, Krista Joy.
Thanks, Uname. All right, so well, I don't know. I would say in terms of providing for persons, it's good for countries in general to be able to have this enhanced direct access. It's definitely helped Antigua and Barbuda, because then us being able to choose which projects that we want to select at the local level, it makes it easier for us. And then from there, the capacity that's built within having those projects and giving the locals the opportunity to build their own experience has definitely been improved. So, but I definitely agree. I saw the comments in terms of the climate rationale, and I agree. It is a bit more difficult going to these projects and submitting our concept. So we hope that as the GCF and the Adaptation Fund are listening to the smaller islands, the smaller developing states, that we're able to change what those climate rational requirements are.
Flip over to you, Marinella, and ask you the same set of questions. What is resonating with you from this? And if I wave my magic wand to you as well, which I have here in my hand, and zap you, what would, if you had to change some of the rules, what would that be? And we're talking here now, we have Sylvia from the AIF, but we also have the GCF. What would that be? What would it be that you would want to change?
Yes, that is a great question. I would say that really check on the mechanisms that are set for EDA in terms of the rules and formats and criteria that are being used to promote EDA. Because somehow, when you look at the documentation needs to be filled out and the criteria, it still seems that it's like you want a round thing, but you're trying to stick a square on it. So you still need to see what the square looks like. So let's make it round, and then so we have a good mechanism or rules and criteria and formats and everything. So you're really promoting EDA. That is my wish.
Round hole in a square peg, we know that will not work. So a lot of work still needs to be done. Mandy, if I ask you the same set of questions and I wave my wand and zap you, what would that be?
So, Onome, I'll answer this question maybe slightly differently and say that I think what is needed is for the direct access entities to have core support. Because I think that if the direct access entities are properly capacitated, they can problem solve. Whereas at the moment, direct access entities get their resourcing mostly from fees earned on projects that are approved. As you know, in developing countries, there's not a lot of spare money to keep creating extra posts for these sorts of things. And I think that's a huge hindrance to building the institutional capacity at national and subnational level to sustain this work and to create the systems that are needed to make it happen. Thanks.
Core support, and we had this. I am the chair of the board of governors of the 5 Cs, who is a direct access. And yesterday we were talking about core support. Makai, I'm gonna come back to you and ask you same question, zapping you with my magic wand. What would that be? As one of the strong voice in the climate finance space.
I think one key thing is allowing the direct access entities who are given devolved authority to actually execute their devolved responsibility. There's a lot of basically, babysitting and over regulating direct access entities, and you would never see that happen with the international access entity. So I think on comparison, the board, the Secretariat's applications sometimes of the board approved policies have become so draconian in the case of direct access entities, and it's simply because, to be frank, they don't trust, and it's a perception thing, right? And a lot of it has to do with because we're based in developing countries, and this is us being frank here, and it's obviously speculation, but it's too much of a correlation, and maybe it's because a lot of the Secretariat staff and a lot of the bigger funds, they really and truly, it's a revolving door between them and the MDBs a lot of the time. And so the understanding of the context, it really is tough a lot, and I think it's our job as direct access accredited entities, as much as power that we do have, to make them and educate them on the local context. And this is why it's so important to be at the board level and at the COP level, to be there and be a part of adopting those policies, because then you can tell them, no, that's not the case. Because I was there when the policy was adopted, and it's just a misinterpretation and misapplication. I think one last thing, Una, is that the GCF, in the GCF's case, international accredited entities, and I think it speaks to the point of what that Mandy was saying, they have an obligation to support building capacity with indirect access accredited entities. I'm currently supporting a lot of the GCF board members, the SIDS board member, and every time I look at the reaccreditation application on that part of their accreditation, it is so wishy-washy and generalized and doesn't say exactly how they are building the capacity for direct access accredited entities. And they should be ashamed of that. and we need to put them to task. And I know at the next board meeting at the GCF, there are quite a few big international accredited entities that the SIDS board member and a lot of developing country board members are going to ask, what exactly are those next steps that you're doing to increase the capacity, as Mandy is saying, because we don't get that core support. And they have an obligation and a duty of international accredited entities to do that. So I'll stop there, Una.
We could have this conversation, Mackay. Strong language, draconian. It is a trust issue, and we fight for continued trust in the system and transparency in the system. But as you said, there is this strong correlation and the revolving door. And I think as we continue this discussion, going forward, the design. We heard Sylvia, a few questions are in the chat, and I am encouraging my interviewees to enter the chat and answer some of them, because the participants here, I think, unless we continue to have this honest conversation, real honest conversation about what is going wrong and what is going right. Sylvia, you said that the adaptation fund is a family. It is a family fund, and you said one of the beauty of the adaptation fund, some of us in developing countries use that language too, and you want to, I'll give you 1 minute to elaborate a little bit about the beauty of the AF, so that we can all understand a little bit more. And from what you hear from Mackay and the rest, what else?
Thank you. I really cherish this 1 minute. So let me just tell you, we learn from the actions that national implementing entities are taking on the ground. Let's not forget what Mandy said. This came from a proposal to the adaptation fund. So from that, there was a learning, there was a maturity. And you know, the word that you use, flexibility, I am in charge of the accreditation, reaccreditation process. So for the adaptation fund, let me tell you, the endless discussions that we have had also when we started the streamlined accreditation process, which was the core of the country-driven, I don't want to use the word approach, but the country-driven request for listening, what Mika is mentioning, you know, for really building up together something. That is what we mean by family, by really understanding the needs and trying together to have adaptation actions that make sense at the country level. So definitely the locally led adaptation actions, they do make sense. And that's why the adaptation fund is so engaged with this mechanism. So this is what, you know, if there is a word that I have learned in the fund is really listening more than anything else. And we try to really do that. And I hope even in the Costa Rican workshop, when I said we organized this in cooperation with Funde Cooperación, sometimes has been all the way around. Funde Cooperación organized this in cooperation with us. Really, there has been a lot of exchange, and from that exchange, we learn also as a fund, and the board is extremely responsive through all the windows that they
Sylvia. We're running out of time here, so I'm going to just, so that we are respectful of all and we continue to build the trust across the platform. So we're gonna end soon, but I just wanted to shout out about some of the things I'm hearing here this morning: flexibility, scaling, trust, accountability, partnership, quite a bit of, and a big one that came out is, if we knew at the beginning some of the things we know now, I think we continue to share across region. If these lessons learned, I think Mandy, you had said that and Marinella, you were looking at the South Africa model, so just sharing across as we continue in this space. The strong language used by Mackay about the over-regulating and this revolving door that the fund is set up to serve, but it is still a bank, and therefore you have to prove yourself. I'm going to stop there, but I think as we go forward, I think we will continue this conversation. We will continue to fight as developing countries, as you know, and in the final analysis, we believe that the enhanced direct access modality is a mechanism that can work, should work, and must benefit the countries, but most importantly, must benefit the local communities so that we leave no one behind. I'll stop here. Thank you for being in this space with me. And Clara, I'll hand back over to you so you can tell our audience how they can get the results of this program and what else as we move along. Thank you all. I'm out.
Thanks a million. What a great session. It was so good to have this frank discussion and to have some real good honest chat about some of the difficulties as well as the many strengths that we can see coming through, and the dedication and kind of political interest as well behind making this work, because we see the benefits that it can have for locally led adaptation. I've put some links in the chat there, and I've been putting links to everybody's work as we've been going through. So I hope you can continue to draw on those resources. And we'll follow up with a recording of this video for everybody that registered, so you can forward that on to your colleagues and networks. So please stay in touch, follow the links, and you're welcome to get in touch with us anytime. All right, thank you so much. Have a lovely rest of your day, and a huge thanks to our panelists for this discussion today, and for Matt, who is keeping everything running smooth on the tech front. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, everybody.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Crash Course Economics. We have a very full house today. We had almost 200 signups. I'm thrilled to see so many attendees today. For this reason, we've also put up a live stream on YouTube. So we hope that all that have signed up can actually follow this webinar. My name is Sarah. I am the coordinator of the Alternative Trade Coalition at the Transnational Institute, TNI, in Amsterdam. And my co-host today is Rodrigo Fernandez, who is a researcher at SOMO. And behind the scenes are Jeremy Krolsmith, Kees Hudig, and Ilona Hartlief, who are working very hard to make this webinar a success today. So we, the five of us, are a collective of engaged activists and experts from a number of organizations. And we are united to reflect on the challenges and opportunities that the corona crisis presents us with today. So I'll tell you a little bit about Crash Course. We are a platform designed to open up the debate on how we can move out of the current crisis. And we want to reflect on what are the necessary steps towards achieving social, economic, and ecological justice. And for this purpose, we are inviting global experts to break down complex issues and make them accessible for a broad public, so we can actually understand how to shape our economic system for a just recovery and future. And in this way, we want to democratize this complex knowledge and give you also the necessary tools to change the world. So we'll go to the heart of the matter of problems in order to be able to put forward smart and future-proof solutions. Good to know for you is that there will be a recording of this webinar today, and it will be put on our website, as well as a podcast version thereof and a summary of this webinar. And for future topics, we're thinking of issues like feminist economics, global debt, Green Deal, and any suggestions are welcome as well. So now I'll give the floor to Rodrigo, who will explain a little bit about our first series.
Well, good afternoon. So this first series on Crash Course is on monetary policy, central banks, and ideology. And it consists of 4 separate webinars. And this webinar is the second one. Last week we started and we had invited Jens from the Cloister. And in the first webinar, we discussed the ideological origins of central bank independence and why money is always political and monetary policy is always political and not merely a technical matter. So today we will go one step further and try to understand the web of interdependencies that exist between monetary authorities, systematic banks, and other leading financial actors. This web of interdependencies. And we will discuss why this web of interdependencies is important to understand the prospects for change.
Thanks, Rodrigo. So to give you a short insight of the setup of this webinar, it will be as following. Today's speaker will be shortly introduced, and he will be able to present his view on monetary policy and this interdependency issue for about 15 minutes. After his presentation, Rodrigo and I will interview him for another 15 minutes, and then we'll open up the floor for questions from your side. Those questions will be collected through the Zoom Q&A tab. You can find it in the lower half of your screen. And we'll make a selection based on those questions that are favored mostly. So if you like a question, you can endorse it by putting the thumbs up. And then that question makes the biggest chance of being read out loud by us. And if you want, of course, you can introduce yourself in the chat. You can say who you are, where you're from, and what topics interest you. Rodrigo, will you introduce our speaker?
Yes. Well, we are very pleased to have Benjamin Brown with us today. He's speaking to us from Berlin. He's a senior researcher at the Max Planck Institute in Cologne and a member of the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton. And his research is really out of the ordinary in the field of international political economy. And he focuses on, well, really exciting issues, I think, that lie at the core of today's finance-dominated world. So in a number of publications, and most recently a chapter in the handbook of financialization, perhaps the new Bible of financialization with 400 plus pages. Benjamin, and of course in many other articles, Benjamin developed a theoretical approach to understand how the interests of central banks and actors in financial markets co-evolve, shape each other, and interrelate. And well, in this field, I think a very exciting turn was also a paper that Benjamin Brown published this year on the deeper history of this interrelationship, going back to the origins of the euro-dollar markets. And well, this is of course for another webinar, the deep history of this interrelationship. Today we will focus more on the present, which is well, exciting on its own behalf. But well, without any further ado, well, we'd like to invite Benjamin.
All right, I will share my screen. All right, thank you very much, Sarah and Rodrigo, for this invitation. I will try to stay within the 15 minutes and talk about central banking, finance, and power. And of course, what I will present is a partial perspective that's mostly based on my work in recent years. I have some references to other literature on that same topic, but it's a very relatively narrow picture. I just want to say that as a disclaimer at the beginning. So I will pick off in a sense where Jens last week left off, which is central bank independence, and just repeat here what the conventional view in monetary economics and in, let's say, central bank circles is, and that's that central bank power is real and considerable, and is exempted from democratic accountability to a considerable extent in order for central banks to better achieve one particular clearly defined goal, which is price stability or low and stable inflation. The narrow mandate that parliaments around the world usually give their central banks limits the damage, according to this conventional view, to democratic principles from this high degree of independence without much accountability. And there is, of course, something to this, but the perspective that I And this report that's here is something I wrote for Transparency International in 2017 on the ECB that very much is in this vein of this narrow view. And it is important and a lot can be said, but today I want to talk about a different perspective, which I would call a critical political economy view of the relationship between central banking and banking, central banks and the financial system more broadly. And here it is important, it is crucially important that monetary policy operates in and through financial markets. So as a result of that, central banks shape their financial system, and the critical question, this is where the critical comes in, is should the financial system be shaped by the needs of monetary policy or partially shaped? And this is a very important question because to a certain extent, one might say yes, because we want the central bank to be able to achieve its goals and to govern the macroeconomy. But on the other hand, the financial system is really very important for all kinds of reasons. And we may want to understand a little bit more precisely why central banks seem to keep pushing always in the same direction and have been doing so for decades. Now, the first step in this argument is the distinction between two types of economic state capacity. Administrative versus market-based state agency is what I would call this. Here, again, the conventional view is that the conventional view of state economy interactions is that the state governs through rulemaking and rule enforcement. This is basically the parliament deciding on legislation, and then the state, the executive, various agencies enforcing those in the economy, regulations, tax laws, and so on and so forth. However, in reality, and increasingly so in recent decades, the state is not just a rule maker and a regulator, but also a participant in financial markets. For example, or the two most important examples of this are the Treasury issuing debt, tradable sovereign bonds into financial markets. And the other example are the open market operations of central banks. Now, that means there are simply put two different modes of economic governance that are fundamentally different. One is governance by issuing rules and regulations, and the other is governance by issuing liabilities and purchasing assets. That sounds a little bit technical. This is just to say that the central bank buys and sells financial securities in financial markets, and it does so by creating money, which is another way of saying it issues this liability, which is central bank money. Now, there is an important historical dimension to this, which is that prior to the 1980s, most central banks routinely used direct monetary policy instruments, such as credit controls or interest rate ceilings to govern finance, the financial sector, and also to achieve their monetary policy goals. So central banks made use of administrative authority as part of the macroeconomic governance. Whereas since the 1980s, central banks have increased everywhere, basically, have shifted increasingly to indirect monetary policy instruments, such as standing facilities and open market operations, meaning they transact with private financial institutions in financial markets at eye to eye, more or less. These are commercial transactions where the central bank is one, albeit a big and powerful one, actor in financial markets. Now, the next step in this argument is to draw out what it means for the relationship between central banks and financial markets, and what that means for the power of finance. And I will talk about this in terms of infrastructural entanglement and infrastructural power. Infrastructural entanglement has two sides. On the one hand, public actors provide the backstop infrastructure for the creation and trading of private credit money. This is an abstract way of putting it, but it simply means that there could not be a large, sophisticated capitalist financial system without a central bank. The idea that this could all be organized purely privately without a state is mostly a Hayekian fiction that has never been tested on a large enough scale. So historically, we've always had central banks or the predecessors of today's central banks playing a very important role by backstopping, regulating also private credit money creation. On the other hand, and this is what I will emphasize, private actors provide the infrastructure through which public monetary governance operates. So central banks rely on the private part of the financial system to govern. Central bankers are the ones that manage these infrastructural entanglements. They are public servants that act in private markets. And so to say that finance, the private financial sector has infrastructural power, by saying that, I kind of invert the concept of infrastructural power in the sense that Michael Mann, who coined this term and developed this concept, he really applied this to the state. The state's infrastructural power as the state's reach into civil society, including into the economy. Michael Mann didn't really talk about the financial system very much, but he did acknowledge that the infrastructural power of the state was a two-way street to the extent that it increased. Also, non-state actors gained leverage over the state, and he did not develop that part very much. But this is how I use the term infrastructural power of finance. It's power that arises from the dependence of state actors on private financial markets for governance purposes. I should also add, this is a bit of an academic point, but it's nevertheless important, that infrastructural power is, of course, not the only form of power of the financial sector. And the way this has been discussed in the political science and political economy literature in recent years is the dominant forms that have been discussed are instrumental power and structural power. So the capacity of the financial sector to organize and lobby state actors. So there's a literature on the instrumental power of business in general and finance in particular. And the same is true for structural power. Here, state actors fear that business and or finance can basically call a capital strike and damage the prospects for growth and inflation, and therefore the financial sector often gets its will without having to organize and lobby anyone in particular. And infrastructural power operates similar to structural power in that it doesn't require sophisticated organization or lobbying. It's simply that certain state actors depend on financial markets for what they are doing, governance-related interests. The Treasury wants to be able to issue sovereign bonds into deep and liquid bond markets that will have a high demand for these bonds. Of course, then there are costs to this arrangement. And the same is true for the central bank. We will talk more about this deep and liquid aspect. Now, why should we care about infrastructural power? Just very briefly, a word on the political economy here. I just mentioned this. State actors seeking to govern through financial markets tend to want deep and liquid markets. Deep and liquid, of course, means, translated into a political economy language, usually means big and powerful financial markets. And so then the question is, whose interests are served by this, and whose interests are potentially negatively affected? And then it is, of course, true that monetary governance is a public good, and to the extent that monetary governance is strengthened, that has certainly benefits for the public good, if that's defined, for instance, in terms of price stability. But at the same time, a financial system that maximizes monetary governability is, of course, not the same necessarily as a financial system that maximizes the public good. The public good includes, it's a broad concept, and obviously includes many things, such as, for example, justice, economic justice, sustainability in particular. So these goals may conflict. Now, in the time that remains, which is very little, I want to just browse through a couple of historical examples of infrastructural power in action. I think that in the Q&A and in the discussion, we will probably talk about the present day. Lots of things are going on, but I chose to just highlight, because that's what I did my work on this in recent years, a couple of examples. The first is important because it shows that really the history of this is quite long, and one could go back even further, of course. But this is a pretty significant example, recycling of so-called petrodollars in through the euro-dollar market in the 1970s. Briefly, the question was, how can we there were two questions when oil exporters accumulated these reserves from the export of oil that was suddenly much more expensive as a result of the oil shock in the early 70s. One was, who will issue the debt that will absorb the oil exporters' petrodollars? And the other question was, who will finance the current account deficits of the oil importers, who now had to pay a lot more? And there was a public solution in theory. That's how everybody at the time at first expected this would be done, recycling via governments and the IMF, and a private-led solution, recycling via this, and I can't go into the details now of this Eurodollar market, via this in developing private international capital market. And the result, which we show in the paper that's highlighted at the bottom here, is that central banks actually did quite a lot to backstop and thereby support the growth of this market, and thereby in the long term the growth of foreign currency debt, which is problematic in many ways, and has come back to bite many countries since then. So that's one example of infrastructural entanglement. Policymakers, central banks, governments decided they needed the Eurodollar market in order to solve a complex international governance problem. Then in the 1990s and 2000s, very importantly, the development of so-called repo markets, which is the most important segment of the money market in the US, the UK, and the Euro area, was very much, or the repo market very much co-evolved with monetary policy and central banking during this period. And my co-author, Daniela Gabor, has written on this, and also my colleague, Max Planck, Leon Wansleben, recently. I can't go into the details of my own favorite case that I've written on, the ECB and the securitization market after the Lehman crisis in 2008. The short version is the ECB did everything it could to revive this market again, because it had the ECB, the short version is, would have liked to do what the Fed was doing, which was to buy asset-backed securities as part of its quantitative easing program. That wasn't really possible because the market was way too small at that point. It had collapsed in the euro area. And also it was a means for the ECB to allow the banking sector to unload a lot of loans that were on the balance sheets of private banks onto the central bank balance sheet. The result was that the language language that the ECB had already used in 2010 became the foundation for a new regulation in 2017 for simple, transparent, and standardized securitization. And this was as part of the Juncker Commission's Capital Markets Union project. For the discussion, I'll just put this up. Maybe you can come back to this later. Quantitative easing is, of course, also the most significant, I would say, and dramatic manifestation of the infrastructural power of finance. At this point, the major central banks, and now also many emerging market central banks in the COVID-19 crisis, are basically buying any financial securities they can get their hands on, with consequences that are rather grave and that benefit the financial actors first and the real economy second. And that, of course, is an issue. And I want to, this is my conclusion, my outlook for this. Two quotes from very important central bankers. Benoît Cœuré recently retired from the ECB's executive board. He said in 2018 that financial structures should be the outcome of market forces. Central banks should, in principle, play no active role here. If there's one takeaway from this presentation, it's that central banks have always played a major role here with regard to financial market structures. And so this sentence is, the word in principle does a lot of work in this sentence. And the ECB is, of course, aware. That's why Benoît Cœuré said in principle. And from a forward-looking perspective, the point here is that envisioning alternative financial and macro financial orders starts with grappling with this fact of central bank influence on financial market structure. Janet Yellen brought up an important problem with infrastructural entanglement and power when she said that although we work through financial markets, our goal is to help Main Street, not Wall Street. And that is credible in most cases for central bank interventions. The problem is they almost always work through financial markets first. And certainly with the recent interventions, it's very clear that central bankers reach Main Street only at ever higher distributional costs by backstopping all kinds of financial actors, including hedge funds and private equity funds. Central banks pay a high price in terms of redistribution of wealth towards the top in order to then support growth in employment in the real economy. And this is just something that I wanted to put up. Also, if and when we discuss finance and global warming, which is not the topic of my talk, but which for, I think, many in the audience is probably a very important concern, there are basically two alternatives. And in reality, we will probably have a mix of these two, but the two basic alternatives are a state-led approach. So this is towards a carbon neutral economy, towards a net zero emission world. This will require a lot of investment. How do we do this? The state-led approach does this by large-scale public investment and state-directed credit policies. And then there's a market-led approach, which does this by limiting the role of the state and leaving it to deep and liquid financial markets that are seen as part of the solution. And the state will just try to do a little bit of steering here and there. And one takeaway from this infrastructural power approach is that without legislative changes to central bank mandates, or at least without very strong signaling, in the case of the ECB, where mandate change is very difficult, from political authorities, central banks are likely because of this infrastructural entanglement between central banks and financial markets, to work towards the second alternative. So the impetus towards strengthening the state vis-a-vis private financial markets will not come from central banks. That needs to come from governments. All right, that's it from me for the moment. I look forward to questions.
Well, thank you, Benjamin. I think this is it's perhaps quite a lot for people that are non-experts, but I think given the complexity of the issues, you explained very well. And well, I have one question to continue on this path of this entanglement between central banks and financial markets is we have seen many types of negative effects. You already mentioned wealth inequality, but another area where we have seen quite negative developments is in corporate debt. So we've seen that since the last scale interventions of central banks, the quantitative easing, the purchasing of assets, corporate debt increased substantially since 2000. Well, since 2009 and etc. And not only in nominal value, but also in proportion to, for example, turnover. So simply corporations have become much more vulnerable. So my question to you is, if we have this story of growing vulnerability in corporations because of this monetary policy that pushed this debt onto them and enabled them to accumulate this debt, how is this infrastructural power structure, superstructure, how does it relate to the non-financial corporations, to multinational corporations, to oil companies, car companies? Where do they come into this game, this of central banks with financial actors?
Yeah, it's a crucial question, and I think it also raises the question, which we will probably talk more about later, of what are the alternatives, or how can we limit infrastructural power of finance? And the short answer to that is, I think, less macroeconomic stabilization policy by monetary policy, more by a fiscal policy, which is less financialized. And then to come back to your specific question, is that the simple answer is that more private sector debt is, in a sense, the intended effect of quantitative easing, in the sense that what the central bank is doing, or what central banks have been doing until recently, now they are expanding their asset purchases. But at the beginning, they were purchasing the safest, right, assets in the financial system: government bonds and AAA rated mortgage bonds. In the case of the Fed at the beginning, and so the idea was that there would be a portfolio rebalancing effect as part of the transmission mechanism of quantitative easing, and that investors that sold these safe bonds to the central bank received freshly created central bank money in exchange, would then invest that money into higher risk assets. And what are these? That would then have a stimulating effect on the economy, and thereby on growth and ultimately inflation. And those assets would be corporate equities, for example. So that's not debt, that are equities. So we've seen increasing share prices, and also make loans to companies and household and buy corporate bonds. And so it's very much part and parcel of QE to make it easier for private actors, corporations, and households to go into more debt.
Yeah, but if I may, this theory, of course, also involved that this would, in the end, trickle down into real investment, employment, etc., etc. It would not circulate in financial markets. And the result of this growing debt was not growing investment in fixed capital or new technologies, but simply a large scale purchasing of their own shares.
Yes.
Basically, it was all spent on the shareholders. So we have seen a sort of extractive model of shareholder value going faster than before. So this theory was nice, but we've seen. I would say that since the last round of interventions, we've seen that it doesn't work. So what do you think that this new round that is even more aggressive, that even goes into supporting private equity funds or firms controlled by private equity funds? What is the story that we will hear now of why this is necessary?
Well, it's interesting because, of course, there was some, I think, of this initially intended chain of events, right, where firms would issue more bonds and so on, and also previous rounds of QE already made it easier, for example, for private equity funds to leverage their capital in order to buy firms. Then these firms, it was easier for these firms to issue junk-rated bonds to pay the private equity fund back. And so now what we see that the Fed is buying junk-rated bonds, for example, issued by these, and many, a large share of which was issued by firms that had been bought out by private equity funds and are still owned by private equity funds. So that business model that was supported by the last round of QE is now getting a kind of bailout in the new round of COVID-19 QE, which has shifted from only high-rated government securities and high-rated corporate bonds to even low-rated corporate bonds. So that's a prime example of, I would say, infrastructural power moving from the core of the financial system, the banking system, the interbank market. A lot of the story that I told is about the repo market, and then partly about the securitization market. But much of that happens really in the core of the banking sector. Now, with hedge funds and private equity funds benefiting from central bank interventions, you have, I would say, a considerable expansion of infrastructural power.
Sarah, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I think it's good maybe to take one clarification question out of the Q&A. Someone wanted to know what backstops exactly are. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, Benjamin? And I'll have another question for you for myself.
Yes, sure. Sorry, I should have explained that better. Basically, this is the lender of last resort function of the central bank. So when banks lose the ability to access liquidity in financial markets, or lose or there is a run on banks, depositors go to the ATM, withdraw the money, or other financial firms that have been lending to the bank stop lending to the bank, then usually the central bank is lender of last resort, steps in, and it does so in various ways. A simple term to describe all of these ways is to say that the central bank fulfills a backstop function for various parts of the financial system.
Right, thanks. That's a very good clarification, I think. So maybe before we delve into more technical issues, I think it's also good to ask a more political theoretical question. I was reading some of your articles, and in one recent article that you wrote for the Progression International, you write that the quotation area of technocratic governance that has seen the greatest increase of unelected power has no doubt been central banking. End of quote. So I think that's a very nice, bold claim, which also fits into your presentation. Can you elaborate on that a little bit and explain why you think that technocratic governance, such as central banking, is often juxtaposed to democratic control, and why that is problematic?
Yes, I mean, it is juxtaposed to democratic accountability and control discursively, but not always, I would say, in actual institutional arrangements. And the original idea behind central bank independence that Jens last week in his talk talked a little bit about this was that central bankers need to be independent from the government, which has short-term electoral incentives to stimulate the economy in the short term in order to win the next election, and then there will be inflation, and that's bad for everyone, and therefore we should make central banks independent. And in a sense, this independence that central banks gain for this very specific reason of price stability policies extends, to a lot of the activities that I have described that are sort of fall under this umbrella of independence, but have nothing to do really, or have only very indirectly to do with price stability policies, when a lot of this is really the plumbing of the financial system and related to the lender of last resort function of central banks, which is crucially important, and which I would very much agree central banks should fulfill that role. But the question is, big finance comes with big central banking, and vice versa. That's this co-evolution of the two over recent decades. And at one point, we need to ask which of these functions of the central bank do we really want done beyond direct democratic control? And of course, it's important that experts can do their work with some degree of independence, but then that is not the same as saying, the ECB is almost entirely unaccountable to anyone. As we have seen, basically, the German Constitutional Court is now saying, okay, we are going to try to do this, and it's not working so well. But the Parliament, for example, the European Parliament, could be empowered to a lot more oversight over various things the ECB is doing that are not, raising and lowering the interest rate a little bit.
Yes, maybe one more question related to this same topic. You also wrote that central banks, as you more or less also explained in your answer now, are planners of the wealth-owning class. So they protect the interests of the financial sector, of the private sector. Could you give an idea how central banks can become planners for the common good, and how that is related to democratizing the current architecture?
Can you repeat the first part? I was just the very first sentence of your question. I was looking at the chat.
Yeah, that's fine. So I referred to a statement you made in an article saying that central banks are the planners of the wealth-owning class.
The wealth-owning.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So increasing inequality also in that respect.
I mean, historically, of course, the reason for central bank independence is that price stability, the idea is that it's good for everyone, but there wouldn't be such a need for central bank independence if the democratic majority was always in favor of price stability. There, as a basic rule of thumb, owners of bonds are most vulnerable to inflation. The top 1% own most of the bonds, the government bond, the corporate bond, and so on. So there is a sense that even though employers, for example, whose wage contracts are not indexed to inflation, are also vulnerable to inflation, but they may well, the democratic majority may well have a rational preference in the short term for the government to stimulate the economy at the expense of higher inflation. And then the central bank would step in. And there are a couple of beautiful papers from the mid-1990s by Adam Posen, who is now the head of the Peterson Institute of International Economics, a very mainstream econ figure, who basically says that central bank independence is not some kind of optimal economic policy arrangement. It's just the institutionalized version of a power struggle that was won by the financial sector and those that the financial sector primarily serves, which is what this quote refers to as the wealth-owned class. So this is important to remember. There is a class dimension to central bank independence.
Thanks.
I think that it's time that we go to the questions of the audience, because there's quite a lot of them, and I don't know if we can address all of them. But maybe I'll just start with the top one. Well, basically we follow the questions that have most thumbs up. So we try not to manipulate that. We're market neutral on this. The top question is from Lucas Spielberger, a PhD candidate from at the University of Leiden. Benjamin, I don't know if you can read the Q&A yourself, or I can read it to you. I will read it anyway. But then perhaps it's easier for you to follow. Isn't the reliance on deep and liquid bond markets for state spending the result of a self-imposed constraint, namely the monetary financing prohibition? If central bank pursued different sterilization strategies for state spending, for instance, it's jumping around. For instance, term deposits or central bank bonds, primary bond markets would not hold that infrastructural power. Perhaps translating it a little bit, isn't the prohibition that central banks can directly finance states, doesn't that lie at the heart of the matter of why the private financial system can have this, can enjoy this infrastructural power? So shouldn't allowing monetary financing, wouldn't that change this infrastructural power, this entanglement?
The short answer is yes, exactly. And that is precisely the reason why there is the monetary financing prohibition in the Maastricht Treaty and therefore in the statute of the European Central Bank. This gives financial markets the power to be the arbiters of basically state spending plans. If the ECB short-circuited the mechanism by which governments first have to sell their bonds into international capital markets before they, can spend, then that would greatly reduce, of course, the infrastructural power of the private financial sector. But that is, I would say, simply put, the reason why we have the monetary financing prohibition.
I would like to ask one extra question related to this. In this series, of course, we're very much interested in the building blocks for progressive politics. Wouldn't you say then that monetary financing, focusing on in what way it can be organized, what the limits could be, don't you think that this would be a very fruitful area for progressive political parties and politicians to seek out any answers?
Absolutely, and yes, this is kind of what we. So last week, the European Parliament, the Econ Committee, debated the mandate of the European Central Bank, which is why we, Daniela Gabor, Benjamin Lemoine, and I published a short piece in Social Europe, where we basically, for the more ambitious midterm agenda for the ECB's mandate, we make this argument and say that basically more monetary financing is good, but it doesn't necessarily only have to be monetary financing. The key is to reverse the hierarchy between, the state and financial markets when it comes to financing state expenditure. the state has all kinds of powers to, for example, force domestic investors to buy bonds, or in the European Union, this could be done in various ways, where this could be even done at the EU level. Simply put, and at a more abstract level, the challenge is to use the sovereign power of the state and the central bank as part of that to make it possible for the state to spend without first having to auction its bonds in the private financial market at market prices.
Right. So I think we're going to the next question, which made it to raise to the top. It's by Grace Blakely. And Grace is asking, can we now argue that central banks are effectively targeting the prices of assets like equities and corporate bonds with their interventions, even if their mandate is technically still confined to inflation targeting? And where's the line between the central banks targeting asset prices and state planning via central banks in the interest of private investors?
Yeah, it's a key question. And I would say that in a sense, there is a great continuity with inflation targeting as it was conceived originally in the early 90s, because, as I said earlier, also there is a clear class dimension, and inflation targeting always valued price stability above employment. So protecting the interest of wealth owners over those of employees whose income derives not from financial assets primarily, but from wage labor. And of course, with increasing financialization and with the increasing importance of income from financial assets for overall investment dynamics in the economy, central banks have more and more moved towards de facto, I would agree with this point by Grace, targeting asset prices. That there was already always the story about the so-called Greenspan put, where Greenspan would, forcefully lower interest rates every time there was a major jitter in the U.S. stock market. So basically, the Greenspan Fed already underwrote share prices, and since then, the Fed and also other central banks have proceeded to underwriting share prices, bond prices, now junk bond prices, and thereby the activities of private equity firms, hedge funds. And the effect of all of this, of course, is to protect the value of financial asset portfolios. And that is extremely problematic because the value from a very simple Marxist perspective, or that conceives of distribution as a question between the distribution between the capital share and the labor share in the economy, the value of financial portfolios is a function also of the development of the overall wage level in the economy. And you can't really systematically keep asset prices high without actually keeping wages low.
If I can ask one short follow-up question, do you see a big difference between the policy of the federal bank, the ECB, or Bank of England in that respect? Or is that all more or less protecting the same interests?
That's a difficult question. Certainly, in recent years, the ECB caught up with the other central banks, but was initially much more careful. Or much more cautious, sorry. They didn't dare to start QE. They did it all via long-term refinancing operations up until 2015, which have a slightly different transmission mechanism, but really it's not so different. Then the ECB started buying corporate bonds at a time when the Fed was not yet doing that. So really, there isn't a fundamental difference between these central banks, I would say. It just depends on the structure of their respective economies and financial systems, what kind of measures they prefer.
Okay.
Shall we continue? Yeah, there's many questions, and yeah, unfortunately we will not be able to address them all. But well, maybe if you find time, Benjamin, later on you could on the website or something answer some of them. We'll just continue and take as many as we can. I see.
I'll try to be brief.
Okay. Yeah, I also see that Jens from the Cloister also has a question. Really nice. You're watching, but yeah, there's another question that had more a thumbs up that I will address first. Is Katharina Pister's legal theory of finance suggests that financial systems are hybrids between state and markets. And the hierarchies that are inherent mean that in a crisis, the enforcement mechanisms favor those who are closest to the state, punishing those at the periphery. What are the implications of this for your theory?
Yes, very good question. And the brief answer is that that's what I meant when I said that infrastructural power is strongest at the very core of the financial system. So really the interests of banks that have access to central bank liquidity directly are very, very strong from this, precisely for this reason, because they create money by making loans. But increasingly, of course, other actors also have been brought into the fold, and investment funds, they don't have the power to create money in the way that banks have that power. But they have the power to take on a lot of debt and then spend that money on buying companies and so on. And so you have an outward movement, I would say, towards what, from Pistor's perspective, would be the periphery already of the financial system. Or you could say that periphery is brought to the center. Yeah.
All right. Let me go to the Q&A. That was, by the way, a question by Niklas Sinia. So thank you. And then actually Jens' question did make it to the top right now, so we can ask it. It's the next one. Where do you situate the current European Commission Green Deal agenda and the green taxonomy on the scale you proposed between the private and the public approaches? And what are the risks in terms of infrastructural entanglement? So really referring to the terms you've used.
All right. That's a very complicated question, and I probably don't even have the expertise to answer it fully. I would just say that, in my view, there's a reason that Ursula von der Leyen called it a Green Deal and not a Green New Deal. The New Deal, the Roosevelt New Deal, was very much associated with state capacity building on a very large scale, and with increasing the power of the state to achieve, strategic long-term goals in the economy directly. So banks were created, investment authorities, and so on and so forth, public banks. This may well still be a part of, or become a part of the Green Deal agenda. But for now, there are some very discouraging signs, such as the Commission hiring BlackRock to help with defining a green taxonomy, as opposed to having this done by public actors, and maybe even creating a new public financial players that would become a competition for BlackRock. So far, we've seen the opposite of that, and so far, I would say, if anything, there are signs for increased infrastructural power in that area.
There are several questions, that formulated in different ways about the legislative changes that would be needed, required to limit or change this infrastructural entanglement. What type of changes would you envision?
Yes, the most radical thing, for sure, that one could do is to break or to insulate governments from international financial market pressures when they issue bonds. There are various ways to do this, and one term used by economists that is not very good, but one to look out for in this regard is financial repression. Often that covers a lot of these legislative avenues. And then the other main thing that I would mention here, and that depends a little bit on the success with the first, is fiscal policy. Especially in Europe, but also in the US, the extreme increase of central bank power and central bank activism is partly the other side of the coin of diminished capacity for fiscal action in the US due to partisan gridlock and all kinds of other problems in the euro area. Because of the problems of the euro area. And to the extent that macroeconomic stimulus could be done via, for example, strategic green investment programs on a large scale that would stimulate demand in the real economy directly, that would reduce the need for the central bank to try and stimulate the economy by basically targeting asset prices and hoping that rich people will then spend more. Which, as you said, Rodrigo, is a fanciful and very problematic theory of macroeconomic governance.
So I think it's almost time for the final question. So we might be running a couple of minutes late. I hope you're okay with that. Also, dear audience, I hope you're okay with that. This question is by Alexandros Alexandropoulos. He's from the University of Bologna. And his question is slightly interdisciplinary and comes from a political theory perspective. Today, central banks are subject to a soft form of democratic accountability. What institutional designs can we theorize that would allow higher democratic transparency and accountability of central banks? Is that even possible in the current international finance structure? And he also says it's nice to see some familiar faces from the Buenos Aires conference here. Maybe just to add to that, Ben King Beck is also asking whether independent central banks require a greater degree of democratic oversight and asking how this could be achieved. So your final wordings, Ben.
All right. That, of course, is a key part of any progressive agenda for central banking. And the status quo here is extremely undemocratic, I would say. And so people thinking about these questions should be quite bold. There is no reason that parliaments should have no say in the conduct of even monetary policy. And certainly there's no reason why parliaments shouldn't have a say in all the other things that central banks are doing, which is, the plumbing of the financial system, financial structure, design, international monetary diplomacy, and so on and so forth. So one could think of parliamentary committees that develop expertise over time in order to interact eye to eye with central banks. One could also think about, and I just cooperated with a larger group of academics and the Dezernat Zukunft young think tank in Berlin, where we published some proposals along these lines. A recurring political process by which the central bank mandate is up for negotiation and a renewed democratic political process every few years. The problem that we've had for a long time now is that the idea that price stability must be the overarching goal for anything the central bank does, which has worked as a shield to protect central banks from intervention. This is an idea from the 1980s, late 1970s, early 1980s, and the days of inflation, they are probably almost no one who's listening to us today even remembers this because they weren't alive. So yes, a recurring political process that explicitly and purposefully politicizes the question of what do we want the central bank to do, I think would be a good idea.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Just before we close off, I just had one question is that, yeah, although it seems very logical and simple to discuss, to question the central bank independence, if you would go to any Ministry of Finance in any country in the Eurozone or the UK or the US, well, you will be laughed upon, and I don't think that it's very sensible for many political parties to address this point, because mainstream media is so opposed to this idea. It is so out of what we conceive as being real. What type of how can we change this idea, this notion?
I agree with you that the Overton window would have to be shifted quite a bit in order to get there, and that conventional wisdom is very much attached to this fiction of central bank independence. And that's the second part of my answer, which is that yes, conventional wisdom will laugh you out of the room, but if you speak to anyone on the inside, central bankers or seasoned technocrats or even financial market insiders, everybody knows that central bank independence is also a fiction. Central banks coordinate with governments all the time, and they have to, because they are agents of the government. And once we make this point clear and repeat it infinite amounts of times, maybe this will at one point get through.
That's really, I think, an awesome statement to end on, Benjamin. So we'll for sure keep repeating it in this series. So for now, I really like to thank you for your awesome presentation and answering actually so many questions in such a short period of time. I'm sorry to all the questions that couldn't be answered, but I think we did a quite good job at selecting some that were quite encompassing. And I want to thank all participants also for taking part in this webinar, our second webinar of Crash Course. We'll have a third and a fourth session before the summer break. So our next session is next week. It will be on the effects of monetary policy on the global south. Also an interesting question that was touched upon also in the former webinar. It will be broadcast on the 25th of June at 4 o'clock Central European Time again, starring Jeke Tano, who is the head of the Political Economy Unit at Third World Network Africa. And there he conducts research and advocacy on globalization, trade, and development. So I think that will be a very interesting webinar. And I hope, Benjamin, maybe you can participate as well. So hope to see you all there. I can show you now quickly our website. Okay. Over here. So this was this session. And here you can click on the third session and then you can sign up for the next webinar. And of course, we will be putting a recording of this webinar on the website, as well as a podcast version, and also a short summary of the most important points that Benjamin made and the questions that were posed, including the answers. And we can also publish some links there of Benjamin's work. So if you're interested in specific topics he mentioned, you can click on the links and read more all about them. So that's it for today. Thanks again, Ben. Thanks all attendees. Thanks, Rodrigo. Hope you all enjoyed it. I've learned a lot myself, and I hope to see you next week.
And have a nice weekend.
And have a nice weekend. Yes.
Thank you, everyone, also for listening. Have a nice weekend. And bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I've been doing this for 13 years, and there have been some magic panels at magic moments, but I can really say that Marjo and all of the World Economic Forum have really outdone themselves with this panel, which with the storyline of our politics, our economics, and our finance at the moment could not be better timed. Let me start by making a few brief comments on our panelists, and then I want to get to our 3-hour discussion. We have a panelist today who understands the mathematics of the Great Distortion, the responsibilities of trying to find an actuarial assumption and trying to match the obligations of the future. We have a panelist today with profound responsibilities for the long-term matching of obligations of this strange word insurance, which is from another century and is changing with the technology of the day at light speed. We have a panelist today who's an absolute crucible of the new finance, its linkage to regulation, its linkage to our politics, and particularly our world politics, looking at the responsibility of making ratios and making it every 90 days. If you don't make it every 90 days, the world falls apart. We have a panelist who provides us with a terrific historical template, who has been committed to acquiring for the United States of America different pieces of our heritage and our history, and possibly understands the 1930s like no one in the room, and certainly the political moment that we're in worldwide, the many moments. And finally, we have a panelist who, full disclosure, has written my book of the year with a great hat tip to Sebastian Mallaby, and Professor Rogoff, who has the worst ratings on Amazon I've ever seen. His book is just flat out courageous, and it has had international response and debate. So let's get right to it. I guess the future of finance is about the how of the future, the what of the future, the strategies, and we too often forget, particularly in this valley, the tactics that will be required, the short term, to get to the strategic long term. Ann Richards, you understand the Great Distortion. You understand how the bond market, as a measure of this crisis and of this distortion, has distorted all of finance. Can you say all clear on the Great Distortion? Do we begin this seminar, do we begin this Davos saying that we're through the negative rates and through the Great Distortion of the last 8 years?
I think we've passed the inflection point. I mean, clearly still in bond markets, there's a lot of distortion is still in there. But I think the thing that was crystal clear in 2016 was the shift in the way that central bankers themselves were looking at what monetary policy could do. I mean, I think it's a really interesting chart. If you look at Janet Yellen's statements at the start of the year, she'd never mentioned the word fiscal in her press comments once. By the time we get to the end of the year, in her last press conference, she mentioned the word fiscal 20 times. And I think that is very symptomatic of the fact that central banks have realized that this primacy of their independence away from government actually wasn't sufficient. You need to have fiscal and monetary policy working together. And that's what bond markets, I think, began to react to through 2016, this realization we need a new framework for thinking about how we transmit monetary policy through to the real economy. And that's how we're going to adapt to this. And that's why we're at the end of this 30-year period of unidirectional bond markets.
David Rubenstein, and we go step by step here. We go from thought to thought. There's no real structure to this before we get to your good questions. Full disclosure, Dr. Weber, I'll be starting with you on the questions, so get ready. But David Rubenstein, I believe we have a fiscal debate and we have a moment. Ian Bremmer had the best photo out on social yesterday of the one left standing, Chancellor Merkel. Is it fiscal policy to the rescue in 2017 that sets the template for a more normal finance?
Well, let me just talk about the United States for a moment. In the United States, for the last 6 years or so, it's been very difficult to get fiscal policy because the Congress and the President were not really in sync, and so therefore no major legislation dealing with taxes was really going to be passed by the Congress. Now we have a Republican Congress and a Republican President, and the theory is that there should be some legislation that will deal with fiscal policy and significant fiscal policy, significant tax cuts, and and major changes in the way we tax our corporations and our individuals in the United States. If that can get implemented, then yes, there will be a significant fiscal stimulus in the United States, I believe. Monetary policy will not be as significant as it was. On the other hand, monetary policy is going to have a factor, be a factor, because it's likely that the Fed will continue to increase interest rates a bit. And so you'll have an interesting anomaly here. You're going to have a fiscal policy that is controlled by the Republicans and a monetary policy that's really being made by Democrats, who are largely composed of the Fed or control the Fed. So we'll see how that works. But right now, I think the Congress is likely to pass some significant legislation in the fiscal area, tax area. But if you go by the George W. Bush administration or the Ronald Reagan administration, when they were trying to get significant tax legislation through, it takes roughly 9 to 10 months to get it done. So nothing is going to happen overnight. And as we probably know, the presidents of the United States don't have as much impact on tax legislation as the Congress does. So while the president will say, here's what I would like to do, the devil's in the details in tax policy. So it's going to take a long time before we really know what the fiscal changes are going to be.
The devil may be in the tweet. We'll have to see what Mr. Trump says today as we move to the inauguration. Mario Greco, to get back to the finance end of it, and part of what Mr. Rubenstein was speaking of is this idea of a changed template of regulation. Do you look for a finance of 2017 that will be a difference in regulation for Zurich, and what will that difference be?
The big issue that we're facing is integration of capital rules. Capital rules are very different in Europe, US, Asia. Of course, we favor a standardization of capital rules across the continents, but I think this is going to be very unlikely and very difficult to achieve. And so capital arbitrage, or looking for the best capital rules, will remain a kind of game that Americans, Europeans, and Asians will think about playing.
Which institution do you look for which government institution do you look for to be most commonsensical about the future of finance?
That's a very difficult question.
It's too early in the morning for difficult questions, but I'll go with it. Is there one institution in particular that you're focused on?
I mean, not really. The issue we have is, as insurance companies, that the regulators tend to rule or have a memory for having ruled banks. And they tend to consider insurance companies as banks, which we're not. And so the extension to insurance company of banking rules fails to understand the riskiness of what we do. We live in a world where we accept liabilities from customers, and we match assets to the liabilities, and we run quite a good match of assets and liabilities over a longer period of times. Banks don't do that, and this is something that we're still struggling to have the regulators understand. And this explains the issues that we had in Europe on Solvency II, which has been completely counter-cyclical. Capital regulation did not help in the past years, getting Europe outside of the economical crisis, and explains also the struggle that we're having in getting an aligned system worldwide.
John Cryan, you have had an eventful set of years with Deutsche Bank. You begin a new year. There has to be a vision for the future of finance and how large banks fold into that. Not where will you be this year. Where is the future of big banks in 5 years?
Well, we are placing our bets on technology. We're not sure that the fundamental nature of products will change much, although regulation tends to impact that. We don't think that the demands of our clients and counterparts will change too much. So it's the delivery mechanism. And that will help us protect ourselves. We can use technology to improve our own controls. We can use technology to improve our efficiency. And then we can use technology to improve the customer service.
Within the investment that you have to make is the idea of a new banking. Is it banking as it's been, or is the future of finance a new banking that will be radically different?
It would be different, but if we take the narrow definition of banking, we're regulated to take deposits, and that regulation provides some form of protection of the status quo. It doesn't defend us against newcomers, but it does embody the status quo, and everything regulated tends to continue as it is. Regulation's not generally a facilitator of change. So against regulation, we try to be innovative. Innovation in financial services has been frowned upon for a decade or so for justifiable reasons. It didn't serve society as well as it might have done 10 years ago. But we haven't been innovative other than in delivery channels. So I think technology is the key in the next 5 years.
In the last half hour of this panel, we'll really dive into the technology. And Ken Rogoff, finally to you, we talk about strategies, but then we talk about the tactical surprises we saw with India and their adjustments to their cash regime, I'll call it. What have you learned about innovation when you look at the curse of cash and you look at experimental modes and such? What have you learned in the last 6 months that sets us up for the future of finance? Not specifically in India, but just on the different experiments out there.
There's a phenomenal amount of innovation in finance at the moment. It's sort of hard to know what direction it will take. A lot of it is being developed in the private sector. If you look at the long history of money, the private sector is often the innovator, from standardized coinage to paper currency to whatever we have in the future. But certainly central banks are looking hard at these ideas. I think it's pretty likely we'll start to have central bank digital currencies in the next 20 years, if not the next 5. They have digital currencies already. Deutsche Bank holds its reserves electronically at the central bank, but this will get extended to a much broader group. And that may sound, just a little technical thing, but it has profound implications for disintermediation of the system. People being able directly to go to the central bank instead of through banks, the government, to fund itself. And then more broadly in the private sector, these innovations provide ways to do legal contracts, ways for banks to transact with each other without going through a third party. It's a very exciting time in innovation, but I have a feeling the regulators are probably way behind what's going on.
David, please comment on the parallels here. I think of Mellon in the 1930s and this idea of combination. Is the end result of this future of finance that there's simply fewer players involved, and do you assume that that will occur sooner rather than later?
Well, actually, what's happened is the number of banks in the United States has consolidated after the Great Recession and other things. We have relatively fewer major banks than we used to have, and that phenomenon occurred in the 1930s as well as banks consolidated. Now what you're finding is that banks are important, but you have financial service companies that are not banks that are playing an increasingly important role in the financial service industry. The so-called fintech revolution has really revolutionized banks as well as other providers of financial services. So, for example, today many people are paying their bills through mobile payments through their telephones, and they're not necessarily going through sending checks to banks to do things like that. And China and India are leading the way. Interestingly, while the United States considers itself a financial center and also a center of technology revolution, the revolution that's really occurring in financial services is occurring in emerging markets, China and India, where they're bypassing some of the things that we have in the United States because they're really going from an emerging market to a financial tech revolution. And therefore, you'll find many more people comfortable with using mobile payments in China and India than you do in the United States, much higher percentage. And you're also going to see enormous amounts of other ways that people are going to get around the traditional banking system by doing things that banks do for them historically, but now non-regulated institutions can do it. And the whole financial tech revolution has seen enormous amounts of money coming into this space. So right now, you're seeing probably 5 times as much money is going into financial tech companies as about 5 years ago. 5 times as much has come in, and it's projected that probably it'll increase by about 50% per annum over the next 10 years because you see so much opportunity to make money for the investors, but also it's really revolutionized the way people deal with banks and also deal with money.
So after that briefing, John Cryan, what is the to-do list for a major bank? How do you pull in that technological innovation? I had a panel here 2-3 years ago on the same theme, ever more so now. How do you pull in that institution, that innovation to slower, stodgy, developed economy, banking and finance?
Well, we've taken a number of approaches. One is to work with it. but it's a slight distance, so that we're not, we are a multinational corporation. That's not an institution at which all young people aspire to work these days. So we find newer ways of working, particularly with younger people. They want a different employment contract than a simple employer-employee relationship. They're much more fluid, and they want sometimes some equity. So we work with them as a third party, but with some degree of exclusivity. And we can capture the intellectual property without necessarily formally employing the individual. And we've set up we have 3 or 4 different approaches to that. We're not sure we necessarily always have the right idea. It varies from country to country too, because employment law varies. But in Germany, we've 2 or 3 different approaches to how we deal with entrepreneurs and innovators.
Do you just assume a consolidation? We see moment to moment in the future of finance, everyone's working on the expense side of the income statement. That can only go so far. And then do we see consolidation, whether it's in your banking or Anne and Mario's more portfolio-based products?
I do, and I agree with you that there's pressure on expense, but there's also a lot of pressure on improving controls. And the product innovation, and I stress product innovation, there have been plenty of other innovations, and digital currency is one of them. But the products haven't fundamentally changed because they tend to be regulated, and they're more and more regulated. So as regulation becomes more granular, traditional institutions tend to be less innovative, and we're looking elsewhere for disruptors.
Are you optimistic on that, Ken, within your travels? Are you optimistic that what David talks about, a third world lead in these innovations, can come over to the more developed economy banking?
Well, I mean, certainly there are great innovations going on in India and China in addition to the United States. But I mean, there's sort of a question how to tame the whole thing. Their financial sectors are a mess in some ways. That provides an opportunity for these disruptors. For example, internet lending is just huge in China because there's so much regulation on the banks. There's a reason Bitcoin's so popular in China because there's so many capital controls and so many regulations.
Ken, is Bitcoin a currency?
I think it's more of a substitute for credit cards and debit cards, to make a long story short. But they circumvent regulation, so there's a big demand for that in India and China.
Mario, how do you adapt to this? I mean, you're on a completely different wing of it from some of our panelists today. How do you adapt and adjust to innovation, or do you just hide in Zurich?
So first of all, innovation for us is a revolution with the customers, because through technology, through innovation, we can get in touch with the customer at every moment. So connectivity is what really changes the relationship between consumers and insurance companies. This is a great revolution, and it changes completely the product and services that we can offer to customers. Now, in order to do that, we do very similar things to what Jonas said. So we partially invest directly in technologies, and partially we outsource it to partners who work with us on different schemes.
Mario, we've got a microphone trouble. They want you amplified.
Should I repeat it?
That's better.
Okay.
No, go ahead, please, continue. Continue.
No, so we work on both the systems. We outsource technology to providers, and we work together with partners who have schemes which incentivize them with us. But as I said before, and I don't know if it was heard, that the big aim is the connectivity with the customers, so which allows us to redefine the product and the services that we offer to customers, and makes finally insurance immediately available to customers.
If I could
Please,
add,
David.
To make it simple for everybody to understand, at least I will try to make it simple, you have the banks, the insurance companies, the existing financial institutions we're all familiar with. They are innovating, and a lot of the fintech revolution is making possible for them to provide their services more efficiently and more cheaply. Then you have another fintech revolution, which is trying to disrupt completely the banks and the insurance companies and say, we have a whole new way of doing things. It's unclear which is going to ultimately prevail? Will the banks be revolutionized and changed, but there'll still be banks and insurance companies that people are familiar with, but they'll just be much more user-friendly and cheaper? Or will new organizations like Alipay, which is an organization in China that provides enormous opportunity for people to pay their bills through that system, which is not really regulated, and will that system prevail over the existing financial institutions, banks, insurance companies? We don't know, but both are moving forward at exponential rates of change because there's a lot of demand by customers, younger people particularly, for innovation, for new technology. I don't know today whether the banks, insurance companies, or the existing regulation organizations will prevail, or whether these new organizations we haven't even heard of will prevail 5 or 10 years from now. But clearly there's a revolution going on both directions.
Ann Richards?
I think it's quite helpful to break down the financial system in this way and to think about two main bits of it. There is, first of all, the plumbing bit, which is the stuff that connects. So if you think of it in that sense. And then there is the data bit, which is if you think of the plumbing bit as the pipes and the data as the water that flows through the pipes, we have increasingly a global set of pipes in which a lot of both traditional, conventional companies and new starters are working at different bits of that pipe. There's stuff that's going on in dealing with the quality of the water, which is things like the stuff that Google does or Facebook to find out how you and I interact with the plumbing. So there's two different bits of it that are going on here. I think one of our big challenges is not so much who is involved in improving which bit, whether it's the plumbing or whether it's the water. It's that regulators break down the system pretty much into national chunks. And actually, to the consumer, to the people in this room, to our clients, to our customers, they view it as just one ubiquitous set. And I think we've got a really interesting challenge going on and tension between what regulators are trying to do at a micro level and a national level, and actually what the system and what the individuals who interact with that system want, which is a much more global and fluid system. And I think that's the tension that we'll see gradually resolve itself over the next 5 years.
Well, the question you have is, are consumers better off with the fintech revolution? And presumably they will be eventually. Is society better off? The theory is probably that society will be better off with these changes. And then two other questions that are raised are regulators going to be able to keep up with all these changes? And last, will security be able to keep up with this? In other words, with all this technology coming along, are we going to be able to make these things secure? And will the regulators be able to keep up with all these changes? And nobody knows the answers to all these things, and they're struggling with them right now.
But the issue, Ken, help us here with an Act 10. Let's pretend we're with Mankiw in the acclaimed freshman class at Harvard. Does this drive us towards perfect competition within the future of finance, where margins are taken away from Mr. Cryan, Ms. Richards, and Mr. Greco? Do the margins evaporate?
Well, first starting with it, a lot of it revolves around regulation. And of course, always in finance, the private sector innovates, the regulators take time to catch up. The Euro market developed that way. The private sector looks for where it's not regulated, goes to those paths. But I do think the regulators are going to come in everywhere. I mean, sort of what I mentioned earlier in China with the internet lending, that's an extreme version. But it's not like the Chinese authorities don't know that that's going on. They're kind of seeing how it works. And I think that's true also if you look at the United States and Europe. They're nervous, but still, as long as these alternative mechanisms are kind of small, they let it go on. But eventually, they need to come in and regulate it. Yeah, I mean, of course, just as we saw in, for example, book selling, there's a shift in, where the centers are. That could happen over the future. I don't think it'll unfold that quickly, because I think if this unregulated sector got very big, let's face it, some problem would happen.
Right.
There'd be a hue and cry for regulation. So I think it's a balance between innovation and regulation.
John Cryan, does the digital world just compete away profits if you go down any given income statement? Do you just assume margins are competed away?
Very often, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have to give longer answers than that.
Yes. but yes, that can be the result of it. And very often for example, it's very interesting, we meet a lot of fintechs, and they'll come in and
they'll lecture you.
Yeah, they will, yeah. For example, I know in trade finance, they'll say there's lots of inefficiency and friction in trade finance. We can take it all out. And then you look at what they're proposing, and what you do is you take out all the profit as well. So you could do what they suggest, but it wouldn't remunerate them, and it wouldn't address the fact that it takes a long time to ship something from A to B physically. And so there is time value, and they strip out a lot of that friction, and sometimes it's artificially created friction just to create a profit. So that's an improvement in the service. But when it's somebody actually delivering credit over a period of time, there's no substitute for what we do. And there are different ways of delivering it. You can deliver it in a digital fashion, but it's still extending credit.
If we get a crying universe, Mario Greco, how do the regulators adapt? Do they become the bastion of profit protection for old banking and old finance?
I think what they're doing today is they're moving more and more toward customers' protection, which is fair and it's right. But I want to stress what Anne said before. The issue, I think, is that consumers and companies are becoming more and more multinational, and consumers also travel and move around the world, and regulators tend to look at borders and tend to regulate on a national basis. And this inconsistency is slowing down or is creating hurdles in really following the pace of innovation through the world. And this is something that should be more and more considered in the future.
David, do you see a new regime of regulation with the populism that we have today? I mean, you've been very US-centric in your conversation, but I go back to the Bremer photograph of yesterday with...
Regulators are not famous for saying, well, there's nothing really to regulate, and we just maybe should just go home and find another job. So it's not likely that they won't find something to regulate. But whether they can keep up with the changes, I'm not sure. I'm just curious, though, the people here, how many people here are still writing checks?
Very few.
How many people are banking online?
Very many.
How many people have been in a bank in the last year? And people haven't been in a bank in the last year. Okay? So, generally, I find a divide between younger people and maybe people who are a little bit older than, let's say, 30 years old. The younger people, they haven't been in a bank. They don't know what I have 3 children who are in their 20s and 30s. I don't think they've ever written a check. They don't write checks because everything's online. I'm a last adopter, so I'm always writing checks. But I'm not the best fintech probably person. But the younger generation just doesn't understand what some of us are really doing by writing checks, visiting banks, and things like that. And this revolution, I think, is probably best understood by younger people. When you talk to the younger people of what they want out of financial services, it's much different than what my generation really wanted.
Is it generational, Ann Richards? I have had a number of senior bankers tell me they completely missed how fossils would pick up on digital banking.
Well, I think Facebook's fastest growing cohort is people age around about 50. So, I think there is a late adopter thing which goes on. I think you have to look at the curves. So I think there is a correlation with age, but I think it's broader than that. People get there. My 86-year-old father uses an iPad and email to communicate with us because he's so deaf. So it's fantastic in that sense. But I think what we are inching towards, and I don't think any regulator has really got their head around this yet, is the fact that I think data regulation and financial regulation are converging more and more. And we have no setup as yet which really brings the two of those together. But if you think about the repository of information, and the more we touch the customer, the more information we collate and hold about buying preferences, about risk appetite, about what you did yesterday, about what you do tomorrow, what you're searching on the internet, the more that gets held within a financial world, the more that touches data protection. And data regulation and financial regulation, in my view, ultimately are overlapping strongly and are converging.
With what you hear at M&G, can you be overweight financials? I don't mean within a tactical sense, but is it a sector of opportunity for investment?
The answer to that is clearly yes, but it is also, I think, one of the sectors that we look at most closely, because the potential for the kind of Sidewinder missile to hit it, whether that comes from prudential regulation, whether that comes from consumer facing regulation, whether that comes from, Alibaba was mentioned, from an unexpected entrant. And because of this convergence with data, whether it comes with somebody with a big cash-rich balance sheet from right outside the financial sector, you know, the potential for disruption is absolutely live, and it could come from anywhere. But that doesn't mean it's not investable.
An enormous amount of money is going into this sector. Remember, 20% of the world's GDP is financial service industry, so it's a large part of the global economy, and therefore, you know, there's a lot of opportunity there, and you're seeing enormous amounts of venture capital money and also private equity money going into the sector. Probably it's the fastest growing area of technology that I see right now, financial services. In terms of Alipay, just think about this. Last year, I believe it was, they had 437 million customers. They have more clients than any financial institution than any bank in China. And you're going to see this more and more in the emerging markets, where people who are providing payment services are now actually are becoming more important in the economy of a country than the banks have traditionally been. And so more you're going to see people moving away from banking, traditional banking services and regulated services, because they're probably more expensive, and the banks have to adapt to that.
Ken, do we need cash for all of this chit chat, or does cash go away?
A short answer is I think we need physical currency probably forever, but we would be wise to have a lot less of it, particularly large denomination notes. I want to pick up on something Anne said. I think there's a very deep problem with the whole, it's not just fintech, but the whole data management, privacy, what information are people allowed to have, what information are people allowed to share. Now, you know, economists sometimes look at this and say it's fantastic. We'll have all this ability to write really complex contracts that we didn't used to be able to write. My colleague Oliver Hart won the Nobel Prize this year, you know, for showing how hard it was to deal with situations where you can't have complete contracts. He uses the example of when I had my house built. I mean, how could I possibly think of everything that would go wrong, you know, and put it in a contract? How do I think about those things? But this new world where we can see everything you do and say, there is the potential to do that, and give you better services more cheaply in anything, including financial services. But there are profound privacy, power issues. It is really even bigger than the question of this panel, a big issue of the next couple decades.
Before we get to questions, John Cryan, I believe we have what we're calling daily, somewhat incorrectly, the Trump reflation. And I put up a chart that shows U.S. full faith and credit 2's10 spread, and we've come up off the election, and now we've up down to a real point of tension where we're going to see which way this breaks. How important is it for strategic finance in the future to have a normal market? Can all of this talk happen within the low interest rate environment we're in right now? Or by definition, with or even before, do you have to have normalcy within the interest rate market?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there are two aspects to normalcy. One is interest rates, and there's never been a right interest rate. They vary all the time. It's been tough, and we've, in the banking sector, all been a bit vocal about very low and negative interest rates, because they have consequences that were not as well thought through before they were imposed as they might have been sometimes. But low interest rates effectively transfer value from savers to borrowers, and that's their intent, to stoke economic development. I think where we in the banking sector, and I look more at our securities and derivatives brokerage, where we find more distortion and lack of normalcy would be in government intervention in bond buying, for example, because that deprives us of clean market price discovery. And once the pricing basis, a US Treasury, which is the fundamental pricing basis for most securities, is distorted by government, deliberate government buying, then we distort all asset prices. And then we don't have proper capital allocation. So that I think is the distortion and the normalcy that the markets, I think, would benefit from being returned.
Ken, whether you look at central bank balance sheets or you look at them as a percent of their GDP, and there's a number of ways to look at this, do we just need to clear those balance sheets of the financial crisis to get back to rate normalcy? Or can we do it, can we have both, can we have it both ways? Can we get back to normalcy while the banks ever so slowly unwind all that ownership?
Well, there has been this overwhelming drive towards safe assets that's been going on for a long time that's driving down interest rates that central banks really have very little to do with. I know most people think central banks are causing this, but it's really saving in China, Germany, Japan, the low level of investment. And by the way, I do think in the United States, this will change over the next couple of years. If Donald Trump brings back nothing else, it'll be risk into the bond market that'll eventually get priced in. But I do think there are better ways to deal with things if it happens again in 20 years, and I talk about this in my book. I want to be cautious. You know, I don't look at the current situation, but about how we could have effective negative interest rate policy in a crisis, not all the time. And then you'd have price discovery, but that's not a normal thing. You would certainly like to see positive levels of interest rates across the board in a well-functioning system.
The back half of Professor Rogoff's book is on negative rates. Mara Greco, there's negative rates that we have now, and maybe with a little bit of courage, we have more negative rates to spur a rebound or reflation, if you would. Marvin Goodfriend of Jackson Hole talked about substantially more negative rates. Can you have a future of finance, given the fear out there that someday we may implement draconian negative rates?
No, please. I mean, as an insurance company, we felt we survived to these negative rates, which we never thought we will or the industry will. And now we need to have normal rates back into the market, and we look forward to have some risks coming back into the play and to have less distortion in the bond prices. The negative rates take us away from choices and from product options and make the life also of the consumers incredibly difficult, as it is also for banks. So hopefully this, and we're looking forward to see that moving away.
Ken, please.
I just wanted to add, if the ECB were to unwind its quantitative easing right now, we'd have a collapse of the Eurozone. So it's not something that should be done.
Do you agree, Mr. Crane?
A collapse of the ECB.
Collapse of the Eurozone.
The Eurozone.
You missed it down here.
Sorry.
If the ECB sold all its Italian bonds and Spanish bonds, unwound its balance sheet.
Well, we'd have chaos in the bond markets because I'm not sure there would be enough immediate support to buy what the ECB has bought. I'm not sure it necessarily means that the Eurozone collapses, but prices would fall a lot.
It shows the tension points here away from talk about innovation and technology. There's the market vigilantes each and every day. We will do questions. Please identify who you are here at the World Economic Forum. And please point it in short questions, but we must have and begin with perhaps an observation and question from Dr. Weber, please.
Can I speak like this? Am I heard?
I believe you're heard, or do we need, Marjo, can we get a mic over here, please, sir? Over here, Dr. Weber.
Thank you, Tom. Just one observation may be added. You talked a lot about banking and innovation. What was missing a bit was the capital market piece. And I think we do see that increasingly capital markets will play a much bigger role. Banking disintermediation is going to happen. The example that we heard about the US still writing checks, that has basically bypassed 50 years of financial innovation on how we do delivery of money. And it shows you one thing. The speed of financial innovation is much less driven by the suppliers of that innovation, but by the acceptance of consumers to adapt it. And so I'm with John, who probably doesn't see a lot of changes in what we do day to day on our retail side and how we do corporate credit. But if you go to the capital market side, one of the problems of the last crisis was excessive innovation and complexity. And that part of markets, capital markets, has been really pulled back and is on the leash for after the crisis. It will reemerge. And I think capital market innovation is going to be the key driver in emerging markets. I don't think China will go the same way as Europe or as the US. If you get the same market capitalization in China that you have in the United States, it just tells you how big bond markets, equity markets, and property markets will grow in China as they emerge. So my hope is not that the banking side will grow, but it's the capital markets.
David,
so are we prepared for that?
David, I want you and John to jump into this. David, my answer to this, when I look at the shock to the capital markets, is transactions that lead to combinations. Are nations ready for their banks to combine across borders or within a nation?
Well, clearly, some nations regard it as important to have a major bank. So I think it's unlikely, for example, that Deutsche Bank is going to be allowed by the German regulators to be bought by somebody that's not German. And so I think it's probably true that most countries want to have at least one major bank. And I don't think you're going to see the French regulators allowing some of the major French banks, for example, to be bought by non-French entities. So there's that nationalistic feeling is still going to be around for a while. But I do think we should recognize that the large banks, although we say that we don't want them to be too big and therefore too dangerous, they are getting bigger and more powerful than I think they were before the financial crisis, as we've consolidated banks. And so I do think the banks, I don't know whether they're too big to fail or not, but I think they're much more significant than they were before the financial crisis because we've consolidated and given much bigger balance sheets to the banks than they had before.
John, with great respect for the challenges that you face, how do you find too big to fail in the future of finance?
I think too big to fail, it's the phrase that was normally used. I think a better formulation was always too complicated to manage successfully.
Dr. Weber just mentioned, yes.
Yeah. And it was that, it's not so much size. If all we did was take deposits and buy US treasuries with those deposit monies, we could be really very big. We'd have a lot of concentration on one asset, but we could be really very big and relatively simple. I think we proliferated the markets in which we operated, the products we offered in those markets, and the types of customers we tried to serve. And we didn't always control ourselves as well as we should have done. And there was a lot of, it was the zeitgeist. There was a lot of focus on growth, market share gains, cross-border acquisitions, which ultimately didn't add value, but added complexity.
And I use this word a lot, zeitgeist. What will be the zeitgeist of modern banking?
Well, we're regulated to take deposits, to give a sort of technical answer to that. And therefore, it's more fun for people who don't take deposits to play in other fora of financial services where they're less tightly regulated. Now, that's partly why banks extended their remit. I mean, one of our most valuable businesses would be our asset management business. It's $750 billion of assets we manage. No one ever calls it into question. Obviously runs large operational risk.
It's not as fun.
It's not as fun. It's a very stable source of earnings. We like it. There are parts of our business, though, that did take sizable concentrated risks. And we missed out on concentrations and correlations. And we missed out on a thing called convexity, which is actually banks writing insurance policies. And those 3 C's went wrong. And we didn't have the common sense to look for them beforehand. But also, we were looking elsewhere. We looked for credit risk, but not in AAA-rated securities. So in AAA-rated securities, which were high-yielding, should have been a red flag, turned into very poor securities, we then thought about applying credit risk standards to them. So we didn't apply common sense. And what banks, I think I'd like to hope do today, they're much better managed, to some extent over-managed, still very timid, but we apply a lot of common sense. We ask ourselves what could go wrong. And I'm a big fan of regulating banks by testing them for stress, by using a whole variety of scenarios. It's much better than that arithmetic approach to backward-looking capital and liquidity measures. Much better to stress the institution in all manners, including general operational risk.
And Richard, please help us here with the Newtonian mechanics of convexity as acceleration and the second derivative. Can the future of finance be, as David has mentioned, and avoid those shocks, which can be ugly convexity?
Well, let's put the sort of complicated words to one side for a second, because I think, just going back to the comments just now about complexity, I don't believe that innovation has to mean increased complexity. And I think right now, the zeitgeist, to go back to that word, is about innovation that brings more simplicity and more transparency. And transparency is really important. It's really important to our customers. It's really important to our regulators. I think the challenge that we have when it comes to responding to shocks is that on the capital side, the financial system is regulated towards the maximum capital to withstand the worst shock, whereas on the profit side, the regulation points us to the least possible profit that it's acceptable to earn at the best possible point in the market cycle. And I think therein lies the tension, and we need to bring those back together so that we truly get some degree of cyclicality around both capital and profit, at the same time packaging it in transparency and simplicity and understandability. And I think we're still searching for that, but I think that is what regulation and indeed our customers are pushing us towards. It's just really difficult to do that across a large, complex, legacy-bound industry.
A question, please. In the back, please. Could we get a microphone, please, before we launch into the question?
Are you, so you said fintech investment is exploding. Is Carlyle investing more and more in fintech?
We are. We do it through growth companies. We're not a venture investor. We do it through growth companies, which are companies that have some revenue and maybe some cases some earnings. And those tend to be higher risk investments, but not as risky as pure venture capital. And then we do buyout investments that are fintech as well. And I think this is probably one of the fastest growing areas of the private equity world, which is financial technology related investments. And they've worked out pretty well for us and for others as well. I suspect you'll continue to see that. And also a lot of that money is now being invested in the emerging markets, China and India in particular, a place where we're seeing a lot of fintech investment.
Are those investments that capture market share and take greater revenues, or can they actually now, 5 years out, David, 10 years out, actually provide ample margin?
Well, there are two things that we're investing in and other people like us. One is things that are helping banks and insurance companies make themselves more efficient and services are provided more quickly, and therefore they're not disrupting them so much, they're making them maybe more effective, and then things that are completely disrupting those markets. And I don't know which one was going to be more profitable in the end, but we are investing in both, as other people are doing. And I do think one of the nationalist points I wanted to pick up on that was mentioned earlier, I don't think that countries like to have no major bank in their country. So I think Deutsche Bank is going to be prominent in Germany for a long time, and if it needs support, I think the government will provide it, though it doesn't say it doesn't need any support from the government. But I don't think France is going to get rid of having some of its major banks, and England will have some of theirs. But now as we get new financial service companies like Alipay, or companies that are not really based in, let's say, Germany or France or England or the United States, will the regulators allow and will the politicians allow all the payment systems to be done out of India or China, and companies that are not really based in, let's say, the major country where some of the services are being provided? I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's an issue that people will have to address. So, for example, will American politicians be happy to have all the payment systems be run by companies that are based in China? I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't.
Mario,
not this
please.
administration.
So Tom, I just wanted to add something on the disruptive type of investments. In our industry, for example, we're testing expert system to handle claims. Now, this is completely changing the speed and the quality of the claims processes and services to the customers. If companies will not adapt to this will be disruptive. So there will be no other choice than go in that direction and invest and transform. Otherwise, in a couple of years, companies who will not do that, so they will be just out of market, right? And so I think it's much more pervasive than what we heard so far. Technology is changing the way we work, it's changing the services we give to customers, and the companies who will not adapt to these changes will be out.
Do you just assume within capital allocation, labor allocation, total factor productivity, whatever you want to call it, multi-factor productivity, that there'll be fewer bodies at Zurich? I don't mean to pin you down on some silly tactical question, but do you just assume fewer employees is the first order solution when you use technology?
So in the last 10 years, the total number of employees in the financial sector, banks and insurance has been flat, despite the growth of middle class and despite the emergence of new players and new opportunities to work. Every forecaster says that there is roughly 50% of jobs that will be replaced by computers over the next 10 years. So yes,
Right.
there will be fewer jobs.
Ken, brief us here on this absolute mystery. I call it the Dale Jorgensen mystery of productivity. It's really front and center in every single conversation, isn't it?
Well, I think there's a measurement issue that we don't know because GDP was designed to measure things, and now 75 or 80% of GDP is services, which you don't measure as well. There's also the financial crisis, which cloud things. I wanted to mention something about the national boundaries. So a big problem in the financial crisis was that the multinational banks, it wasn't very easy to unwind them because they had, cross-border holdings. The U.S. didn't want to pay for banks in Mexico, et cetera. So many regulators arrived at the solution. You had to sort of have each bank incorporated separately in each country. But the modern finance absolutely wants global players. There's very natural synergies. There are natural oligopolies in this. And I don't know how we resolve that. Europe couldn't resolve it. Look how much trouble they had with their bailing out their banks. And theoretically, the Eurozone had everything in place to allow this to work seamlessly. So there's a big political problem going forward, how we do this, that finance wants to be international, as Anne said, and yet the political system just doesn't come close to having a mechanism for dealing with it.
With the heritage of Deutsche Bank at Frankfurt, in London, and with your U.S. facilities and frankly worldwide, what is your optimal regulation given being a multinational bank? What is your best outcome given the nationalism that we've been talking about?
Well, it's a good question. We're in the eye of the storm because we are fundamentally an international bank. We're rooted in Germany. It's our core market, but the markets we really serve are international markets. And we're at our best in international banking and international capital markets. And Ken's absolutely right. Of course, there's been a balkanization of regulation, particularly in relation to liquidity. And so even where we don't have to physically incorporate, we run a branch as though it were incorporated effectively. And so we look at the combined operations in each of the major booking centers and jurisdictions. Of course, we have remote booking, so we originate business in one jurisdiction and book it somewhere else. That's a matter of tremendous convenience for our clients. For example, we contract with thousands and thousands of institutions out of our London branch, and they deal with Deutsche Bank London branch, and that's it. They're done globally. So it's a huge convenience. It allows us to net effectively, but it's not really comfortable with current regulation.
With 7 minutes to go in our panel, let me ask the dumb question of the panel, and this comes off the inside of Dr. Weber and the capital markets. Do you need people there within the technology and innovation of the future of finance? Do you still need someone on the watch? Who did I talk to? With David Folkerts Landau the other day. Michael Lewis, who for years did your commodity research and now is working on sustainable energy. Do you need a Michael Lewis on the watch in Tokyo?
We absolutely do need people.
You still do?
We need that common sense that comes with people. And the more complex our algorithms get, the less safe those algorithms are because they're harder to monitor. Now, we have a mantra internally that exactly as Mario said, we need to replace a lot of people who are actually performing the function of a computer. So our mantra is to stop people using their hands and eyes and start using their brains. We upscale the work. People add much more value, and we get computers to automate what we hope will be much more standardized business. That doesn't mean we don't provide solutions to clients, but we provide them in a modular way where we can identify individual building blocks and we authorize them for use together. And that makes us much simpler, and it helps us be regulated because we've made ourselves simpler. But cross-jurisdictional business will remain. The world will remain a place where trade takes place, and banks need to support that.
Well, this leads to Prime Minister May. We've got the quotes in released on her speech today. Here they are. This is from Prime Minister May, and I believe her speech that we'll hear this morning. We want to buy your goods, sell you ours, trade with you as freely as possible. I mean, David Rubenstein, that's as simple it is about a Washington consensus and a system that seemed to work.
Well, it's easy to make these statements, and of course, it's desirable that all those wonderful things would happen, but the reality is more complex. One of the wonderful things about financial technology is that it will make everybody have access to financial services and payment systems and credit much more readily than before. And all of that will unfold over the next 5 and 10 years. I think people will be pleased with this. And now you won't need to carry your credit card. You won't need to carry your wallet. You won't even need to carry your cell phone, because everything will probably be through your fingerprint or your eye. But we do have greater cyber crime that's likely to occur as well. And a whole variety of things that you can invest in now are things that are going to prevent these kind of cyber crimes. So as you get more and more financial technology and it become more important part of our life, you're going to find more people who are going to try to get around the system. And I encourage everybody who has some type of financial tech device or something to make sure that they are protected and make sure that they have taken the steps to protect themselves against money being stolen or their identity being stolen, because this is increasingly going to be a big problem with the whole fintech revolution.
Let us, in the final minutes that we have, move to the moment we have in the United States inauguration. I believe it's on Friday, and these other key elections in Europe as well. Ken Rogoff, are we moving towards, with the tensions and the anger and the other panels here at the World Economic Forum, the rage of the day, are we moving towards a zero-sum world? Are we moving back to mercantilism, away from all accomplished from the Atlantic Charter?
I mean, Harold James at Princeton has a great book he wrote actually just around the financial crisis about the waves in globalization in history and how it comes and there are ebbs and flows. And he predicted, I think it was a 25-year downtrend starting from that point. And there are clearly a lot of very strong, populist reactions, and we're seeing them all over the world. No, it's not a zero sum. You listen to someone like Donald Trump and you think it's a zero sum, but it is not a zero sum. Globalization, trade can work for everyone, et cetera. But we're in a period where we're going the other way. But I don't think it'll just slow growth. I think people who have low income, middle income, they will suffer from higher prices.
Right. And help us here with the actuarial assumption. If we have a Trump reflation, if we have a new reflation with fiscal stimulus, et cetera, can you lift up the return expected from investing and through finance?
Look, I think if you look at the capacity for intelligent investment, there is scope for the business sector, for the corporate sector, to put in a lot of productive growth. And I am an optimist about the fact that technology, clearly there are some losers out of it, but at the end of the day, every great technological leap forward has ultimately been to the benefit of the aggregate economy. What we've not been good at, and I think this is always the case, is that we look at averages and we say on average everyone is better off, and we don't think enough about the tails and the extremes, and that's really what a lot of the conversation this week I think will be about. Need to get better at that. But look, I think this net, again, go roll forward 15 years and look back, we will see this as a marvelous period of innovation. And people who aren't doing some stuff today, ultimately that time that is freed up, humans are really good about finding other useful stuff to do, useful, innovative stuff. And so as an optimist, I think, I think actually there's a lot, equities might do okay from here, to go back to your very simple question.
John Cryan, Mario Greco, Ann Richards, Kenneth Rogoff, David Rubenstein, thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, I'm Chris Van Wingerden, Senior Vice President of Learning Solutions here at Domino. Welcome to today's special webinar session, Bulletproof Your Finance Regulatory Practices with the Domino One Solution. A couple of housekeeping items before we get started. Today's session is definitely being recorded. We'll be following up with links to the recording after the session, so be sure to watch your email. And as we go through today's session, feel free to share your questions and thoughts in the questions feature. We'll do our best to answer these as we go, and we'll also make time at the end of our session to review questions. Joining us today are three special guests. We have Leslie Ropolato from Discover, and Rick Atley and Wayne Conley from Truist. In a bit, they'll be sharing how they've been using Domino One and Convey to meet and ensure compliance and regulatory needs at their respective financial organizations. Leslie, Rick, Wayne, we're so honored to have you with us here today. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. We'll have you guys slip off screen for a little bit, and I'll do some preparatory stuff, and then we'll bring each of you back for a conversation as we go along here, gang. Excellent. Folks, I'm going to start out with just a little bit of an overview of Domino itself and the Domino solution. Just getting set up here. All right. So Domino was first founded in 1997, and am I sharing my screen? Perfect. Always paranoid that these things work or don't work. Over our 25 years, we've got a demonstrated history of innovation and helping our clients improve organizational performance. From our start in off-the-shelf e-learning to creating one of the first learning content management systems to evolving that into the award-winning Domino One e-learning authoring system, to our next step innovation, powering organizational knowledge creation to improve performance. Performance improvement isn't an event, it's a continuous process. Some solutions let you create content for your LMS to help employees begin to learn new tasks. Some solutions let you create content that employees can access as they work. And these independent systems aren't connected, so you lose time and money making separate content, updating separate content, and distributing separate content. Domino helps you create and distribute content for both of these mission-critical needs, keeping it synchronized and easily distributed wherever it's needed. The full Domino One knowledge management solution has our award-winning Domino One as the organization's centralized content creation and knowledge management hub. Domino One's synchronized single sourcing content model simplifies initial design and content updates to make sure information is consistent no matter where an employee, customer, or stakeholder accesses it. And our Convey dynamic publishing service delivers that content throughout your learning ecosystem. Convey makes it easier to publish and update content to your existing LMS, plus takes the hassle out of creating informal learning sites and portals like searchable knowledge bases, job aids, and other content needed in the flow of work. And that's the core of what we're going to talk about here today. I will also mention that here at Domino, we've also created the industry's first full-service client success program called One Success. The One Success program helps ensure that your organization gets started successfully in the Domino One solution and ensures that you remain successful as your team changes over time. One Success is anchored by the One Charter document, which outlines your organization's goals, needs, and critical milestones, so we can all ensure your success together. From formal training programs to 911 emergency help calls when you need it, One Success is designed to help your team succeed. And that's a bit of an introduction of Domino One here, folks. And also forms the basis of what we're all going to discuss here today. So give me a second to shift a couple more things around. Yeah. So let's start off by bringing Leslie Ropolato from the Discover team back here to the screen with us here.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, Leslie. So glad that the audio is working and all of those great things. We're always nervous as we come and go, right? Yeah. So Leslie, describe for us the focus of your team that you work with at Discover. Describe for us your focus in terms of content creation and some of the challenges of that, and I guess the importance and how it affects the business as a whole.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Here at Discover, we understand that starting a new role can be exciting and also overwhelming for our learners. And that's why we've developed comprehensive training programs to assist in getting acclimated to our organization's compliance standards, our policies, and our procedures. Through our well-structured onboarding programs designed in Domino One, we aim to provide employees with the necessary tools, resources, and knowledge to perform their duties confidently and still adhering to the policies and procedures that we have. Our training also doesn't stop at just onboarding new to role employees. As the industry continues to evolve, so do the rules and regulations. For our existing employees, we recognize the importance of continuous upskilling to keep them well informed and equipped with the latest insights and best practices. We can always roll out short-term, quick, on-the-go trainings to keep them updated on those best practices. So staying up to date, we can collectively, with our employees, navigate the complexities of the regulatory landscape that exists in the banking industry today, and also making sure that we're still adhering to our business goals.
Very cool. And from what we've heard, talking both with yourself, the Truist team, some other financial team clients, that the rule changes happen quite frequently, and it's a lot for you folks to keep up with. So before you moved to using Domino One, tell us a bit about what the content process looked like for your team.
Absolutely. Before moving to Domino One, our training revolved around standard e-learning courses. We also used PowerPoint, participants guides, and leaders guides, maintaining kind of a trifecta of content for each one of our independent courses for both our self-paced and our in-person sessions. We also used job aids and things like that as supplemental material that we would distribute within the classroom. With the transition to Domino One, we've witnessed a remarkable transformation. We were able to migrate legacy content smoothly into Domino One, which was magnificent in of itself. Just that was a large project and undertaking for us, and there was lots of moving parts, collaboration with Domino to get that migration in place. That allowed us to have consistent learning across the organization. So gone are the days where our designers were maintaining multiple versions, this trifecta of classroom content. And our facilitators are also now able to use the same courses, making sure that they have clarity and unity across the courses, across their classes within our organization. Domino also empowered us to create an agile design process, allowing multiple designers to collaborate and edit projects efficiently. Previously, before, maybe a designer would have that one project that they owned, and the accessibility for another designer to step in and possibly edit that content was not as available. And that flexibility really just with Domino One was really able to boost our flexibility and enhance the quality of our trainings. Also streamlining our review, feedback and review process with the Domino feature. So yeah, all in all, it's been huge changes going from what we previously had before. And this also set us up for a virtual learning environment moving into Domino One, which is something that didn't exist for us prior to Domino One, kind of really setting us up to be able to move to that virtual seamless onboarding experience.
Very cool, very cool. And part of the thread of what you're discussing, a lot of this is a result of the fact that Domino One is a hosted system. It's web-based, it's server-based, which means that folks can, as you said, access content from different places. No need to move physical or digital physical files, source files around from people to make edits and changes, et cetera. So a lot of collaboration and also the built-in review functionality that sounds like your team's been able to really take advantage of. Yeah. So thinking about the diagram that I was just showing and how we kind of view things as breaking down into formal and informal learning needs. Tell us about how your team uses Domino One and the Convey Dynamic Publishing service, how that's changed how your team can create and deliver formal learning.
You bet. Our shared lessons and single source content approach with Domino One has been a game changer for us. It saves us that precious design time, not only in the initial creation, but also performing quick updates. No more, redundant work and having to update content in more than one place. One edit could reflect across all relevant courses. And if you'll pull up the first slide, I have an example of this.
Let the team get that slide showing up. There we go.
You got perfect. In this example here, we are using the learning object reuse function available in Domino One. On the image on the left, you can see kind of the shared functionality on the right-hand side, that little branching icon in the structure of our content. This is a good indicator for our designers to say, hey, this piece of content is shared or reused in other courses. The image on the right-hand side shows specifically which courses or the titles of the courses that this learning object or this piece of content is shared into. This project specifically, the same content information is shared across 16 courses, which is huge for us. So we make the updates in one parent course on the left-hand side, and it automatically makes the updates to the 9 other courses that it's shared into, or whatever that number is. Currently today in our library, we have courses that are shared over 100 times, or pieces of content shared over 100 times in various courses. So really making it more efficient for our designers and getting those quick updates, regulatory changes, system enhancements to our employees in a much more effective way.
Right. So, I mean, two halves of the equation of what you're describing there. There's the fact that you're reducing initial build time by planning out and determining that things can be shared, and therefore not making a lot of redundant extra content. But then also the efficiency that you gain in updating that once and then pushing that out to all the places where it's been used. Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Chris. You can close out of this slide. Convey publishing that exists in Domino One is also a huge feature and asset that we onboarded last year. Convey has allowed us to make those instant updates. And even though we update the content in maybe 9 courses of that shared content, now to publish has become also the second piece to that puzzle. How do we get it to the learners as quickly as we made those changes? So we are able to do a quality review more quickly on the content, reducing that design cycle time. And thanks to the Convey and that seamless content deployment, we no longer have to involve the other teams, such as an LMS administrator or something like that, to get that content published. There's a feature within Domino One where we can hit a button that says publish, and we do have to go into each of those courses and hit publish, but we no longer have to download packages and update that and then potentially send work orders to another area to get that to the learner. Once we hit publish, the learner sees that it changed almost instantly. So that's huge for us using that Convey piece. And I think one other piece here is branching. So if you'll pull up slide 2, branching has allowed us to take similar or like content and create it in one seamless course or a container, making it one project that we have to update and maintain. In this image here, you can see the orange buttons in the middle of the image. Those are different roles within our organization that employees can click once they are in the course and say, I am in this department of the company, or I'm in another department of the company. And as soon as they select their role, the content dynamically is enhanced based on the line of business or the role that they selected. So we can take like content with only similar or minor changes and package it in one single course, which also is a dream from a design perspective in maintenance and updates. Not only that, but we can make sure consistent messaging on like content is delivered consistently across all employees. Take, for example, the idea of verifying a customer's identity, verifying their name, address, phone number. Every area within our organization has to complete that task, you know, just like any other bank that exists there. And so being able to have all of that type of action in one course and just call out the differences that apply to those different departments really just makes it really nice, both for the learner and for our design team.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, close out of this.
Awesome. Yeah. So back to the diagram then, formal, informal learning. Tell us a little bit about how you guys are using Domino One and the Convey solution for that.
You bet. So we have one of the first things we've done is we've developed dynamic micro learning systems centered around job skills. This is something that we did a huge initiative for this year. We were able to create templates and have a shell template created for some job skill micro deliverables. And we were able to curate skill-based content and package it together in our template and scale that. Currently today, within the first 6 months of the year, we were able to scale over 200 job skill micro learning deliverables into our platform. This has a specific need, right? It's tailored to a specific goal that the employee is looking for. But what this has allowed us to do is cater to those groups kind of seeking that comprehensive skill set, or potentially needing pre-learning for maybe a certain type of certification, or even upskilling for future job roles that exist within our company. So that really targeted skill development of that micro learning has been really great. The other piece we've been able to do is create simulations using the capture feature. The capture feature is allowed us to create short-term linear simulations that can be embedded into our existing content, or it can stand alone and be published as a refresher or a quick learn on a certain system or enhancement that we want to share. We've also used lots of different interactions with Domino One to create stories, being able to story tell and provide real life examples to the learners so that it resonates and they can connect to the content and feel engaged to that content. We do that a lot with our job aids and things like that, those infographics or storytelling features.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Leslie, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. It's been a pleasure having you with us so far. We'll bring you back at the end of our time together. And just a gentle reminder, if anybody's got any questions, please toss them into the chat, or the question panel as we go. Here we'll have a chance to perhaps weave them in as we go, but also review them at the end of our time together. So Leslie, let's have you take a bit of a break here, and we'll bring Rick and Wayne back from the Truist team. All right. Gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to bet that you were hearing a few things that echoed some of your own work and needs and complications, I guess, in what Leslie was describing there for us. Let's start with you guys, though, describing what your team's responsible for content focus and how your team approached content creation before you ended up using Domino One.
Sure. Quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you totally.
Perfect. Yeah, so our team is responsible for the design, the build, and manage of enterprise content, which includes a lot of our compulsory training. We do manage some off-the-shelf content for industry standard compliance training, but really anything Truist specific, we build ourselves. For those who have not heard, Truist is the result of a pretty significant merger that happened a few years ago between a couple of other banks. And through that process, as far as what it looked like for us before bringing on Domino, we had one organization that was using a much older learning content management system, or LCMS, to build e-learning, and the other one was using a more standard standalone authoring tool.
Awesome. And so you had two sort of things going on at the same time as the two halves of the equation came together into what is now Truist. So, what were some of the reasons and pains that pushed your team to look for a new way to do things?
Sure. Well, we were looking for a standard solution that we could use for all future development. And we did consider using the standalone authoring tool on its own. And then we also looked at the LCMS that we had at that point. Originally, to be honest, we were going to stick with the LCMS that we had, even though it wasn't great. It was older and there were some things it couldn't do. But then, unfortunately, we learned that the vendor was going to shut down. So we had to open our options to new solutions. That was the process that brought us into contact with Domino. As we looked at the options there, we were looking for something that mirrored the benefits of a standalone authoring tool and the flexibility you can get with that, with the benefits and the management benefits of having an LCMS. The standalone authoring tool, just to be frank, was a cheaper solution for us, but we ran into trouble with the management of source files and publishing to the LMS. Anybody that's ever worked with standalone authoring tools, source files can get lost, they can get corrupted easily. Not only that, but then as Leslie mentioned, we had the similar type of challenge where we have a very thorough and extensive requirements to upload new files to the LMS. We've got a team that does that. So a simple update where we could just be updating 1 or 2 words that just need even just a misspelling or something could take 2 weeks to get published and put into the system again. Not to mention the size of the files were a bear as well. A couple other things that we were looking to try to do through bringing on Domino. We wanted to extend the authoring capabilities beyond our central team. We recognized that our central team couldn't really build everything that was going to be needed. So one of our strategic goals has been to enable line of business practitioners, learning and development practitioners to create content for their groups directly. But we wanted to use Domino because it would allow us to maintain some control and oversight of a number of different areas. We also wanted to be able to, like Leslie mentioned, we wanted to be able to build content that could be used for both formal and informal just-in-time learning situations, learning experiences, where learners can access the content for informal stuff that's from a URL, but it's easily updated. So we can post it anywhere, but we can update it very easily without having to upload something new.
Yeah, and that's where the convey publishing comes in, is being able to generate those URLs instantly for you to share, as well as one more click and it's updated instantly for you next time you need to make a change too. Very cool. So we'll talk a little bit more about content delivery in a minute, but first let's talk about some of the administrative pains that Domino One has helped you solve.
Sure. One big piece was maintaining standards and requirements for anybody who's authoring it. One of the challenges with a standalone tool or anything else that we don't have visibility into is that we couldn't really control if somebody broke our standards for accessibility or branding or anything like that. So one benefit as with Domino is that regardless of who authors it, we can enforce the standards. We can create the templates and the themes that we need, and then we can enforce the standards and quality requirements because any of our authors or administrators can access it in the learning content management system whenever we want to. So it doesn't matter who built it. Another big piece is we have to retain content for legal or regulatory discovery purposes, and one of the ways we do that is we retain that by having a document version of the content that we build. We have to hold on to it for a set period of time. So one way that Domino helps with that is we can publish a document version of anything we build to archive so that we can respond to legal and regulatory requests.
Yeah, and just for folks who might not be able to follow the trail here, publishing that document version is simply just one more publishing option from the content that you've made, say for e-learning or for other purposes. It's just one more publish option, another couple of clicks, a button or two, and then you've got that document then to be able to save it for those legal requirements.
That's right.
Yeah. Very cool. So tell us how you use Domino One and the Convey delivery service to support what you need to deliver as formal learning, thinking again about that diagram with the formal and informal portions of the equation.
Sure. In terms of content creation, we've set up a primary theme that's pre-configured to brand colors, company logo, and this saves time because it ensures brand compliance, and so it's nice to just have that there, once you create it once and you can reuse it multiple times. We do all the authoring in Flow, and this prepares us for mobile delivery. And as well, it allows us to create accessible content without a lot of extra effort. So we don't need to move layers around, the stacking order, the order it was added to the course. None of that matters, because in Flow, it's pretty much accessible out of the box like that, because of how there's no layering to consider for that. And basically just set the alt text or set an image as decorative and move on. So we're very pleased with that in terms of accessibility. We also maintain baseline courses for common page layouts, custom interactions with variables and things like that. So you build it once, you insert from a baseline into a current project and update it for the current situation, and you're ready to go. In terms of gamification, also, we have baseline interactions that are gamified experiences too. And we have a code of ethics example where we do present scenarios and have the learner score points and things like that. And as well with HTML5 and JavaScript, we can use a variety of tools and then upload to Domino as an HTML widget. And the beauty of that is it's not only just a standalone. So with being able to access the Domino API, you can send variables and set variables from within that widget, and then reference that later in the course, how they've performed on a particular interaction. Also, in terms of workflow, huge advantages. We love the built-in review functionality. So any teammate we can add as a Domino reviewer, and then they can go in and review, add comments to the course, and those comments persist throughout the life of the course. So that's good from an historic perspective. If SME questions, I said to do this, and looking at it and basically go back and say, okay, well, we addressed this comment in this way. So another advantage with workflows we found with Domino is that using different publishing profiles or published profiles for different requirements, such as we have a default profile we use 90% of the time or more for all courses where we have either an acknowledgement or assessment at the end. But then we also have additional published profiles we use for pretest required or pretest optional. And so it's nice to be able to just swap out whatever published profile at the end, and it functions differently based on requirements for that. Also performing course maintenance without needing to replace the SCORM file, thanks to Convey again, versus the process of uploading and re-uploading SCORM packages to the LMS. And something else that I didn't hear mentioned is the tiny size of the SCORM stub file that we use. Even if you do have to update it, say you change the published profile or something down the road, you'd have to re-upload that. It's tiny, you can send it via email, whereas before we had to use these file storage locations for people to put things, and because it's huge, and just the time for that was a lot. So that's pretty much how we use it here at Truist. We do some of the same things that Leslie mentioned, but those are the highlights that I wanted to touch on here. So,
yeah, for sure. And just for a little bit of clarity for folks on, with the Convey Dynamic Publishing service, when you created a SCORM package, you can publish it to the Convey service, which gives you we call it a SCORM stub, but you can think of it as a small link package. Then that's what gets installed in your LMS instead of moving the huge, potentially anyway, huge data package of a full SCORM package over. And then once that's set up in your LMS, same as uploading a SCORM package you would do normally, but from there on forward, all content updates happen to the Convey, and the link in the LMS never changes, and so the updates are there instantly for you, and no need to move any packages around after that initial upload. So, yeah, very cool. So I also understand you folks use Domino 1 and Convey to support a number of informal learning needs as well.
Yes, we use different player experiences to achieve different goals. For example, the knowledge base experience we found is fantastic for for the capture simulations, software simulations that we have, we package them there. They can search. We separate by system functions, so we have a different knowledge base for each system, and then all of the separate simulations within that are by a function that would be performed within that software. So they can search for that, and that's huge in terms of like just in time. We also include some of those informal, but not using that same player experience, just embedded in the course directly. But that's a good way to deliver, per system, having different knowledge bases. Also, micro-learning experiences. We have a current project where we're looking at a modular approach and looking at perhaps that micro-learning player experience for that. And Rick mentioned the line of business practitioners. And so our team is not able to build everything for everyone. So we can provide those baseline templates and other ID resources to those folks so they'll be successful as well. And they'll be using it to build job aids and VILT presentations, even simulations, leverage parts of Domino's authoring training guides along with several internal and external resources. And we created a 3-tiered, like beginner, intermediate, advanced training plan for those folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the tool is flexible enough that you can do some amazing, advanced things. You've mentioned gamification and some other things as well, but it can also be something that folks can use and without having to need a background in either multimedia development or other instructional design related tools too. So being able to leverage those folks really is kind of an extension. It extends your team out and takes advantage of their actual, their own built-in knowledge too, but the things that they have expertise in. So yeah, and I also understand that's not the end of what you guys envision as your journey with Domino One overall. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so our ultimate goal is a learning content management system is to leverage Domino for all of our learning content. Right now, we've been primarily using it for e-learning, but we've been piloting and testing some options for building instructor-led, like classroom content, and transitioning our VILT presentations to replace our PowerPoint and Word and all of those things. We want to get some of those pieces transitioned in so that we've just got it all and we can manage it all in one place. So that's in pilot right now. Another piece is we don't currently have a learning record store, but we are looking forward to having one eventually. And one of the benefits that we're looking to gain from that is leveraging the XAPI, which is built into Domino. So it's all the content that we built, it's already got the hooks in there. So we just have to, once we have an LRS, we can connect it very easily and it will start sending those statements and we can get some really, really good analytics at that point. So that's something we're excited about. We just haven't gotten to use it yet.
Very cool. I mean, everybody still will rely on, always does rely on their LMS for reporting for those critical things like completions or test results for formal learning, et cetera. But XAPI lets you get more insight into that process, what people are doing actually, if you need insight into the activities that a learner is doing within a course in the LMS, or even insight into activities that people are doing in those informal job aids, like what are people searching for in a knowledge base, gives you a good indication of what kind of pains people have or what kind of problems they're looking to solve, and then then we can respond to that. We can create more content, we can adjust content, etc. for that. So XAPI sure is a powerful thing, and one of the things we've long been supporters of XAPI from its earliest tin can days forward, and the fact that basically almost everything you need is built in already, very minimal effort to start using XAPI. The Domino One, we're quite proud of that. So yeah, awesome. Rick and Wayne, pardon me, Rick and Wayne, thank you so much for walking us through all of that you guys are doing at Truist. Let's bring Leslie back on screen. I'm going to check and see if there are any questions while we're getting Leslie back. Hello again, Leslie.
Hello, hello.
So happy that the internet gremlins didn't cause any issues for your temporary departure and your return. Gang, I'm not actually seeing any questions posted to the question panel in the GoToWebinar tool there. So again, to all three of you, thank you so much for joining us here today. We really, really do appreciate and value what you've been able to share. We also very much appreciate and value the fact that you take such a pride, I guess, in being able to use Domino One. Let's wrap things up, I guess, with some final thoughts from each of you. Leslie, let's let you go first again.
Sure. Final thoughts here, and one thing that wasn't mentioned regarding Domino One is the customer care and service that they provide. It has been great. We are able to work with a team within Domino One that really provides us and sets us up for any type of one-on-one meetings, onboarding, upskilling of the usage of the tool. Not only that, is in the financial industry, we all want to try to find a way of working seamlessly and easier, and also with our learning management tools and ecosystem. So being able to partner with some of Domino's other clients has really been, it's been incredibly valuable and needed. I can already see here how I want to collaborate with Richard and Wayne after this session to see how they're kind of doing some things within the tool, and we can learn and grow together using that tool and functionality that exists. So being able to benchmark with your other clients has really been great in the customer care that you provide, and we really appreciate that.
And we're so proud both of what we're able to do, but also honored to hear that from you, Leslie. Rick and Wayne, anything from you guys?
Sure. Yeah, the only thing I will add, I mentioned before, we were looking for that combination of a standalone authoring tool, the strengths of a standalone authoring tool and an LCMS. And I will confess we were skeptical at first when Domino claimed to be able to do both, but as we dug in and started using it, we were really impressed. So if that's something you're looking for too, that's something that was has been very beneficial to us. We love having the ability to create very interactive and engaging learning experiences with the tool while still benefiting from having it all in one place as a learning content management system. So definitely worthwhile. We're very pleased.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'll just add that we love the tool. We love the support. To echo Leslie's thoughts, we've had, it really feels like close connection with support and with Domino in general. You don't get that from most large companies your size. So that's special. I would say hold on to that if nothing else. So, but anyway, and also too, great to meet other financial industry folks. And Leslie, Rick and I had been IMing yesterday about wanting to connect based on some of the things you shared. So this is great all the way around. Thank you so much, Chris, for having us.
Yeah, well, we are proud. One of our slogans is connect the thoughts, and that I guess also includes connecting our clients together so that they can share their thoughts, and etc. So while we've been doing this, there have actually been a couple of questions that have been added to the question panel. So let's take a look at those. So there is a question that's been added. Can the speakers talk to the risk they've reduced because of the way they can push out content accurately and quickly to respond to industry demands? Going back to the one-click updates through the convey, publish service, etc., and making sure that folks have the right information that they have as quick as possible. And some thoughts and reflections on that, and I'll leave it open to whoever wants to chime in on that.
Could you repeat the first part of that question, Chris? I missed the first.
Yeah, talk a bit about the reduction of risk because of the way that you can publish out content instantly and get updates to people.
Yeah, so one of the challenges for us with the timeline, there's two parts to our risk. There's making sure that we are following from a technical risk of making sure things don't break, and so that's why our technical process is extensive. But the problem with that is that when we had issues in content, especially something that was updating pretty quickly or something, we needed to get through all the process of getting subject matter expert and stakeholder approvals, only to then have to wait again to get something published, which all that period of time between completion and publishing is time where content is inaccurate. And so that it was a significant, we were constantly being pushed, like, how can we get this out faster? If we don't get this out there soon, we're at risk, and, we could get into all sorts of trouble. So being able to basically just hit a button and publish it and it's done is huge. So that time differential from seconds versus weeks for publishing significantly reduces risk for us.
And also, I'll tack on to that, the clicking one button to just publish a legal retention copy and then have that in a separate archive where we can provide that as needed, requested by regulators or the legal department to just hand that over. Here's the content in this course, and it's versioned from different updates we've made. We create one of those, so that's huge. Click one button and that happens. So
very cool.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that Richard and Wayne have said, and I have a few other examples. Is I stated earlier, some of our previous deliverables were having participants guides and leaders guides. During that time, facilitators essentially could download that and save that to their desktop and say, this is my copy that I'm facilitating off of, which is very common in the L&D industry. So that doesn't exist anymore. The learners and our facilitators are using the same updated version. So being able to save an older version to their desktop to be facilitating off of potentially outdated content really doesn't exist there anymore too, which is great. I see you all nodding in agreement. The other piece there is, in our organization, we may move employees and staffing based on business needs, call volumes and different things like that, being a digital bank. Being able to repackage content quickly based on upskilling, maybe employees moving from one area of the organization to the next, it allows us to quickly package the content needs for that set of employees and also route it for approval with the ownership of who needs to kind of sign off on that content. So I worked on a project similar to that last year, and we were able to stand up an onboarding package using our templates and baseline projects like Wayne mentioned, and set that up within 3 days, and then route that for like an expedited approval. And we were able to have that ready to go for learners within like 5 to 6 business days, versus before something like that would take months and months and months potentially to create. So being able to also meet the business needs quickly reduces that risk for our learners and for the business.
Wow, very cool. Here's a great question. How did you get your SMEs, your legal and other stakeholders to get over the hump and trust that things would be published everywhere automatically? Did you have any, folks with doubts about that, or did you have to do any work to make sure that that it was believed and it was going to work?
Leslie, you want to start with that one?
Sure. You saw me smiling. It's interesting because anytime we show our business partners the content and the look and feel using the template, they're always in awe because the content does show so beautifully in comparison to other deliverable options. So that's the first thing. They just see it and they're in awe. They're like, yes, do this. However, we have had challenges at times, just outdated mindsets and beliefs, so to speak, of what training should look like. So it wasn't necessarily the content piece or using Domino. It was just that mindset shift of being able to, we can have it online. We can have digital training and digital classroom environment. This was all pre-COVID, of course. So having that all set up prior to that was really nice for us. We did pilot it out and roll it out in phases, which allowed one area to shine and focus in the pilot, and we were able to share those results with our other business partners as we scaled it throughout our entire organization.
Yeah. We were similar. I mean, a big part was just showing them how it worked and getting them, helping them to see how effective that could be. We still have to document, obviously, when we version something and what that looks like, because that's obviously, they want to make sure that that's discoverable if we need to go back and find a previous version. So that's one of the reasons for the document piece. But once they understood how that worked and that, yes, it actually does, it does effectively update. It took a little bit just to get comfortable with it, but for the most part, they've now accepted that that's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it's probably a case of showing is believing too, right? Hey, make the change, push the button, show it in the LMS, and show the changed content.
Truly. Yeah. Chris, one other thing that we mentioned, I think we all mentioned it, is the feedback and review process. So previously when we would, maybe send a legal copy to a business partner to redline with edits, we would get that single source back from just that one business partner. The feedback and review tool in Domino allows all business partners to see the feedback from each other, collectively getting that feedback and viewable. Also, as the designers designing the course and making design efforts from new creation and or maintenance of content, those same reviewers on the course can see those active changes happening real time, which doesn't leave a business partner wondering, are my edits being made? How's the content design going? And so that also relieves kind of anxiety from business partners of, are the changes happening?
They don't feel like they're missing things either. But one of the problems we had when people reviewed document versions of it in order to give us feedback was that, especially if you were trying to be very interactive and less linear of a course, it was hard to follow that all the way through and the document. And especially if there was feedback, if you clicked on something and you got a specific set of feedback, whereas if they're doing it in the tool itself and they're actually going through and selecting they get the feedback, they can give us feedback on that feedback right immediately right there while they're doing it. So if they're experiencing it like the learner does, which makes that much easier for them to give us feedback that we can use.
Yeah, within context, right? They're not, especially with, as you say, branching or things where page 3 there's something, but the feedback's actually on page 7 because of ways that content actually does connect, and so that can be hard for someone who isn't part of that design process and familiar with it for them to connect that these two things are related, for sure. I think too about the times that prior to our own review feature, the number of times you get an email from somebody with a bunch of edits and somebody else had taken the care of going into an Excel file and listing them, and somebody else is in a Word doc, and there you have to collate them all together as well, and then figure out how you're going to share them all back so that everybody can see all of the comments and know what else everybody else is saying. So, yeah, for sure. Yeah. From an authoring, and content, design team, perspective, is a question here. Was there any resistance when you were trying to incorporate the use of Domino 1 or move to the Domino 1 approach?
For authoring for us, I would say not too much. There was a little bit of difference, but as our authors particularly started to get into it and see how easy it was, and truthfully, we started with Claro just because that's what we were more used to, a kind of a more pixel perfect type of view. But as many people do, we transitioned to Flow, which provides much more responsive and beneficial interaction regardless of what type of device they're on. And so we now do all of our development in Flow. So that wasn't it. I will say, I'm interested in Leslie's perspective on this too. So transitioning ILT content, I think one of the things we've been working through the change management, because the experience for a facilitator to leverage that is a little different than what they've been used to, where they would also download a copy and upload, and maybe make some tweaks for themselves. And then present that. So it's a bit of a change management approach there from a delivery perspective. From an authoring thing, Wayne, you have a lot of the developers on your team. Did you run into a lot of that for us? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. The mute button caught me again, and I made it this far. I was just saying I can't think of an example of that off the top of my head, Rick. So
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, we were making changes to our L&D ecosystem, prior to onboarding Domino as one of our authoring tools. So some of that change management and mindset was already in motion. We did have some resistance in both development from a designer perspective and also from facilitators, similar to what you were saying, Richard, but I don't know if it was necessarily tied to the authoring tool of more or less that change management piece. Because it is simple to make edits. Getting used to designing in classic e-learning versus a responsive page-like flow does have a certain skill set. And how we were able to manage through that is we took e-learning designers that were really SMEs at designing e-learning and responsive design, and they became the SMEs of Domino and the authoring tool, and they were able to take that and onboard and upskill maybe our ILT designers on that responsive design using Flow, which at that time we had 2 different design teams. In addition to that, we had to work through, training virtually and digitally versus training with participants' guides printed out for the learner. That is new for our facilitators and for our learners. So our delivery teams really did a fantastic job of bridging that gap and bringing the entire L&D staff along the journey of that transition. They still kind of print out their own personal notes as they're facilitating content. Sometimes we have a hidden page or learning object if we want certain things to be specific for the leader that's facilitating, which is a really nice feature that we can hide pieces of content for the learner, but still keep it all packaged together. So yeah, we did have some resistance, but I think we overcame them collectively as an organization, and we're able to prepare for some of those things.
Very cool, very cool. There's an ROI question here as well. Someone's wondering if you've been able to notice or tie back any increases in customer satisfaction because your ability to keep your employees informed using the tools that you have. ROI is always a challenge for L&D organizations. Beyond, so many of us don't get to ever go beyond or don't go beyond, say, smile sheets and those sorts of things. But have you guys, has anybody been able to track to those higher, business goal level ROIs and what you're doing with Domino One?
Go ahead, Leslie.
Oh, I was just going to say, I have a couple of pretty recent examples of that, actually. So as we onboarded into Convey, which we added that to our Domino One package last year, we had to build that framework of why would Convey work and save us time and money. And, when we're taking content, downloading it, and then sending work orders for another team to publish and get that uploaded. And we were doing that for every single version. I think Rick or Wayne talked to that about being able to, it could take 1 to 2 weeks to update a simple edit of a new title of a procedure or something, and being able to eliminate that other team or that third party within the company really cut out and made more available time for that team to focus on other work, and also allowed us to get that content to the learners more quickly. So all in all, it was a savings from a time management perspective in all of our areas, and really created an agile way of working within all of the different teams involved there. Also, our micro learnings based off of job skills, kind of the off the shelf, really small micro deliverables, being able to build that in a template first and scale that. I mean, to build over 200 skill-based learning paths in 4 to 5 months, I mean, that's a project historically that we would have said maybe would scale a couple of years. And so to do it in a few months as part of our business goals is a fantastic win for us.
Yeah, I don't know that we have any quantitative data to be able to share with that. Qualitatively, we've got a lot of great anecdotal and feedback, and some of the feedback as far as satisfaction is related to satisfaction with courses that were built in Domino that were previously in another tool or something. A perfect example of that is most of our, pretty much all of our, if not most if not all of our recurring courses, we have switched to designing with a pre-test functionality built in some form to try to give, with financial services, there are things that you have to take every year or something like that. And a lot of times they know that content. It's just, they have to recertify that they know it again. So to be able to take that test, pass it, and have credit for the course and not have to go through all the content, realistically, most people were kind of clicking through and getting to the end anyways. It's just recognizing that, and so we have gotten a ton of, with courses that we've transitioned to that. I mean, teammates love that. They're like, it saves me so much time. I don't have to go through. And so that's something we have brought in and use regularly for anything that's recurring. We say, like, you need to design in a pre-test functionality so that they can demonstrate their knowledge and their expertise with it without having to go all the way through the content again every year. That doesn't change anyway.
Yeah. That's an interesting thing. We've been able to do that in the tool for a long time, but it seems to have taken more than a decade for a lot of organizations to have shifted the mindset that that's actually, a net benefit, as opposed to the rigorousness of making sure that everybody saw every year the exact same 47 pages for that same certification course every year. So it's been one of the fascinating journeys that I've witnessed over time. One last question here then, and back to the compliance aspect of things. Have you been through an audit where you've needed to produce those documents that you've published, and did that go smoother than it used to go, et cetera?
Oh yeah, because we had them. So prior to that, I can't tell you the number of times prior to that where you get their audit request, and we'd have to go scrambling for content that existed in some kind of source file somewhere or something like that. And whether it's a current version or a previous version, we would have to go and we would have to find it. We try to have some kind of standards to put something together and put it out there, but it was always different, and it took a ton of time to gather that content to be able to deliver it. And now, that's just part of our process. We just hit the button to publish it out. It's a document, and so we regularly get discovery requests for our content, and so it's been much easier for our team to go and, I got the document, I'll just give it right to you, we're good to go.
Perfect.
I agree and echo what was said there. We do something very similar and also have discovery requests frequently. And the other thing too is, I think you mentioned it, but hypothetically, if you have a designer that's no longer with the company or had it saved to their desktop or out of office or something like that, sometimes being able to get that version, you're like, I can't supply it. So there's no artifact to supply there. So that was really nice. And being able to also have our legal and compliance provers review the content the same time as the business partners have also helped to mitigate and reduce that risk.
Very, very cool. Awesome. Gang, thank you so much for your time here today. We're actually pushing to the very top of the hour, and so we'll bring ourselves to a close. Rick, Wayne, Leslie, again, thank you so much for joining us here today, sharing a little bit of your experiences at your respective financial institutions and how Domino One overall is playing out for you guys. Folks who are still with us in the session, we'll be emailing you out with links to the recording in case you want to share it with some folks, and we'll also be checking in with you after the session as well, just to see if you need to, anything else you might want to know and understand a bit better about both what Domino One overall can do, but also, some of the things that we're discussing here today. You might have been hearing phrases like Claro and Flow, which we kind of blew past and didn't necessarily specify too much about. So much going on in the conversation overall. So again, Rick, Wayne, Leslie, thank you so much for the the honor of having you here with us today. And of course, we're definitely watching to see where you guys take Domino One next in your respective organizations too.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, gentlemen. So much gratitude for you all. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. All right, folks, thank you so much. And perhaps we'll catch you on a future webinar as well. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.